joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chess 24. This is the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Now, we had outstanding, remarkable chess that was played on day 2. But it was the shortest game to have ever been played by a world champion that made it to the headlines and kind of overshadowed everything else. Magnus Carlsen resigned after just move 1. Setting the chess world ablaze one more time, reigniting the controversy of Magnus and Hans. And to talk about all of this and more, I've got a very special guest with us, so let's bring him on. It is Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold joining us. Hi, Ben, a big welcome.
Thank you, Tanya. Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, but I have to admit that I got very little sleep after everything that happened yesterday and what we saw. Peter and I were on a call much after the broadcast was over, just discussing this absolutely, at least by us, completely unexpected Game 6.
Yeah, that was amazing because, you know, I expected if something like that was going to happen, that they simply wouldn't play in the same tournament. So once they're both playing in the same tournament, I just thought it was over. But obviously, Magnus still has the feelings that he had from Sinquefield Cup, and he displayed them in full yesterday, basically shocking everybody. And I was really gunning for you guys, you and Peter, because it must have been very difficult to do commentary after such a thing happens during the round.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation. And I think, you know, all of us don't want the chess to be lost in the middle of all of that. But then when you're commentating with Peter Leko, that's never going to be a problem. So we managed to pull through. But Ben, I want to ask you now, when the Sinquefield Cup controversy broke out, you made several videos with your opinion on it. And you mentioned that you were expecting it to die down now that these two were going to play with each other. They had agreed to play in the same tournament. What was your first reaction when you actually saw how it was played out? And what's your opinion on it?
No, like everybody else, I was shocked. And it's just, you know, it's Magnus doubling down on, I think Hans cheated. And this seems to indicate that he thinks he cheated in the Sinquefield Cup, not just like in general. Because Hans has already acknowledged that he cheated in the past on, you know, on the internet, although he said it was years ago. But Magnus seems to think that this is an ongoing thing, refusing to play Hans. To me, this is slightly less egregious than withdrawing. Because if I play somebody and I think they cheated, maybe I'll tell the arbiter, maybe I'll tell my friends, but I wouldn't withdraw from the tournament. That just seems strange to me. So Magnus doubling down, letting everybody know, I think this guy's a cheater, this guy shouldn't be playing in these events, and I'm just not gonna play him. It's weird to play in the same event with him, but I guess this event was scheduled where they were both playing before the Sinquefield Cup, so I guess neither player could drop out. But obviously it's a shock to the chess world to have the world champion refuse to play somebody and just resign when the game starts. But I mean, Magnus believes what he believes, and that's what he's doing. And more surprising for me was the Norwegian press really giving it to Magnus. It seems like a lot of the main press and Hammer were like, Magnus, you can't do this. You got to either say something or you got to play. You can't just withdraw and forfeit and not say anything about it. So it seems like even at home, he's getting he's not getting the world champion treatment, shall we say.
Ben, that's an interesting point you make, because I had the same feeling the first time that this happened at the Sinquefield Cup, immediately after the tweet and the couple of days that followed it. It just felt that a verdict was given by most people, and it seemed to comprise of that Hans did it. And a lot of people were supporting Magnus, coming out, speaking against it. But this time, with his decision to, in effect, by making this, well, silent statement, but doing so by pretty much throwing a game, there's been a lot of backlash on the world champion, and it's a very different kind of a response. And, you know, we were mentioning that this has made it to mainstream media as well. Everybody's talking about it. They want Magnus to come out with a statement. What do you think has actually led to this change or this shift in public response that we've seen in these two events?
Well, probably, you know, people thought that at the time this was a rash decision by Magnus to withdraw. He felt his opponent probably cheated against him since he had cheated in the past. And maybe he thought better of it. And this was sort of like the makeup tournament where they're both playing in the tournament. They know they're going to play each other. And why would Magnus do that if he didn't want to play him again? And then we're all just shocked that he doesn't want to play him again and he refuses to. So that was, nobody saw that coming. It would have been reasonable if Magnus said, I'm not playing in this tournament, or even if Magnus used his pull as world champion and also part of Meltwater to say, like, we can't let Hans play in these tournaments, either he plays or I play. But instead, none of that happened. So you think when they're going to play in the tournament, sort of bygones will be bygones. Maybe he thought better of his decision of withdrawing. Maybe he changed his mind. But not only did he not change his mind, but he doubled down. He said, not only do I think he cheated in the Singfield Cup, I'm just not going to play the guy. I'm not going to play in tournaments with him. So it was shocking for everybody. And it was hard to follow the round and the rest of the tournament after that because it's so unprecedented.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like this happen before. And it also makes me wonder, Ben, that it's possible that it's also just the fact that Magnus never put out anything after that first tweet. You know, you kind of just cause this complete destruction and then disappear from the scene until you do this again. And, you know, Magnus has created and built this amazing goodwill around him because of the great ambassador to the sport that he's been. He's been a phenomenal world champion. His contribution and amount he's given back to chess is unquestionable. But in many ways, if he doesn't actually come out with something more now than just a statement, but I think he needs to make a clear-cut case, it's actually going to tarnish the legacy that he's built so far.
You know, Magnus is between a rock and a hard place because it's not encouraged that you call people out for cheating unless you have some kind of crazy evidence and you have proof, which nobody ever has. And a lot of times, especially when you play somebody online, you might feel like they're cheating. And at the lower levels, people are in the chat saying you cheated and you cheated against me, and they're telling whoever runs the site. But it's not something public where it's super grandmasters. And there would be a lot of backlash, I think, if he said, I know that Hans cheated, I'm not going to play Hans anymore, and FIDE and the arbiters and organizers should do something about this guy. He would get a lot of backlash for saying that too. People would say, where's the proof? So he's sort of afraid to say directly that he's cheating, but he's obviously saying it indirectly, and he just refuses to play him. It's an unusual stance because, as somebody pointed out on the internet today or yesterday, he's being judge, jury, and executioner. He says, I think you cheated, and therefore I'm not playing you, and I'm going to say that you cheated without actually saying it. So, I mean, if it was me, I would also be very upset if I thought my opponent cheated, but I would leave that up to the arbiters, the organizers, and FIDE. You can't really take matters into your own hands because you never know if it's true or not. I mean, if Hans didn't cheat at all against Magnus in the Singfield Cup, then what's going on here? Then what's Magnus doing?
But it's not just about the Singfield Cup, right? It's also the allegations against online cheating, which, of course, some of them Hans has admitted himself. And, well, it might even appear that the question might even be, is that all? Is it just twice that Hans cheated? And what got my attention was something that Levon said in his interview yesterday. And I don't know, Ben, if you got the chance to have a look at it. We're going to bring up this statement. I understand the frustration of Magnus. I really didn't know much about a lot of things. Now I'm somewhere in the middle. I do believe that Hans has not been the cleanest person when it comes to online chess, but he's a young guy, and hopefully this will be a lesson to him. Now, this is just such a drastic shift of stance from the Lev that we saw at Singfield Cup, who actually mentioned and was, at least it looked like he was in support of Hans Niemann,
right,
when he said that my colleagues are perhaps being paranoid and the young talents are very strong, and, you know, it's a part of the game. But now it seems that there is some information that perhaps Lev has more than he did at that moment and knows more than he did at that moment. And his perception of the situation has changed quite a bit.
Yeah. Now, to me, it's clear if somebody has been caught cheating once or twice, they didn't just cheat once or twice. It's sort of like people who are caught in high school and college cheating on a test. It's probably not the first time that they cheated. That's just the first time they were caught. So if you told me Hans was cheating for years, or he just cheated like 10, 20 times, I would believe either one of those statements. If you told me he cheated twice in his life, the 2 times he admitted, I don't necessarily believe that. You don't just cheat once or twice. Once you know how to cheat and you have a reason for it, then you don't necessarily just do it once or twice. However, in my personal opinion, if Hans didn't cheat in the Sinquefield Cup, if that was a legitimate game, then I don't understand the withdrawing. I don't understand the not playing in this tournament. If he cheated 3, 4, 5 years ago and hasn't cheated since, why would you withdraw the Sinquefield Cup after losing to him? However, if Magnus thinks that Hans cheated in the Sinquefield Cup, then his behavior is more reasonable. And at the moment, most of the top players, if not all of them, none of them think that Hans cheated in the Sinquefield Cup. So I don't know if Magnus is mad that Hans has cheated in the past, or if he actually thinks Hans was cheating in the Sinquefield Cup. And he won't say, maybe he's afraid to say. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just as perplexed as the average person.
I think the absolute truth, or what really happened, we have to just wait and watch how it unfolds. And the only way to really find out is once Magnus comes out with a statement, or we hear from any of the parties involved. I think it's also, Ben, and I want your opinion on this, that we also need a statement from the tournament director here, the organizer here, because yes, Magnus stood by with what he believes in, but the decision he took yesterday actually affects not just him and his result, but everyone playing, because it is a fight for top 8. And if Magnus's decision to throw this point affects a qualification of another player, then what does that mean? What are the actions that the organizers are going to take? Is there, is there an ethics committee around here? And should we be expecting a statement by the tournament director about Magnus's decision?
No, I think so. And I was hoping that St. Louis would put out a statement such as, Magnus came to us with these allegations. We didn't find anything in them, so we didn't do anything. Or did Magnus not complain to the organizers and just withdraw? And Magnus's behavior looks completely crazy if Hans isn't cheating. And if Hans is cheating, I still don't agree with Magnus's behavior of withdrawing and refusing to play. If Magnus refuses to play in the tournament, that's fine. But if Magnus agrees to play in the tournament, and then, as you say, he forfeits on purpose and ruins sort of the standings of the tournament, and as you know, he could play a match against Hans in the next part if they both come in the top 8 and they get paired as a match. I don't see Magnus playing that match.
Yeah, what happens then, right? That's a really big question.
I think he just forfeits the whole match. I don't see him playing a 4-game match with Hans after what's happened.
Yeah, you probably can't get yourself to play a match where the only person who faces the brunt of a decision is yourself, but first take a decision which actually creates a complete ruckus for everyone else. That would be very strange to see. But then that puts a big question that if the two meet during the knockout stages, what does that mean for the tournament?
Right. I mean, if it does happen, I don't think Magnus is going to play a match with Hans after all the stuff that's happened.
Yeah.
I think he just won't play the match.
But, it's a big possibility. I mean, right now, currently, both of them are in the top 8 and we don't know how it's going to finish. So we've got the standings with us right now. And we can see that both Hans, Magnus in their race to qualify. Now, the other question that's come up with this whole controversy is that, of course, nobody agrees with a player throwing a point for whatever reason. It's against the sports, it's morally, ethically, completely wrong in competitive, and being the world champion, of course, this is, you have all of this with extra responsibility. Does FIDE come in all of this? And we had a tweet by Emil, by FIDE's Director General, Mr. Emil Sutovsky, and he said, people wonder whether FIDE chess should review the case. Not sure, must be checked. But what's the alternative? Magnus finding Magnus, but pulling Magnus in Magnus' door. And this is an interesting point, Ben, and I want your view on it, because if we just think back when the whole episode had happened with Dingler and when Magnus had actually just played a few moves,
And
given up
resigned,
his
yeah.
queen and
Mhm.
to equalize the score after a big mouse slip that Ding Liren had in the previous game. Now, he had won a FIDE award for fair play at that point, which was
Right.
awarded by FIDE. But what happens in this case now? Emil saying it's a Magnus tournament. What is FIDE supposed to do? But what's your take on this? Does FIDE intervene?
Well, I think FIDE has some interest in the Sinkfield Cup since that was FIDE rated and it was a big super tournament. This is an online event. And as far as I know, you can correct me, this isn't FIDE rated and FIDE has nothing to do with it. So I don't think FIDE should get involved in an online tournament. But the thing is, Magnus believes what he believes, and then he takes unilateral action, which a lot of us are afraid to do because of backlash. And it seems like Magnus isn't afraid of the backlash. So he believes what he believes. He's taking this unilateral action where he's basically accusing Hans of cheating. And most people after the Sinkfield Cup just focused on, was Hans cheating? Does he cheat? What should we think about this? And now a lot of people are focusing on Magnus's reaction. And that's what I focused on at the Sinkfield Cup. Whether Hans was cheating or not, how is withdrawing from the tournament going to help anybody? That just makes the tournament not happen. And obviously not playing Hans and giving him a free point affects other players, as everybody's pointed out. How does that help anybody? So it seems like Magnus's actions are under question here. And I think it's the tournament organizers and sponsors' job to make sure people do what they're supposed to do, not FIDE's job, because it's not a FIDE rated over the board tournament. But it does bring some disrepute into chess when the guy is unofficially accusing somebody else of cheating, even if he doesn't outright say it. And we want to know what's in Magnus's head, and he's not going to say anything during the tournament. Maybe he'll never say anything. I hope he does.
I don't think you can get away with it twice, right? You do it the first time and then there's this radio silence that follows. But when you do it for the second time in a tournament, in a situation, once again, that affects everybody playing, standings, in competitive play. And in the Sinkfield Cup, it was a round robin event, which makes it that much more difficult for the organizers. But at least at some point there, then they take a call that, you know what, everybody's score is nullified and it's not counted. Now here it actually does get counted. So you have to be accountable for your action. And we've got another tweet here by Olympia. I'm just going to read it out. It's a fact that Magnus has abdicated his world champion title unless he makes a clear and convincing case to the public. Recent events suggest that he has also abdicated all moral responsibilities that come with it. There is definitely a lot of backlash here, Ben, and it does feel that Magnus has, as Anish put it, has got to have that rabbit that he pulls out of the hat right now. It's not even enough to make a statement. He needs to make a clear case for this.
Yeah, and again, Magnus is in a tough spot because you're not supposed to go on the internet and say this guy cheated unless you have like 100% proof. And just because he feels the guy cheated and doesn't want to play against him doesn't mean that he has proof of it or even that he's right. And people want Magnus to make a statement, but Magnus doesn't want to make a statement and get himself in more hot water. So it's a tough situation for Magnus because he really believes that Hans is a cheater and he doesn't want to play him, but he doesn't want to say Hans is a cheater because then people will say, you don't have the proof, you can't say that. So it's a difficult situation for Magnus. And that's why I think in this instance, Magnus has to let the arbiters and the organizers take care of these situations if people are cheating and not take care of it himself because it's making him look bad.
Right. And Ben, you mentioned that it's hard for you to believe that if somebody admits to cheating online, if he's done it once or twice, it's probably more than that. It's not just limited to that. Now, if that was something that did come out with proof, because online cheating, it's still something that at least can be easier. It's easier to prove, and you can have certainly circumstantial evidence, especially with the systems in place and big platforms like Chess24, like chess.com with their anti-cheating measures, which can make it pretty clear. If this was to come out, that would still take the credibility off Hans saying anything, right? Because he did this powerful interview where he mentioned and stood up against, well, everyone who had something to say about him. But then if you prove him discredible on this very important point, then pretty much everything that he says can't be taken word to word.
Right. It's not clear that Hans is telling the truth about his online cheating or not cheating story. To me, for the Sinquefield Cup, what matters is whether he cheated in the Sinquefield Cup. I mean, you can't play somebody, they beat you, and then you withdraw and say they're a cheater. I mean, if he didn't cheat at the Sinquefield Cup, I don't understand what Magnus is doing. If he refuses to play somebody who has a history of cheating, that's perfectly reasonable, but then he probably shouldn't play in the same tournament with him. So I think that Magnus's decisions haven't been perfect. And obviously Hans is no angel. And I've never been a big Hans Niemann fan because I know Hans personally. He's not my favorite person. And obviously Magnus has built up a lot of goodwill being world champion and being a fair sports person and doing what he thinks is right. But in this particular situation, when you're butting heads with somebody who has a bad reputation versus someone with an immaculate reputation by Magnus, it seems like Magnus is the bad guy here, which is very strange for me to say.
You mentioned that you know Hans personally. Of course, you also were running a big scholastic program in Atlanta, the chess club, and you've been training with a lot of young kids of the United States. Ben, I want to ask you, how do you see the way Hans has handled this situation? He's all of 19, and you know it cannot be easy for him right now. Of course, if he has cheated, then all of it is fair, all of it is right. The guy needs to be banned from chess. But it's a very difficult situation for Hans to be in and to play some chess. I mean, it's to me, it's even shocking that he's being able to produce this kind of results that he is.
Yeah, somehow he's able to put it out of his mind during his games, I think, which is hard to believe because the one guy that you don't want accusing you of cheating is the world chess champion, and a popular one at that. And obviously, when you hear all this stuff on the internet and all the interviews and everything that's going on, from Hans's perspective, it's hard to believe he can still play chess because what's going on in his mind that everybody thinks I'm a cheater and this guy won't even play me, and this is just very strange. And somehow, Hans is still playing pretty well. It's a difficult situation for everybody, and that's why I think this should be handled by the people in charge, the people who are the arbiters and the organizers, not by, unilaterally, throwing Hans under the bus and saying, this guy's a cheater, I'm not playing against him, and we have to do something about it. That's a strange way to say something without actually saying something. So from Hans's perspective, it's hard to believe he can still play top-level chess, but he's still doing it. I haven't seen Hans do anything wrong since these incidents happened in the last couple of weeks. Seems like his behavior is just perfectly reasonable. And hopefully there's not a lot of cheating going on. And I know on the internet there is a lot of cheating going on, but it's hard to believe in Super GM tournaments, over the last few years that we've seen any cheating, because nobody's ever mentioned that. This is the first time the Sinquefield Cup, a player has basically accused another player of cheating during the tournament, and that player is a cheater in general. It's amazing that Magnus can say so much without saying anything, but he's doing a good job.
Twice. That's exactly the feeling, right? I mean, the first time he puts out this tweet, which when you read it, it doesn't mean anything until you see the video to it. Then he comes up with this, with this whole game where he plays one move and resign. And exactly, he's given absolutely no statement, but said so much in his silence. But definitely, I think it's not enough. We can all agree that whatever it is that he has in his mind at some point needs to come out. We've had conversations with our pre-show guests, and there's been this feeling that perhaps right now both players are not able to say anything because there might be lawsuits and legal issues involved. Right. What do you think is the possibility of that?
No, I think that's the main reason Magnus hasn't given an actual statement about, like, I think player A is cheating and I'm not going to play against that player, and neither should anybody else. I think without any proof, you can't say things like that and ruin somebody's career. I mean, Hans said what he needed to say. Hans was being interviewed by the St. Louis club. That interview lasted about half an hour, where he said some funny things like, I'll play naked if I need to. And everybody's like, whoa, take a step back, Hans. We're not doing that. And I didn't cheat. I cheated in the past on the internet. I would never cheat in a real game. I haven't cheated in years, and this is ridiculous. And that's basically all that needs to be said. He never denied that he had cheated in the past. He just denied the current allegations. And a lot of people on the internet, especially, they just don't believe Hans. They're like, that guy cheated 5 years ago. That guy cheated 3 years ago. Therefore, he's a cheater. And so we have to believe Magnus. Okay, I don't subscribe to that. Just because you cheated 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, doesn't mean that you're always cheating. I mean, and I don't believe that somebody who cheats online is always cheating in real life also. So I don't agree with that. I do agree Hans cheated in the past. I do agree Hans cheated on the internet, but I don't see any evidence that he's cheated in real life.
You know, this point that you just made, Ben, I think that's such a gray area, especially around with the internet, right? There's this cliche of once a cheater, always a cheater. And I think very often what we don't understand is that it doesn't necessarily imply that if you've cheated once, you've cheated every time in every incident, but actually that your repetition precedes you. That if you have been proven to be a cheater once, very often people will have the bias against you that you have done it. It will be very hard to judge another situation on a neutral ground.
Right. No, that's true. And that's why, both players are getting backlash, and why a lot of people believe Magnus. And whether you believe Magnus or not and think that he's 100% right, I think his actions of refusing to play and giving a free point and withdrawing from the tournament, I mean, if I was the organizer or sponsor of the Sinquefield Cup, I would be very upset that the world champion withdraws after round 3, because this is the big part of the tournament, is we have the world champion playing. That's what everybody wants to see. So I think Magnus's response to what he believes is obvious cheating isn't the right response.
Ben, tell me one thing. Now you've got these big YouTube and Twitch channels. You're a full-time streamer, and you have this really strong connect with your audience and your community. And I want to ask you, when we've often seen chess make it to mainstream media, when there is a controversy involved or, something that happens, and often it doesn't have anything to do with the actual game being played, is when we find chess in mainstream media. What's your opinion on this? Is this bad for chess? Does this actually affect the image of the game? Or do you think that getting people to talk about the game, there is no such thing as bad publicity? Which side are you on?
No, I agree. There's no such thing as bad publicity. It's putting chess back in the news. And as I tweeted a few days ago, this is the biggest thing to happen to chess since the Queen's Gambit miniseries. So, which also wasn't real chess, but close enough. So getting chess, I think, in the news and having controversy is actually good for getting people interested in the game. It's obviously not good for people who want to see the world champion play. And also people don't really understand what's going on. They just hear these silly things that, I can't say on the air, but you know what I'm talking about. The silly stuff that's happened because of this. And but I think the publicity is good. It's helping out the streamers. It's giving something for people to talk about. It's letting people choose sides. And even though it's become a lot like fake wrestling, it's still very interesting for people to see what's going on in the chess world. And this is unfortunate that they have to see this, but it's better than not seeing it at all. So I agree with the no publicity is bad publicity.
Interesting. Ben, it's been super insightful chatting with you with all of this. And to wrap up this conversation, I'm going to ask you a final question. How do you see the end game of this playing out in the ideal Beniverse, as we call it?
I think the ideal would be both players make it to the final 8, and then Magnus plays Hans, and they actually play a match. And then Magnus decides not to forfeit, and they actually play. It's probably not going to happen, but I think that would be good for everybody if they actually played. And I think hopefully the way this pans out is Magnus eventually makes a statement. I mean, if he never makes a statement, people aren't going to side with him anymore. I think he has to say something.
Couldn't agree more with that. And we can only hope that once the dust settles, eventually chess is the big winner in all of this. We've got Peter Leko joining us, and Ben, let's bring him on into the conversation. I also know Peter is a big fan of Ben's singing. Welcome, Peter.
I gotta have one
Tania.
fan.
Hello, Ben. Yeah, very nice to have both of you. Yes, definitely. I mean, already I joined before the pre-show conversation to say hi to Ben because suddenly all the memories came back from Vikings in '92 and your great game against De Boer, which won the beauty prize, I think, and your singing in Ningbo. So just so nice to have you.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for all the compliments. Some of them maybe I don't deserve, but I'll take them from such a great chess player as yourself.
Ben, I just want to inform chat that out of all the pre-shows that I've done, this was the very first time that Peter actually joined before the pre-show to say hello to a guest. So I think he means each and every compliment, Ben.
Thanks, Tanya. Thanks, Peter. I hope you guys have a great show.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ben, for joining us and giving all your insights. And of course, chat, please follow Ben. We're expecting some great content from you, as always, with all your hot takes.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Ben.
Bye.
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 Wow, Peter, that was a very interesting chat that we had with Ben discussing everything that has happened. What about you? Did you manage to get some sleep after what we witnessed yesterday?
Yes, I did get some sleep and I was actually following the conversation with Ben and I just felt like, I was thinking, should I join in or not? But I felt like, when you have such a nice conversation and we have such a wonderful guest, then it's better to let him talk. Yeah, let's because if I'm entering, then we are three of us, then we don't know exactly, the conversation won't be so fluid as it was. So it was just very nice to have his take on all the story.
100%. But did you get some sleep, Peter?
Yes. I mean, okay, I'm already used to. I mean, okay, it's a crazy situation, but
Crazy situation, right?
Yeah, absolutely crazy situation. I mean, also, I was helping Jan during the Sinkfield Cup, and okay, it's also as a coach, as a second, how do you deal with the whole situation, and what do you tell to your players, to your player? I mean, okay, clear your mind and just try to focus on the game. And so on. Also in the preparation, you don't know what to expect. So yeah, it's a very crazy situation for everyone involved.
And I think it's, of course, the whole concept around cheating in chess is something that needs to be discussed and a solution needs to be reached. And hopefully one of the parties or whoever is involved in this will come out and give a statement soon, because the situation is so, it's like a hot iron, and you can't just go silent now after what has happened yesterday. While we wait for that, there is a big chess tournament on with some spectacular, sensational chess being played. In all of this, Peter, let's bring up our standings and take a look at where the players are, because we saw such incredible fighting chess, especially from these two Indian youngsters. And what also stood out to me was that when the players in their interview were asked about what they think about Magnus's decision to resign after move one, Pragg was completely unfazed, unbothered, nonchalant about the whole thing. And he mentioned, what, I don't have an opinion on this. And I know that you would approve of that attitude.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, Pragg has to focus on his tournament. This is what I was also telling to Jan, that, okay, you are playing your tournament and you have to try to win it. Yeah, he was very close of winning this very prestigious tournament, basically the strongest tournament of the year. So yeah, if you are bothered with any kind of thoughts, and that's exactly the problem. Yeah, I mean, for me, chess is about mutual respect, basically. I just feel like, I have to respect my opponent as much as I respect myself. That's when I respect chess, and we are all living for chess. Yeah, we give our lives for it. It's just so difficult to see all this situation, and basically in this regard, I also feel like, okay, Magnus is probably fighting against cheating in general. Yeah, I mean, because there are all these online events. Yeah, you hear Cinderella stories and whatever many times when somebody who is an outsider achieves something, and you know that something is not right, but it's happening. So I don't know what to think about the situation. Magnus makes his I mean, sticks to his principle, and basically you also have to respect it. Of course, I would love to hear something from him just to know exactly what's on his mind.
Peter, if it was anyone else besides Magnus, with all this madness that's going on, I think our response and reaction might be very different. But it all comes down to how we know Magnus and the champion that he is, that we're still waiting to hear, because we believe that he does know something about this, or there is some solid proof or feeling, and it's not just based on some feeling here. Now, 100% online chess, I think, is definitely very close to Magnus's heart. We can see what Chess24, the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, has built over the past couple of years, having this season year-round tour, and which has become the biggest online chess tour. So if there is something that is happening that is wrong in online chess, the world champion will stand up against it. He just needs to come out and speak, and I think that's what we're all waiting for.
Yeah, definitely. It would be lovely to have clarity, but for the moment, it's of course a messy situation.
Very messy.
And yeah, basically, I think that's the best what Pragg is doing. Yeah, he just focuses on his game. He is performing excellently. Actually, I only realized today when I checked the results that Arjun Erigaisi has won 5 games in a row, and we simply didn't have a chance to even. I mean, we saw that he's leading the standings, but at least personally, I didn't even congratulate him personally for this incredible achievement. Yeah, because there were just so many things around which was not chess related. So it's nice to see all these incredible achievements. Ivanchuk on fire, playing one brilliancy after another, sometimes winning, sometimes losing, but all the dramas. The tournament is fantastic.
And I'm so happy I'm here with you, Peter, and our chat as well, who's joining us. And it's always very interesting to get more people in the conversation, get different insights, and have an open discussion. So thank you so much, chat, for all the opinions that you share with us and the questions that you ask. We see our players are ready to go for day 3. Peter, you're on point about Arjun's performance. And let's not forget, the day the tournament started, Arjun actually lost the first game to Magnus in actually terrible fashion. We were talking about how Magnus outplayed Arjun in that game. And then after that, he's just slowly, win after win, playing phenomenal chess. Not just the result, once again, the quality of games has been exceptional, and he finds himself in pole position. A big day coming up here. Let's take a look at our matchups going into the first round of the day. We've got Christopher Yu, the youngest participant of the tournament, of the tour. He's all of 15. He's playing Anish Giri. Christopher has racked up some big wins in the tournament. He beat Praggnanandhaa. And Peter, remind me, who was the second player that he beat? There's been so much chess. Was it Vasil?
Yes, he won against Ivanchuk and lost to Gelfand.
Yes, Vasil and Pragg. So 2 big wins for Christopher Yu. He's up against Anish. Radek, who played brilliant chess on day 2, takes on Boris. That's a heavy match, and we're looking forward to that one. Vincent, your student, Peter, who had such a marathon day. Every game was a big fight yesterday by Vincent. Could have gone either way. The result, a very up and down games, is up against Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. We know both these players, their style of play. We can expect fireworks. Arjun takes on Vasil. Peter, my eyes are going to be on this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, Arjun against Vasil, yeah, I mean, it just, and what? I mean, I wanted to, yeah, okay, we're gonna jump right in there because, okay, I was waiting for Magnus's first move, but we have seen it was c4, and what do we see? Arjun is going d4, knight f6, bishop g5, and it was, in fact, Chucky who preferred the very strange looking d6 move. Yeah, I mean, usually you play knight e4, you play d5, you play e6, or c5. Yeah, those are the 4 very thematic moves. One could even argue g6 is also a very natural move. And Chucky says, no, none of it. I'm gonna go d6, I'm gonna go my way. And now we are getting a Philidor structure after knight c6, knight b7, knight e4, e5, knight f3. But with a slight twist that white has committed bishop g5, right? Because in any kind of Philidor, when the bishop would be on c1, white's move would have been bishop c4, and nobody would ever consider bishop g5. Yeah, these are typical Ivanchuk kind of nuances that he feels like, okay, let me play the Philidor, but it's an improved one.
It's an improvement, and what we get at hand is a game. This is not something that has clear variation or lines, but we're going to see both players play with different plans. Peter, as you're pointing out, bishop e7, bishop c4 played on the board. To me, it just looks like white has managed to capture the center and also develop pieces in, well, quite a nice fashion, really. He can decide if he wants to go long castle after a move like queen d2, or maybe even short castle, depending on the play that they want. Where does black's activity lie in the middle game? What is Vasyl hoping for to create some chances here?
Yeah, well, in order to understand that, just very quickly, let me show what we are talking about. So when we talk about Philidor, it usually happens something like this. There are different move orders to reach this position. So this is exactly the position we are talking about. But here white will never play the bishop to g5, right? It looks like a natural move, but still white never does it. Yeah, white will play the move rook e1, black will play c6, white will play a4, and then it's up to black to decide, does he want to play with a5 setup, which is kind of modern, or does he just continue with rook e8 and so on? And there are players who play this from the black side, right? I mean, it's slightly passive, but now that the bishop is on g5, Vasyl says that, you know what? I mean, I'm gonna castle, probably I'm gonna get h6 tempo at some point, and I just gonna play this Philidor, which is anyway very solid and suitable definitely for rapid chess with an improved version. So it's just the modern way of thinking.
All right, well, this is going to be a slow game that's going to develop into an exciting one, because very often few pieces get traded off in such an opening. So we can expect a complex middle game between Arjun and Vasyl. Looking forward to the big fight, Peter. Let's continue with our opening tour and take a look at the player who's currently on second position. He faces his fellow Indian, his teammate from the Olympiad. It's Adhiban taking on Praggnanandhaa here, and Adi has played b3, but on the second move this time. Let's take it from the top.
Yeah, what a disappointment, right? I mean, yeah, but it probably comes to show that Adhiban really loves b3, but he knows that people are way too much prepared already against his b3 and they are expecting it, so he prefers to make a slight switch. Besides, after c4, c5, b3, he makes sure that already black is not gonna play with e5, yeah? It's slightly different now. So b3, knight f6, bishop b2, e6, knight f3, d5. Pragg sticks to his setup, which probably he would play against the hybrid, yeah, because when I'm calling the hybrid, it means that the move order, like something like which also Vincent loves to play, yeah, this kind of stuff is often I call it the hybrid, and then black has the c5 setup, bishop e7 setup, okay, millions of setups, but also there is this other move order when after e6 white plays e3 and after d5 plays b3. And then also black plays, for example, the move c5. So very similar, but the big twist is what Adhiban is not trying to make that, come on, guys, I haven't touched my e2 pawn yet. So it gives me the chance to go for a double fianchetto with b3, g3, and it leads to very interesting play.
Very interesting play by two very uncompromising players. Peter, did you have a chance to look at Pragg's interview from day two, where he mentioned that he was very disappointed that he wasn't able to convert it into a full point, his magnificent game against Magnus, where we saw two exchange sacrifices?
Of course, yeah, of course, and I fully understand him, because basically he already has very high standards. Yeah, he feels like, okay, if I get a very good position, it's no matter against whom I have to win, yeah, because I'm a very strong player. And also I saw afterwards Magnus's reaction, what happened when Pragg blitzed out the move h4, h5. Yeah, because Magnus immediately realized that, oh, of course, I should have never fallen into this trap. So it meant that actually Magnus knew about it, because he knew that this is very strong, but he somehow was too careless. Yeah, his mind was somewhere else. He has just won this wonderful game against Levon Aronian. In the previous game, we know what happened 2 days before. I mean, 2 games before against Hans. So yeah, there were probably too many things on his mind. Mixed up the move order, Pragg gets the chance to crush him in the opening with this exchange sacrifice and did not manage to finish it off. He's rightly upset.
Rightly upset, but what a game that was, a big fight. And in the end, Magnus survived with a draw, applauded Pragg for his tremendous effort and willpower that he showed, that he wanted to go for the win. That was actually a brilliant moment of sportsmanship as well. Peter, Speaking, you were mentioning Hans. Let's take a look at how he's doing today against David Navara. I see that it is a Terash, an opening that we've seen several times at the Champions Chess Tour. Wesley is one of the players. We've seen him play this so much with the black pieces. What do you make of this current endgame? And let's go through it from the beginning.
Well, I have to say that I have never really seen David being so cautious from the white side. I have to tell you, because usually he's a very uncompromising player, but it seems like in this game he's actually willing to simplify. I mean, he's not. Otherwise, I think 5-move e3 would be very much of David. You know, just avoid trading pieces, keep everything, all pieces on the board. Let's keep as much tension as possible. But he goes for this ending.
Peter, that what you just mentioned about David being extra cautious, that reminds me of Ali Reza's interview from the Sinquefield Cup right after his game against Hans, where he mentioned that he did not want to take any chances and just wanted to end the game in a draw and go back home. Do you think with everything going on around in this tournament, and that could be a reason why we're seeing this cautious play from David?
Well, we don't know exactly. Maybe it's his prep, but in general, it's very strange, yeah, because it's uncharacteristic for him to go for an ending immediately, unless he comes up with a very clear preparation, which doesn't seem to be the case. And this is exactly why I find that the whole situation is just so unpleasant, yeah, because you don't know what's happening, and the players don't know how to approach the situation. Yeah, it's just completely crazy. So, okay, playing something which is safe is suitable, and let's get over with this game and then continue the tournament. I mean, there should be some clarity. I mean, also to defend the players, yeah, because it's just very unpleasant for everyone. Yeah, but okay, let's talk about the line itself. Yeah, this is a very famous and very popular line, and usually Hans knows his theory very well. And I think he has equalized. I mean, I don't really think that there is much to be afraid of. But okay, I also remember some game between Shakra Mamedov and Jan in the Sinquefield Cup Blitz. There was a Blitz game which was very similar, but I think there Shakra tried to go knight c5 before developing the bishop from f1. So there might be some new twist in this line, but the tendency, of course, very drawish in this opposite court position.
Bishop b6 has been played, as I see on our live board, and hitting that knight on c5, eyeing that pawn on f2. Can we just take a quick look at what happens if white snaps up the b7 pawn, and what does Hans have in mind after knight b7?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a big question, yeah, what he has in mind. Yeah, the reason I was suddenly pausing because Tadeusz mentioned that, yeah, move 16, after king e7, Shakra played a3, bishop a5, and knight c5 immediately. Yeah, that was the move order that happened in that game. So I was right that it was very similar. Now we see some small nuances. And the question is that, do the players, you know, remember everything, or they are suddenly caught up in mixing up some lines, which is so easy in a rapid chess game, yeah, because everything looks so similar. You don't want to pause and don't want to show your opponent that maybe I'm not exactly sure, so you try to show confidence. And now the question, and David doesn't take on b7.
Wow,
there is a big, for example, knight b7, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, knight d4, and then try to understand if this knight in long terms will be trapped or not. Yeah, definitely black has very active pieces.
But you can still go bishop a6 and defend that knight with the bishop, and it's not clear how you're getting to it. There's always b4 and the knight comes back, no?
Exactly. Yeah, there are all these things, but you don't know. I mean, black can play the move e5, for example. Yeah, get active. He also gonna play f5. Yeah, you want a pawn, but black gets a lot of activity. So it's kind of also understandable from David's side that he doesn't want to have anything to do with this. He tries to just liquidate. Yeah, takes. Now I'm expecting knight d3, and after trade on c1, that the game will fizzle out in a draw.
All right. Well, I think it's fair to say that this one, Hans has had no problem with the black pieces. So a good game by him so far. We'll see if it actually ends in a draw, or I think this one, you're absolutely right. And once the knights get traded after knight arrives on the e5, opposite color bishops. Hard to imagine with knight e5 coming in, there's anything that white can do.
No, I think actually that if someone then black can try something. I mean, black will play knight d6, try to advance the pawns. Of course, it shouldn't be enough, yeah, because
Goes for it, Peter. He doesn't go for the knight e5, which immediately guaranteed the draw because white can't escape from a trade, but instead goes for the idea of knight d6 and perhaps trying for a little bit.
Yeah, of course, it's a little bit tricky because if you play fc, then some knight c4 check followed by knight e3 can happen. I mean, some more weakening will be forced from white side, and it's always psychologically very unpleasant from the white side if you know that it's more or less equal, but suddenly black is the one who is trying something. Yeah, it's a very awkward feeling.
That's very interesting that a position that seems that it doesn't have any venom, it's still white needs to be precise to completely equalize this. I think, Peter, that decision of not grabbing that pawn on b7, that perhaps would have made it a little easier for David. But now he's got to play a little more precisely. As we can see, there is activity for Hans, and Hans looks completely focused. He will try to create something here. We'll come back to this. Meanwhile, Peter, fire on the board on Vincent's game. So let's jump to that. He's playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And what do we think about this position? I do like white's pawn structure more with this e5 pawn, the bishop on f5. My first feeling would be white is better, but I'm going to leave it to you to break this down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks very nice for white. I mean, something like queen to c2, keeping the pressure on, I mean, keep on protecting the bishop on f5 because it puts a lot of pressure on black. And then follow it up with some rook fb1, yeah, threatening rook b5, which probably will force black to play a6, which is a weakening. On the other hand, it stops rook b5. It does look very nice for Vincent. But we know Jan-Krzysztof, I mean, he is such a fighter and he will be looking for chances, and it's such a complicated position. One thing is clear that I don't really know where these pawns are going because they are more of a weakness. Yeah, for example, if white plays the move queen c2, which I'm expecting, unless I'm blundering some tactics, which I don't see what I'm blundering, then even
I like
the
this
bishop.
move. You want to go rook b1 next? You're attacking the bishop on g6?
Yes, exactly. I'm also attacking the bishop on g6. I wanted to highlight if the pawn would be on h7, then the bishop on g6 would be very stable. But with the pawn on h5, it's and what have it was bishop g4, h5, bishop f5, long castle. So basically, it's clear that Duda has some idea, but without playing the game, without being Duda, we have no idea what's that.
Peter, you mentioned this move queen c2, and I mean, with all this rook b1, rook b5, the bishop on g6 attack, it looks like black is actually in quite big trouble. And it's hard to understand because you can't go knight f4. Your knight is pinned with that king on c8. You don't have time to go king b8. The g6 bishop is hanging. I don't even understand what's black's next move here.
Yeah,
Bishop
I don't
f5
know.
is not desirable. Bishop f5, knight f5 looks better for white.
Yeah, the only trick is that if it would be so simple, then why is Vincent spending some 2 minutes on this decision? Yeah, it just shows that there is maybe something more to it than what we think.
That meets the eye. Peter, I want to ask you that, of course, Vincent's playing here. You're his, he goes for rook b1, by the way. But before we come to this move, are you in touch with him during the tournament?
Yeah, mostly, I mean, after the games, yeah, we discuss what happens and so on, because I know that playing 4 games a day is extremely tough. Yeah, so I encourage him to take as much rest as possible. And of course, he has to do his preparation for the games. But I think it's much easier if the player himself does it. Yeah, it's a quick time control. He has to feel comfortable with the decisions that he is coming up with. And I try to give him as much freedom as possible.
Yeah, Peter, he's had these crazy long games, especially on day 2. We witnessed them. But despite some of them not going his way, is he enjoying the event and this format?
Absolutely. I mean, he's so happy and he's so thrilled to be playing this event. And that's exactly what we discussed yesterday, that there is no need to change anything because he's playing good chess. It's just that, okay, finally in the last seconds in all these crazy battles, he was unlucky. He was also sometimes too ambitious. And also he lacked some experience, yeah, because he didn't play so many rapid games with 10 seconds increment. Yeah, for example, when I think about Ivanchuk, I mean, all his life he was involved with all these events, rapid events, with all the Monaco Melody Amber tournaments and so many other events, the PC Rapids already in the 90s. For him, this comes so natural, and it's such a wonderful chance to be getting experience against the world's best players. It's just fantastic.
Speaking of world's best players, Peter, look at what is happening on Arjun and Vasil's board. You know, it's incredible. Arjun is this completely busted for black? Queen h5 check. What is going on? I see our evaluation bar, but I'm not really understand. Black doesn't have an extra piece. I thought Arjun sacrificed the piece on f7. Peter, we've got to back up and see what happened here.
Yeah, he goes king f8, and I'm expecting something to be blitzed out. I mean, but let's very quickly, just very quickly, we're gonna see, that we see everything is more or less normal. Black won a tempo with h6, but it's kind of still a very natural. And that's the point. So Chucky was trying to make use of this tempo, and be very creative, but something backfired. It means that he has miscalculated something. Bishop takes f7 check, king takes f7, queen takes g4. So white wins a pawn, but Chucky probably had foreseen this. I mean, Chucky is not famous for missing something like this. What did he miss? Takes, queen f6.
He's shaking his head. He's definitely missed it, Peter.
Yeah, because queen h5 check, king f8, and that's what I wanted to say, that knight takes d6 looks like a win. Because queen takes d6, bishop a3 comes, and you win the queen. And the question was what you do after rook e5. But after rook e5, there was queen d1 coming back, protecting the knight.
Oh, so the double attack on the knight and the queen can be defended, and black didn't have an option but to go king f8. So Vasil perhaps missing this stunning knight d6 idea. In any case, this looks like big trouble, Peter. White has an extra pawn. Attack against black's king. Are there any chances for black to survive this one?
No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, it's 2 pawns and the better position. Yeah, and
where is that knight going? You go knight d7, knight takes e8. Is he losing a piece by force?
Well, it seems so, yeah. But I mean, it's just a designable position in any case.
Oh
wow,
God,
I mean, this is shocking defeat for Chucky.
Can we just show this, that the knight has no squares at all? You go knight d7, that runs into knight c8, and queen d7 comes in. And this is just lost. The knight is trapped. Maybe rook e6. Is rook e6 an option? I mean, it's
then
ugly.
e5 wins also a piece. Yeah, it's, I mean, okay, here.
e5 wins on the spot. This is just game over.
Yeah, it's game over, yeah. And what, it will be 6 out of 6 for Erigaisi?
Arjun is on fire. Unstoppable.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, but he's so tricky. I mean, okay, just... I don't know if the players, for example, Chucky, does he know that he can unpin the camera? Because I think if I would be playing against Arjun, I would definitely not want to see him, because I just want to imagine some people, who is 100% concentrating and trying to give it all. But if you look at him and then you relax, and if you relax, we see what happens.
This is unbelievable. And Vasil trying to come up with a way to save this game, but I think it's just too late.
Yeah, no, it's over. Yeah, it's basically Arjun just crushing this game, and Chucky will be very angry with himself to trying to be creative. Yeah, because there was no need. Yeah, he could have just played like usually people play this position and then claim that okay, I have this extra tempo. Maybe white is slightly better, but okay, just the structure. But he wanted to. This is typical Chucky. Yeah, that's why he also wins so many games. Yeah, that he always tries to be original, and he opted for this bishop f6 hitting the knight, so white can't take on g4 because the knight is hanging. But suddenly knight f5 hitting the pawn on d6, hitting the knight on g4. So Chucky was forced to play knight b6, continue in the spirit of attacking the bishop now on c4, and then bishop takes f7 suddenly worked out. And we have this current position. I think Chucky will resign. Not yet.
Queen f7, but you can just take and go bishop d4 and go rook e4, no?
Yeah, okay. It's you can do anything. I mean, the a7 pawn is saying bishop d4, of course, wins on the spot. Yeah, because then with rook takes e4, you free up the knight.
Everything. And just take and knight d6.
Yeah. Okay, Chucky just plays out of frustration. I think he's the second. Now we're gonna see resignation.
He goes for it, Peter, and that is it. Bishop d4. It's game over. Arjun, for the first time, I see a little bit of a smile on his face. Of course, Vasil, he's an idol for Arjun. I'm sure about that, Peter. And to play this game against him and to win this way, definitely a big moment for the Indian talent. All right, Peter, let's move on to Pragg's game against Adhiban. That is heating up as well. And the position that I see in front of us, I like white with this knight jumping onto f5 while queen e6 has just been played. And I'm just wondering, after knight f5, what does Pragg have in mind? Knight e7, destroying that structure on f6 is my idea.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's just, I mean, it seems to me like white, yeah, knight f5 on the board. White got everything that he basically wants from this opening, yeah, that you break up with e3. Usually we see it from reverse colors. Bishop e4, logical, trying to trade the bishops, but suddenly here after knight h4, it turns out that just trading the bishop is not so easy because it weakened the f5 square, yeah, the knight is heading towards f5, b5, queen fc, very nice intermezzo, hitting the knight on c6, queen c8, knight d2 back, and then rook d1, queen e6, knight f5, knight e5. Yes, so that was Pragg's defense, yeah, to go knight e5. I was wondering that how white will react. Adhiban chose takes and a4, making use that the rook on a8 is hanging, yeah, that you can't play the typical a6 move, protecting the b5 pawn, because then finally on the a file you will have problems.
And you never want to play b4 or take on a4 because then the white knight jumping onto c4 is very unpleasant. You don't want to give that square to white. So it's actually Pragg has to make a decision that's, well, harder than it looks right now after a4. So a nice little subtlety there by Adhiban.
Yeah, very nice. And also I feel like maybe Adhiban draw the conclusion that the reason why he lost so many games so far in the tournament, that he was way too aggressive, and he should find a better balance, yeah, because against these top guys being over aggressive, it doesn't really work out. But if you can play positionally and aggressively at the same time, yeah, it's some total chess that can actually bring very nice result, and that's what he's doing now.
Meanwhile, David Navara, Hans Niemann game has ended in a draw. Peter, as we were predicting, so David was able to neutralize that slight push that Black had. Let's go back to the World Champions game and see what he's getting up to in his match against Ivan.
Well, he got a dream. I mean, he got the two bishops versus two knights. We have seen the same structure in the two bishops versus two knights in Levon versus Arjun's game, where the two knights dominated the two bishops. This is the position where the two bishops are actually clearly superior than the knights. Slowly white will build the pressure. It's a very interesting game because I think Magnus Carlsen and Ivan Sadic, they are training partners. At least I have seen a picture posted by the Norwegian team or somewhere in the summer, June or July, that they are having a training camp, and it was Ivan Sadic, Johann Sebastian Christians, and Magnus, and also Borki Predojevic present on this picture. So it's always very interesting to play against a friend or a training partner, and it's clear that Ivan is a very active, dynamic player. So Magnus playing it slow and steadily building up the pressure fits very much into the picture.
Yeah, with these two bishops, open positions, having pawns on both sides of the board, which, well, at least the general rule of thumb is when you've got bishops, it's always nice to have two different pawn islands, one on the king side, one on the queen side, long-term more advantage. So if anyone is pushing in this game, it has to be Magnus. Peter, we'll see if he manages to make anything out of it, because it's a relatively, well, at least for now, a quiet position in a strategic battle. Let's go back to the Vincent board and see if he's managed to make any progress against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Well, before we go there, let me just bring up the Liam versus Levon Aronian game, because this is also very important, and it seems like Levon in a lot of trouble. Yesterday, we have seen him losing 3 games in a row. Finally, he finished with a win against Adhiban, and it was Liam who started badly the tournament on day 1. And then I read his tweet. Yeah, what did Liam say? He was stating something like, "Come follow me. I'm gonna make a comeback" or something. And I was like thinking, oh my God! I mean, I never seen a player, you know, announcing his real intentions, how it's gonna work out. And he won 3 games yesterday. So Liam is on fire right now.
That's the one. Watch my comeback today. And that definitely looks like a confident Liam. And that's exactly how it should be as well with the day 2 that he had. And Peter, let's go back to his position and see how he's doing against Lev. Well, the queens have been traded off. What do we think about this endgame? He's completely crushing it. No, I don't see enough compensation with these 2 pawns. It's down a piece. These pawns don't have a very bright future. There's a blockade on the dark squares.
Yes, but knowing Levon, he's always very tricky and very creative. So once, I mean, you give black 1 tempo to go rook d2 and anything can happen. Yeah, suddenly the rook and the 2 pawns will connect very nicely. So my very first intention was, can I just play a move like knight f1, because I really want to bring that knight also closer, blocking the rook entry from coming to d2. And then if the rook will be able to get behind the pawns, it should be good news. I'm pretty sure that Liam will find the way to convert it, and it will be a very big step forward for him. Wow, and he shows immense confidence. He just takes bishop f6. No, just please push those pawns. I don't care. I'm going to sacrifice my knight, and I'm going to have 4 versus 2 on the king side in a rook endgame.
Bishop f6, it does appear as if Liam has calculated the concrete variation and believes in trading off this bishop. Peter, I do feel that black has to pick up bishop f6, because otherwise, how do you advance your pawns?
Yeah, to take or to push first c4, I mean, basically it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the bishops will be traded anyway. So, okay, we can also push c4 first.
So let's say you go c4. Do you start with knight e2 now?
Yeah, knight e2, or maybe you trade the bishops. I mean, if you want to be systematic, yeah, just to show that what probably he has in, I don't know what he has in mind. I mean, he has good nerves. I have to say he really has some good nerves, because I would have not taken that pawn for sure.
And big decision now for Lev over here, but I see our eval bar still agrees with Liam's decision. As you're mentioning c4, Peter, maybe we can take a quick look at some of the lines that are possible after c4, because white just has one task: to either stop these 2 pawns, block them with that knight and bishop rook, and you're completely winning. But how do you achieve that structure? How do you get everything you want? You want your rook on b6. He goes for c4. So let's say bishop e7, king e7 follows, just to clarify that situation.
Yes,
and now
then, okay, bring the knight, I guess. Yeah, knight e2 will be logical.
Rook d2.
Rook d2, knight c3, and then some b2. Yeah, this was my concern, but maybe it's not a big concern. Yeah, we just go rook b6. After rook c2, we give knight d5 check, king moves away, and then we sidestep with the king. We make sure that after c3, we will be able to take, and we should win this endgame.
Also, yeah, after c3, there's rook b3 as well. Peter, rook b3, can we just show this line? That might be a bit crazy. c3, rook b3, rook into f2.
Wow, yes.
And that might mess up white's advantage.
Definitely, yes. Okay, probably white still holds, but yeah, we don't want to witness this. Yeah.
I found the one way in which white can mess up this position. I don't know if I should be proud of that or not.
No, but that's the point. Yeah, that it's very nice to illustrate that doesn't matter how safe the position looks, there are always chances to mess up. Yeah, this is chess. You have to be fully focused, and also as commentators, we are showing illustrating lines. Yeah, so you are just trying to show the possibilities.
Very encouraging words from Peter. Peter, let's rush to the Vincent game. Oh, it's already over. Vincent has defeated Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Wow, that's a huge one. Yeah, that's a statement. Yeah, that's a statement.
This is incredible. I want to ask you, Peter, you mentioned that, you often speak to him at the end of the day. What were his feelings going into this game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and his opinion of what was to follow?
Well, I think the opinion was that Duda is a very strong player, so he should make good preparation. I think, and it seemed that it worked. Yeah, I mean, it seemed to work. Yeah, I mean, many times this I know when I was like a teenager and I played against Kramnik. I had so much respect for Kramnik. I mean, he was clearly much better. He was already like number 1, number 2 with Kasparov and Vichy. And in the middle of 90s, I played against him with age 16. And I managed to draw one game and I managed to beat one game. And I felt like, I managed to have that score because I just felt like I need to show my 200% in order to stand a chance. Yeah, and somehow he underestimated me, didn't play correct objective chess, and I managed to make this incredible upset. So sometimes it helps a lot showing respect for your opponents.
Peter, do you want to, maybe we'll just come back to this game once the other live action is over, because looking at this last position that we have, it does feel like Black's position was nuked at some point. Absolute destruction. So far, this round has been won for the prodigies, with Arjun Erigaisi beating Vasil Ivanchuk and Vincent Keymer's win against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What's the update on our other boards? Has Magnus made progress with his two bishops?
Yes, he has made tremendous progress. I would almost go as far as that this is a strategically already winning position. I mean, the weakness on b6, yeah, Magnus goes b4. He wants to make sure not to let knight c5 happen. Now, if White will be able to bring his king all the way to c4, yeah, so Ivan is trying, but he has this weakness on f7. He has the other weakness on b6. He needs this knight from f6 to reach e6, yeah, because on e6, this knight would protect the f7 pawn eventually if White plays bishop c4, but it's not easy to move at all. Very awkward, very unpleasant position.
So if you just had to break down White's plan for us, you mentioned the move bishop c4, tying down Black's king to the f7 pawn. And then how do you make further progress? You just march with the king all the way up to where?
Yeah, well, I mean, eventually, if I could even reach with my king b5, then it's automatic resignation, because you can't be protecting the pawn on b6. So that's why I feel that this knight from f6 needs to move. Yeah, this knight, whether you try to reroute it like this, or you try to move with the king somewhere and then try to get the knight to d6, but it's very easy to draw the arrows, but very difficult to make a move, because if the knight moves from f6, actually White eventually can even consider taking on d7 and taking your pawn and be pawn up. Even it's not clear you would like to do this. For example, after knight e8, something like bishop takes d7, king d7, bishop b6, king c6, or knight d6. Cool.
Bishop c5?
Yeah, bishop c5, and now we see that
bishop
suddenly,
f8, and then you go for g7.
Exactly, these double pawns create a new target for White. Otherwise, Black might be able to set up a fortress. So, lot to think there for Ivan, and he's down to 2.5 minutes. I'm expecting Magnus to win this quite comfortably.
All right, let's call this as a position that's going to be a Magnus win. We'll come straight back to it, Peter. I think Adhiban Praggnanandhaa is about to end in a draw at any moment. There isn't much to see. If you can just
but hang on, breaking news. I mean, Liam is spoiling his advantage. Look at this. We talked about he needs to trade that bishop. I mean, he didn't.
Well, you also mentioned going for this 4 versus 2. He does pick up the c4 pawn. But
I was hoping to get it in a rook endgame, yeah, with the pawn on f2, king on g2. That was my dream scenario.
Wow. So now he just has to win this position all over again.
Exactly. So what happened? He played the move after c4. He did not trade. He came back with no. I mean, just winning this one pawn on f6 and allowing Black to get active. No. I don't like this. And Levon, I told you he's so creative. He will create chances. Bishop b2, rook d2, and yeah, now he has to work again. It's not going to be so easy. Also, it's psychologically, yeah, that you know that you were winning and now you have to, but on the other hand, maybe he still, I mean, if he gets the c4 pawn and gets the knight to d5, then should be winning.
Yeah, and all of that happening on light squares, I don't see how Black's dark squared bishop can fight that. You will get rook c4 and you will get knight d5.
Well, okay, to start with, I can start them with rook c2 or bishop e1. I mean, I have my play.
Do you have it? Because there's rook c4, rook c8, rook c7, knight d5. Does that work? Can we try it?
Exactly, yeah. This is such an important and key variation. So, okay, just to show that, for example, bishop e1, rook c8.
I think you've got king d8 and it doesn't work.
No, but we can't go king e7 due to knight d5. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Problem. So you go king f7 or king g7 and then rook c7, knight d5 is in time.
Exactly. So Levon actually started with bishop f2 check, king h1. Now the big question, for example, but rook endgame should be winning even here. Yeah, that because the king is cut on the second rank, but I believe we should be able slowly to. But I'm not so sure. Okay, it should be winning.
Can Black actually try to set up some crazy mating ideas with h5, h4, h3 and play like it's a middle game?
Wow. Okay, that's that's
very extreme.
Too much to ask for, but maybe it's. I mean, practically speaking, it's a very nice idea because if you go force h3, you have bishop g3. You never want to let that happen.
But can you go king g2 and fight it?
Well, king g2, then bishop g3 check as well.
Yeah, and king h3, there's rook h2. So
Yeah, no, I mean, there is some work to do. I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see some craziness like this from Levon, yeah, because he is famous for it.
that would be crazy if h5, h4 actually happens on the board, Peter. It
Absolutely.
would make me very happy, even if it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a stunning idea. I mean, okay, just to first when you mentioned it, I thought like, okay, yes, I understand the idea, but there is no way I'm not gonna be able to deal with it. And then suddenly after h5, I still have to take this pawn, and then you push it to h4, and yeah, really, it's not so easy, not so trivial.
Yeah, because h5, h4, h3, it looks like it's a faraway dream, but then suddenly it starts coming really fast. Also, let's point out after h5, if you take rook takes g6, maybe h4 is still possible, but actually the c4 pawn will become really strong. You can already kick the knight and advance the pawn.
Exactly, yeah. This we have already seen that the b pawn cost us the bishop. We definitely, okay, one could argue also that white can sacrifice the knight for the c pawn and try to take the h pawn, and then, but with the bad king on h1 cut on the second rank, I'm not feeling very optimistic that this could be. And h5 on the board.
It's been played.
Yes, it's been played.
But
Wow.
of course, white is still better, as we can see with the eval bar. But it's an interesting idea and creates practical problems for for white to solve, because in 2 moves, black will start threatening checkmate.
Absolutely, yeah. Rook takes
Rook
c4,
c4.
h4, and we see the evolution bar also dropping and dropping.
Rook c4 was not approved.
Yeah, but okay, humanly with 2 minutes on the clock, you first take on c4 and after you try to figure out, I mean, one of the logical ways would be king g2, but
Bishop
actually you
g1.
even have bishop e3 check, which might be stronger than, okay, it's the same, no, of course. What I'm talking about, I wanted to highlight that this rook takes h2 check, king g4 is something that probably white could be quite happy with. Finally, the king is evacuated, the knight gets to d5 and we start to play. And the question is then, what do you take? Do you recapture the f4 pawn first, but also then the king frees itself?
But
Then
maybe that,
like this.
because I don't see another way. You can't, if you allow h3, it can get pretty dangerous for white with that king stuck on h1. And as you mentioned, if you go h3, he's gone for a check first. All right, rook c8. When in doubt, give a check. Rook c8, king g7 on the board. Another check to follow. Is black going to advance further up on the board with king h6?
Would be very logical, to be honest, because we don't want to go to f6 due to knight d5 check. Yeah, this one big tempo we definitely don't want to give. Going back to f8, it's kind of a bit weird. So yeah, king h6 looks like the most natural.
All right, and you still have a problem to deal with. h3 is coming.
But hang on, does he want no, but I don't like knight d1. No, knight d1 I hate. Then even bishop d4 will be dominating this. No, but rook is hanging, so you have to play rook b1.
All right, rook b1 played, and you go, and then I go h3, and I don't know what I'm doing next, but I definitely go h3. You go
Exactly,
e5.
this is box.
But you have this e5, e6 counterplay, which is a little annoying.
Yeah, well, okay, I have to have something, yeah, but it's, I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be fair, but I'm not loving it. No, okay, such things should never be allowed. Interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Lev is thinking, Peter, he definitely doesn't want to go king f6 because he'll never allow knight d5 with a check. So he's just thinking, does he come back, play it safe, do a little bit of a draw offer there with going king g8, or does he risk it with king f6 or king h6? Also, let's point out, king h6, if you go knight d5 and you want to go knight f6, white would be threatening checkmate, but you're just not in time with h3.
Yes, I was wondering if after h3, does Liam actually consider that maybe he can just return with the rook to c1? And somewhere he's also trying to get this knight f6, knight g4 idea with a check. That's why Levon is thinking about putting the king on h6 or not. I mean, I'm just trying to make sense of why Levon is spending so much time. Yeah, he doesn't have that much of a luxury.
All right. Meanwhile, Adi and Praggnanandha's game has finished in a draw. Magnus Carlsen, with his endgame touch, has converted that bishop advantage against Ivan Saric and wins the first game of the day. And it's all eyes on this endgame. Levon decides to go king h6 and knight d5 on the board. Peter, we were looking at this line. h3, what happens?
Yeah, and then rook c1 back. Yeah, so that's what I was kind of expecting from Liam. Yeah, that he feels like, okay, he is very stable and he has this knight f6, knight g4 idea.
But even after knight f6, knight g4, you're never unboxing your king. Let's say I maintain the bishop on this diagonal, Peter, on this a7, g1 diagonal. How are you ever getting out of this situation?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I was worried of this, because maybe you can even try to put the rook first behind the e-pawn, and then put the bishop on d4, and nothing really moves. I feel like it might be a positional draw.
And the Evalbar seems to confirm it, that black is out of trouble. Enough compensation with white's king boxed up on h1.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, what a stunning. But even, you see, Levon does not want to give knight f6, so he has some respect for this knight f6 idea. He brings the king back to g7. I mean, says that, okay, please, you can only push your e-pawn, but if you push e5, I'm going to go king f7, stopping it, and it's not going to help. And in fact, with e5, you are weakening your own structure. So I don't believe that white wants to play e5.
I think this one's going to end in a draw now. And wait, there's another game on, which, by the way, we completely forgot about. 2 more games on, Peter. Let's quickly go to that now that Levon's managed to find his counterplay, and this will perhaps end in a draw. Christopher, you against Anish Giri. What is happening here?
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, white is clearly better. It's not only the pawn on b6, which is a monster. The bishop on d4 is very strong because protects the 2 weaknesses, and there will be also this extra idea of rook d7, rook f1 targeting the f7 pawn. White has moved out away with the king out of this eventual some rook takes d4 trick with bishop c5 pinning the rooks. So yeah, rook d2, very natural. I mean, we also heard the news from Tadeusz that apparently Anish was clearly better. He was pushing for a win and then missed something. So there is a big turnaround in this game, which adds to the drama.
Big turnaround in this game, as well as it looks like Radek has an extra exchange against Boris, and I do not see a compensation there.
Yes, yes. I think Radek is just going to win against Boris, so very important win for him. But since there is very little time here for both players, I think we should be sticking now with this game.
Let's stick to this one, Peter. 30 seconds for both these players, and it does appear as if Anish Giri is in big trouble.
Yeah, in a lot of trouble, and actually not only in this game, but if he loses this, since the tournament situation isn't good, then it will be very tough for him to qualify, actually. Yeah, and Christopher is mounting an incredible comeback, because I think he started with two losses in the tournament, and ever since he's collecting the points. Wow, but bishop g5, rook f2, rook d8. Now the bishop on d4 is unstable, and if you take on d8, bishop d8, it's a double attack on the pawn and on the bishop. How to deal with that? Wow, I mean, what a turnaround. Maybe Anish is escaping.
Okay, Peter, is rook f7 completely crazy?
No, it's absolutely possible, but I mean, rook, rook f7, then rook takes d4, and I didn't see more than perpetual.
Perpetual, I was thinking about b7, but yeah, it's too much to calculate with just 30 seconds.
Yes, so he takes bishop c5, but what's the difference now after rook b5? He has e6, so what is the idea? I mean, yes, exactly. I think that e6 is coming. Yeah, rook b5, e6 will be blitzed out. Christopher down to 14 seconds.
Has he spotted the move e6?
Yes.
He spotted it and he plays it. Peter, these kids are so sharp.
I mean, okay, Christopher with little time on the clock is a beast. I think maybe the best in the world already. Okay, maybe Magnus and Hikaru can compete, but I mean, Christopher is just amazing. Bishop c7, e7, rook e5, rook c2. Wow, that's a stunner.
So if you try to defend with the bishop, e7 and rook e5, you attack the bishop, and if the bishop moves, there's rook c8 check, winning the game. If you start this position with rook b5, you go rook c2 anyway. No, what happens
rook
after
b5,
rook
then
b5?
rook takes f7. Yeah, now bishop c7 played. I mean, I just feel that this e7, rook e5, rook c2 should be a win on the spot.
So rook b5, rook f7 was busted for black, and Anish chooses.
But hang on, do we gonna see three pawns versus 2 pawns, queen against rook? Is that what Anish is trying to? Yeah, e7, rook e5, rook c2, bishop b8, rook c8 check, king g7 takes, rook takes e7.
No, but you'll go e8, Peter. You'll go e8.
Yes, you go e8. You go e8 in no. Yes, exactly.
You go e8 immediately before
Yes,
you take.
I can't. Yeah, because I mean, rook takes e7, rook c7. We have seen from the beginning that wins on the spot. But yeah, bishop b8, rook c8, king g7, then e8 wins. Then it's game over.
And Anish also in disbelief of what he's landed himself into.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, he should never get down to seconds against Christopher, because then
5, 4. Is he gonna make a move or does he just lose on time?
well, he doesn't have a move. That's the problem. I mean, if he would have a move, then he would have played it, but it just nothing works. Yeah. I just want to very quickly highlight the line that suddenly I thought that, wow, maybe thanks to this, of course, he e8 queen wins on the spot. But if white takes on b8 takes and then goes rook g8 check, just that this is a very important kind of theoretical position. King g7 and then black puts the rook on e6. And I'm not sure if this is winning. Maybe it's exactly a draw. It's a very study-like position. It's very important that he finishes it off with e8.
Yeah, rook c8, e8 would have won on the spot. Peter, there's one more live game on, so let's quickly jump to that one. Actually, two, but I want to take you to the Radek Borders game because, wait, is black's king in a lot of trouble? This should be checkmate, no?
Yeah, well, it should have been checkmate. It looks like checkmate, but actually white's last move was rook h8 to 8, which shows that he isn't sure if there is any checkmate.
So rook g8, just king f6, and it would have survived there apparently. Hard to believe, but knight e6, we're going to trust Radek's conversion on this.
Yeah, we should. Definitely we should.
All right, now a check. So king f, he goes king h7. Just picking up some seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I can also understand the frustration of Radek. Yeah, that he's exchange up. He's about to deliver checkmate, but the game goes on and it's not checkmate. I mean, you can go crazy. Down to 20 seconds.
And now king f6, and you just want to give one check to the king, but I don't see where it's coming from. So rook c8, black has to probably control this queen c3. So does he go queen a5? No, he goes queen d6.
He goes queen d6. After all, after queen c3 check, there is knight d4, there is rook d4. But okay, I mean, you don't really want to make any of these moves, but
You don't want to
he's
be in
still
this
pinned. Yeah,
position
that's the
yourself.
problem, that whatever he does, then he will be pinned.
Yeah, and if you go queen d4 and the queens get traded, that's anyways a lost endgame.
Yes.
And maybe that's why queen a5.
Yeah, king
needs-
g5. Yeah, that's the move. Just keep on running. But okay, this is now hopeless. I mean, this really runs into checkmate.
He's going to go king f6.
King f6. Yeah.
It's not over till it's over, Peter. As long as the queens are on the board, anything can happen.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, king h2, professional move, because you can't do anything, but also black can't do anything. And again, this pawn on h6 is kind of hanging, but nobody wants to take it. Yeah, you don't want to misplace your rook. It's a very special situation. Knight d4 played, trying to go knight f5 and create some on rook d8 now. Okay, very nice.
Queen e5 is the only move to defend that knight.
And also rook d5 is maybe a nice move, just trying
Maybe
to...
rook c4. Can you just go rook c4 here?
But then knight f3 check, no? But knight f3 maybe
No,
also
knight
doesn't
F3
work. Then there is some rook d6 check, but king f, okay, I don't want to calculate in such position.
No,
With
I
18
agree.
seconds on the clock. Keep
Rook
it simple.
But what is the move to keep it simple, Peter? It's easy to say keep it simple.
Okay, rook d5, yeah, I think that rook e8, rook d5, yeah, those two
Rook
moves
e8
look...
played.
I mean, just keep the queen attacked. Knight e6.
But it goes on, you know, knight e6, the game goes on. Oh, okay, this is the point. And that's it. King e6, there's rook e8, f e6, there's rook f8, queen e6, there's queen f4. And
Exactly.
This
Very nice. Big. I mean, Radek is very relieved, yeah, because it's very nice to put an end to this time trouble.
some arrows, Peter, just to show the sacrifice and the power of it.
Yes, then we are winning the rook. If king takes, then we play rook e8 check. We are winning the queen. And if queen takes on e6, we take the rook. Yeah, so that's
Nice.
That's all to it. And Boris, of course, resigned. A very
a
important win for
And
Radek.
Peter, look at our scoreboard. We have had 6 wins, all with the white pieces.
Wow, what a change since the first round, right?
Which was a
Yeah, it
day
was
where we saw
four
black.
wins for black. Yeah, it started
That's
with the
correct.
4 wins for black.
And there we have it. That was, this is where we stand after round 9. Christopher, you with a big win. Let's go back to the scorecard for a moment and just take a look at how the players fared. Christopher, you beat Anish Giri. Radek against Boris, a nice little end tactical touch there. Vincent Keymer beat Duda. Peter, what a game that was. Maybe we've got a couple of minutes and we can take a quick look at that because it looked like tactical destruction. Arjun Erigaisi with a big win against Vasil after Vasil made an inaccuracy in the opening. Magnus Carlsen took down Ivanchuk. Adhiban Pragg ended in a peaceful draw. Liam against Levon was an up and down game with Liam being in the upper hand and converting it nicely at the end. Peter, we thought this was holdable though. 1 second.
Exactly. I want to take a look at that. Yeah, because how did this happen?
I was just reading out the score and then I realized that we were just so happy with Levon's H5, H4. What happened?
Exactly. Yeah, the king was boxed and E5 was played. King F7, F5. Okay, so G takes F5, Knight F4. Very nice. It's the only way. Yeah, so he finds the way to eliminate the H3 pawn. And that had a psychological impact. Bishop D4, E6 check. King E7, Rook E1. Now we can already at least understand how it happened that Levon lost it. Okay. Now it's finished. So in fact, he lost it very quickly. Something went horribly wrong.
Something went horribly wrong, and maybe Tad can quickly inform us where and what was the Bishop C5 was the losing move, is what we are being told, Peter.
But you remember I was telling you that I would maybe just put the rook behind this e-pawn, yeah, just to make sure that this pawn will never run. Levon wanted to be super smart with King G7 and it backfired. Maybe he should have just put the rook on E2 like we analyzed and ignored this Knight F6, Bishop D4, Knight G4 idea, because this finally brings nothing. Maybe in fact Liam was playing anyway for some F5 Knight F4 idea, eliminating this H3 pawn and trying to squeeze that endgame. Definitely he has some chances.
Some chances, but surprisingly, Levon did not put up maximum resistance, which it really felt he was on his way, especially once he boxed up White's king. And in the end, Liam won that game. Let's take a look at our standings going into round 10. Arjun Erigaisi maintains his lead. Meanwhile, Magnus has leapfrogged Praggnanandhaa on the leaderboard and currently on 2nd position with his win against Ivan. He is currently on 18 points, while Pragg on 16. Radek and Liam with 15 points. Hans Niemann, who drew his game, is on 14 along with Vincent. And Vasil still in the mix for the top 8.
Yeah, it was now, of course, a very heavy loss for Ivanchuk because he has to deal with this. It was certainly unexpected, uncharacteristic. And I can imagine Erigaisi's relief, yeah, because he knew that this is probably his first game against Chucky. He doesn't know what to expect. He sees that Chucky is on fire in the tournament, and then winning a game like this against the legend, I think it will also give extra energy for Arjun.
Extra energy for Arjun, and I know that the one thing that will give Peter extra energy to you is taking a look at how Vincent defeated Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because it just looked like a really nicely played game. Can you take us through this one?
Yeah, it was C4, E6. It was the Mykonos. And a very topical, very important line, I believe. Yeah, this D4, C4. I think Duda was also taking some risk trying to get a very unbalanced dynamic position. However, I think Vincent himself was playing this from the black side and he lost to Radek in Biel a couple of years ago. So probably Vincent is very much into the details of this position. Castles and Knight E1 signals to me that I remember this motif first from a game, Tomaszewski against Levon Aronian. Something also it happened in the Bundesliga a couple of years ago. This Knight E1 motif. G5, Knight C2, the Knight comes to E3 and Knight comes to E6. But the point is that White puts the pressure on D5 while Black's Knight on D4 is not, does not really put anything because the pawn on C3 very nicely protects the D4 pawn. So that's White's big advantage. a part of the space. This is the position we have seen. We were wondering why not to play queen c2, but if you crush Duda like this, like you did, then I think we shouldn't be criticizing any of the decisions. So rook b1, a6, rook b2, getting ready for doubling, maybe also setting up some double attack, queen b1, hitting the b7 pawn and hitting on the g6 bishop. Some smart play there.
That's a really pretty idea, Peter, because we were looking at queen c2 and going rook b1, but a nice little rook lift, a subtlety to put queen behind the rook to attack b7 and g6. I love it.
Yeah, it's wonderful, yeah, because suddenly you have this angle, you have that angle, and Duda made sure that he protects the g6 bishop, rook g8 takes, wow, takes, f takes g6 and queen f3, a very concrete decision because it doesn't look like this is possible. Why do you take now? Black gets control of the f5 square, but queen f7 is coming. How to protect Jan-Krzysztof went knight c7, plus also knight takes c4 is a threat because d takes c4 is met by queen takes b7, checkmate. So all kinds of problems here. And after knight c7 also knight takes c4 happened, d takes c4 check, king d7, rook b6, rook c8, e6 check, king d8, and rook at b1 resigns because now the queen sacrifice is coming, queen takes c8, king c8, rook b8, checkmate. What a win. Brilliant.
Wow. That's actually a beautiful tactic, and there's just no way to fight it. You have to go knight takes e6, but that's going to lose anyway. Yeah, let's show it. Queen d5, offering a trade, and this was the idea that you can't escape from, and Duda resigned.
Yeah, it feels to me like Vincent was really fed up playing too long games. Yeah, like yesterday, he wanted to be very aggressive, and it worked out. Wow, congratulations to Vincent, because beating Duda, I mean, we have been commenting all of Duda's matches, games in the Champions Chess Tour, and he was always so impressive. Beating him, it's an incredible achievement.
Yes, many people congratulating Vincent as well in chat for such a strong gameplay. Peter, we've got a round 10 coming up. Let's take a look at our pairings. And there we have it, Anish against Hans. That's a big one, especially for Anish. If he wants any chances to make it to the top 8, he needs to get a win. He lost to Christopher Yu in the first game of the day, and he needs to make a comeback if he has to keep his hopes alive of making it to the knockouts. Levon Aronian plays David Navara. Peter, Lev's been really struggling in this event.
Yeah, it's, I mean, basically from the last 5 games, he has lost 4 games. I don't know if it ever happened to him before in his life. It's just too much. And even that game, he was saying in the interview against Adhiban, he could or should have lost. Those were Levon's words. Yeah, for the moment, it's not his tournament.
Not his tournament so far. Praggnanandhaa, on the other hand, has once again been showing a consistent performance. He's going to be playing against Liam, who has made the comeback as his tweet promised. Ivan Saric plays Adhiban. Peter, look at this matchup. And I know that it's going to be a big one for you as well, as Vasil takes on Magnus. We all remember the Blitz World Championship and, you know, the great video that we have from there. Maybe at some point, if we can, we'll try to play it, but I don't know if that'll be possible with Vasil winning the World Championship. And Peter, I don't know if you've seen that.
Of course, you know, I was just standing there like 3 meters away when Vasil was playing against Jobava, this checkers, the dramatic finale, but at the same time was the closing ceremony, and then Chucky had to run and Magnus was pulling some faces there, and then Chucky was during the closing ceremony thinking about the checkers position, what he should be doing, and then was running back there immediately, making his move. It was fantastic.
And we're still waiting for Magnus to join us. Vasil has played his move, Peter, because that was such a historical moment, as you're mentioning. Let's quickly play that clip that we have ready, which caught our attention and the whole chess world, actually.
And when she chose French game, okay, so knight c3 is too aggressive, so knight d2 more solid, and then she took with that queen. Okay, I started to think, okay, main theory knight b5.
we will invite him.
Oh my God, I love that, Peter. That moment of him going on stage, winning the world championship with Magnus finishing second, and all Chucky can think about is his checkers game against Jabava.
Yes, I think it was a very good start for this game because, yeah, two incredible, extraordinary players are facing each other. They have tremendous respect for each other, and we're gonna see an uncompromising fight. Basically, we can see it right from the start. It's the Nimzo Indian. Chucky plays e3. Magnus goes fourth, move c5. It's not the most common move, exactly for the reason that it gives white the chance to play the knight g2 setup. And this kind of original positions are very much that Ivanchuk is looking forward to.
I think the
Magnus-
most important thing probably for Vasyl is going to be also, Peter, to just let go of what has happened against Arjun in the previous game. And of course, right now, Magnus just slowing down a tiny bit to decide on the structure that he wants to take against Vasyl. It's not that he's surprised out of the opening or he doesn't know what to do. It's just the approach that he's deciding on. But he does look a little disturbed.
Yeah, because okay, it's I don't know exactly how much Magnus is into this c5 business, or he just wanted to surprise Chucky. But the surprising Chucky with any move order does not work. Okay, this c5 knight g2 very special because black has different options. Yeah, black can play this b6, a3, bishop a5, rook b1, knight a6. I think that there are some lines like this, razor sharp lines. I have never ever looked at them because I thought I just want to play my classical Nimzo Indian. I don't want all this craziness. But I know some people really like this type of play as well for black. Very interesting. Maybe Magnus will have completely different ideas. Let's wait and see. And b6, there you have it. Okay, we're gonna see this very original one.
And look at this. We have a tweet here by Peter Heine Nielsen. Ivanchuk was once quoted for, "Why do I need a database of millions of games? I can only remember 10,000." And of course, this also comes from how we've seen Vasyl just rant out variations, without a board, and he can play out an entire game in his head with his analysis and be super accurate. I had the pleasure of a ringside experience of that in my interview with him in Gibraltar. It's really a mind of a genius at work. All right, Peter, we will keep an eye out on this. Let's take a look at what our current tournament leader is getting out of the opening in his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Wow, I think also here we can see that Jan-Krzysztof Duda is also very angry with himself after losing that game to Vincent. Not probably just because of losing, but the way how it happened. Yeah, it really hurts the ego of the player, and you feel like the only way to recover from that is bouncing back right away. We see he's very aggressive. He's trying to set up some real attack on the king side. But we are getting some notes from Tadeusz that Levon is being ultra sharp. Going for some very sharp line, blitzing out everything. And okay, it's a very sharp position. This is a English attack of the Najdorf. We're gonna come back to it because there is a lot to talk, and then we will also see when Levon starts to think. For the moment, let's focus on Duda versus Arjun's game because this is easier to explain. It's another E3 Nimzo. Castles, bishop d3, d5. This is kind of the setup that I'm also playing with the black pieces. Takes c5, knight e2, queen c7, bishop d3. Very ambitious setup. Yeah, knight c6 and f4. Wow, f4 stopping, because usually it goes like white castle short and black plays e5. That's one of the setups. Or black can of course also play with b6, but usually if he has committed knight c6 first, then it means that he wants to go e5. And Duda says, you know what? No, my friend, I'm gonna play f4 before castling. However, it weakens the light squares, everything, but it's a very aggressive, ambitious move. b6 castles, rook d8, bishop b2, bishop b7, e4. Yeah, that's the idea you want to push. It resembles some Grunfeld, but without the bishop on g7. Knight a5, knight g3. That's the current position. Very sharp. Finally, Arjun will be put on the final test, because I feel that now Duda will give his all.
And he has to, right? Given the current tournament situation and the previous round loss, he's definitely an angry Duda currently. So he will play, well, exciting combative chess. And like you mentioned, that puts Arjun on the line of fire. Rook c8 played. Arjun, as usual, looks very, very calm and composed and doesn't have a care in the world. But Peter, all these pawns that have advanced in the center, it does give white more space, but also creates chances for black, because it can turn out to be a big weakness. We see all of black's pieces are sort of ready to take on this pawn center. And even though it looks a little scary, I don't think it's as bad as the computer eval tells us it is.
Well, I think it's bad probably because of some concrete reasons. Otherwise, yeah, black has just made very natural moves. On the other hand, I would argue that you are not supposed to allow this. Yeah, this with the bishop on dc, knight on g3, feels like white has so much pressure and so much firepower against black's king. I don't know exactly how do you push e5, f5 immediately. Do you push f5 first? But knowing how strong Duda is with the initiative, I'm expecting him to find a way to break through here.
It's going to be interesting to see which pawn he decides to push, because you want to make a move like e5, eyeing that 8-7, but then you have to be prepared that black's bishop on b7 gets super active. You give up the knight on d5, and it can backfire as well. So big critical decisions here currently to be made. Peter, meanwhile, it looks as though Levon Aronian is in big trouble in his game. I see our eval bar. It's all the way down for Lev, and knight e5 is the current position that we have. What is going on here? Wasn't there like a rook on? Did he just sacrifice the rook?
Well, I mean, Levon basically has to resign. Yeah, it's almost game over. I mean, he got crushed. Yeah, he was playing a very ambitious, very aggressive line. We have to catch up with it. But David Navara, of course, a very big theoretician as well. He was inviting this very sharp line. This is just a complete craziness. Yeah, f6, g takes f6, bishop f6, knight a5, queen e8, king b1. And then Levon was going for this very direct line with knight b7, bishops. Maybe it's not even played, but I mean, definitely all the top players are analyzing this in the last couple of years. Yeah. And the point was Levon was blitzing everything. So I was assuming that maybe, you know, the real bomb will come, but the bomb did not explode. At least it exploded in the wrong direction, because bishop g2, e4, stunning sacrifice.
And after bishop f3, he takes knight, he goes knight e5. He doesn't even pick it up with the pawn.
Exactly. I mean, okay, just hitting the queen. And I don't know if it's huge problems, because the knight on b7 is trapped. So white is a rook up, 4 rook up at the moment, but he might be ending up losing material.
And Peter, let's just point out the big issue here. If you go queen c3, getting your queen back, it's really the only square. You take on f3. I don't know with what, but let's say you take it with the pawn. And now you have knight a5, but black wins the piece with b4.
Exactly.
And you can't defend that knight, and that's the problem. And this just makes me think about what you mentioned about David in his previous game against Hans. We saw such a subtle opening approach by David in that one, but here he just went all out with this.
This is the typical David, yeah, because I have tripled against him already many times, and I was thinking like this: if I'm gonna play e4, David definitely gonna go for this knight off. And I have tons of preparation in the English attack, but I was not sure if against David, if he's the right person to play this craziness. However, it was David who showed me respect, and he played e4, e5, and we played some anti-Berlin. So it was very interesting psychological battle there between us, that we both expected the other one to be better prepared. And now he goes for it. And Levon, look at Levon. I mean, he's just so shocked. Yeah, I mean, this will be his 5th loss in 6 games, and basically, I don't know, he needs a miracle. He needs to win all his remaining games to qualify.
And that is not a queen sacrifice, that is a necessity. because any other move would have lost the piece, and Lev feels his best chance is to give up the queen. But to me, it just looks like Lev is on tilt now in this tournament.
Yeah, one could even argue that if he's not having a good tournament, it was a mistake to go into this theoretical duel, because theoretical duels put so much pressure on the players. Yeah, you need to remember millions of things, and maybe just playing chess like he was doing, and he was so successful with knight f3, d6, bishop c4 in previous online events here with us. Yeah, that in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, I think he has scored quite a lot of wins with just bishop c4. Now he wanted to be principal, and he ended up with this trouble.
Speaking of trouble, Peter, let's rush back to Arjun's board, because Duda has made his decision. He decided to play, let's just have that up where we left it last. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda took the decision with a committal pawn move with e5 and f5, both advanced on the board.
Yeah, this is what I was worried of, that and when I mentioned the momentum, knowing Duda, he will use it. And this e5, knight d5, f5, just closing your eyes and going for it. For example, after knight e3, probably just continue with queen h5. And you just don't care. I mean, it has to be checkmate. This pawns, the bishop on this is just brutal. You don't have time to collect the rook, but even collecting the rook doesn't help at all. How do you?
Probably immediately lost. Yeah, knight takes f1, and you just, I think fe6, but f6 just looks like you're getting checkmated either on g7 or h7. Exactly.
Yeah, g6 runs into queen h6, queen g7. I mean, it's a shocking. It's a shocking development. Yeah, this is the Champions Chess Tour. So many ups and downs. In the previous game, Duda got crushed by Vincent. Now he's crushing Arjun. I mean, of course, the game is not over yet, but I'm expecting that there won't be any miracle here.
Peter, I'm telling you, it is a very, very angry Duda. I mean, what happened to him in the previous game? And we see it from his expression as well. There is some determination in him. And let's just point out that the way he's played this game, Arjun just made all developing moves. I mean, if you just quickly come to this point, it is so hard to point out on that mistake that led to this position. But here we are, and it just feels as if Black is already in huge trouble. Queen h5, as you mentioned, is a threat. Can Black try to, is there any way that Black can counter it? I'm not even sure. And it's one of those games where it's hard to pinpoint where Black exactly went wrong. What was the big mistake that he's landed himself in deep trouble?
Well, I think that he made too many standard moves. Yeah, and this is the point, that every single move order has its finesses. This is the modern chess. I mean, you can never just think like, okay, I know my next couple of moves. This is this type of structure. I have to do this. No, because there are so many nuances, so many resources for both sides. You have to pay attention to every single detail at any given moment. Otherwise, you pay such a high price for it.
All right, but Peter, can we try to look at some lines? Is there a way that Arjun can stop this attack with queen h5 that's coming in? What is going on in his mind right now? What are the variations you think he's looking at?
Well, I think that right now he's just shocked that how did I underestimate this? How did I let this happen? Yeah, because I somehow feel that we are getting more emotions from Arjun than at this moment than ever before in the tournament. Yeah, one can really feel that he's just very upset with what has happened.
All right, I think he is about to make a move. I'm struggling to find a move for Black here.
Yeah, well, it's for White, it's very easy. Yeah, we just gonna call out queen g4, knight h5, or queen h5, whatever. Knight is played.
Okay, he's gone for it. And now the thing is that queen h5 is the only move here. I mean, he's got to play. There's nothing else that White could have had in mind.
Yeah, queen h5 will be played. Probably Black will capture on f5, I guess, because you have to eliminate that pawn.
Let's take a look at that line. So you capture with what?
And that's a first very important question. Maybe with the pawn.
All right, let's go knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5. Then okay, I'm gonna take on f5.
And queen f5 has to be taken because bishop f5, you've got g6.
Well, I don't know if you have to do any. I mean, okay, you might be able just to sacrifice everything. For example, rook f5, g6, queen h6. I don't think that. I mean, I don't think I can. Maybe I can take, yeah, because I have f6 after all. But I mean, this is just showing that there are immense dangers. And
Queen h5 on the board.
yeah, Queen h5 on the board. But basically, I feel that probably that's best chance for black. Yeah, just to take this f5 pawn and then try to play g6, because this f6 otherwise kills us completely.
So we're sure that knight takes f1, f6 is 1-0, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay, so then it has to be f5. Sorry, it takes on f5 because you just can't allow f6. So the problem is this bishop on d3.
Yeah,
Also, let's point out, you don't have time for a move like c4. Let's say you play c4, white can ignore and go f6 anyway. You take on d3 and now queen g5. Put a mating threat, g6, queen h6. Mate on g7 one more time.
Exactly. I don't know how Arjun will try to defend this. I mean, basically, e takes f5, you don't want to play strategically, yeah, because then you give up the center. But finally, when you are about to get checkmated, then okay, you have to forget about strategical ideas. You just try to make a move which helps you to survive a bit longer. Wow. And okay, let's because Arjun is thinking here, let's quickly jump to the Ivanchuk versus Magnus game, because a very original, dynamic, sharp middle game is what we are witnessing here. It's a Zamish structure finally. You should be happy.
I am happy when my king is not an f2. In Samish, we don't really get that too often. And also, you know, black's bishop, it makes me a little uncomfortable how black's pieces are not very King's Indian right now.
Yes, that's true. This bishop on a5 is a beast, yeah, because usually the bishop on g7 is a beast as well. But here black has all these bishop b6. But I'm even expecting that c takes b, yeah, cb3 is played, because you want to get the c5 square. Eventually, you will have bishop b6, knight c5 coming. Chuki blitzes out knight takes b5. Understandable. He wants to make sure that his knight will come to d4, giving him stability. A very complex position. And look at this. I have never really seen Magnus way behind on the clock, but it does happen against Ivanchuk.
But also, this is, I mean, I'm trying to make sense of this position, Peter, and we've got to break this down a little bit. So, because it's just such a unique position, right? He's just played knight b5. The b3 pawn is hanging right now. Does black go knight c5, defending that pawn? And how does white respond to a move like knight c5? Let's say you go knight dc5 so that the d6 pawn is defended.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, my first reaction would be knight d4. I don't really like hunting pawns down like this on a7. Maybe I could, but it's not my style.
You could, because you have knight c6 coming in as well.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, I will just stick to my principles. Knight d4. Also, making sure that some f5 break won't be doing me any harm, yeah, because knight is controlling, and all I want is to get that bishop out on c4, and I'm kind of happy now your knight is stuck on a6.
Yeah, this is why knight dc5 is not such a great idea, because this knight on a6 I really don't like.
Exactly.
But then this d6 pawn is a bit annoying.
Yeah, but maybe it's the position when you have to forget about all these pawns, and you have to find the way to break, I mean, to put some pressure. But how? It's not so easy, because move like bishop b6 looks very natural, but I'm not sure how effective it is. Yeah, because b3 pawn is, maybe white just takes rook takes b3, protects then the bishop on his with the rook. I mean, it's a very original position.
I would love to get knight ac5 and knight e5 together without losing that d6 pawn, but you can't get everything in life. We leave it up to Magnus. He's got only 4.5 minutes to show us the way in this one, Peter. We will come straight back to it, but let's go to Arjun's board because it looks like the troubles are mounting up. It's the line that we had discussed. f5 was taken, traded, and g6 played.
Yes, exactly. So this what we have analyzed, and here, okay, after g6, if white wants to be systematic, then he also has the move rook g5. I felt like I wanted to make something more than rook g5 or queen g5, but maybe there is no need, or maybe it is the best just to play normal chess.
Yeah, it was a very tempting idea to sacrifice, but probably there is no need to rush with it if you don't find a direct line, because if it doesn't work, it could be trouble. By the way, meanwhile, Levon Aronian has lost to David Navara. David Navara crushing that opening after an inaccuracy by Lev. It's been a tough event for Levon so far, and can be a very big nightmare with such short turnaround time between games to recover from these losses.
Yeah, it's so uncharacteristic for Levon, yeah, just to lose so many games like this. I have never seen it before. I mean, I just don't know what's happening.
And Duda here taking his time. He's deciding.
Finally opted for Queen G5.
Okay, he's made his move. Queen G5 played, and it's still a pleasant position, but at least black isn't getting checkmated immediately. That's the good news.
Yes, well, I mean, but you can get checkmated slowly, yeah, just h4, h5, rook f6. I mean, white has not sacrificed anything. Yeah, white has anyway the typical Magnus touch, right? I mean, he made this chessable course of attacking without sacrificing. This is exactly that type of position. Just building up the pressure, and okay, you are also bringing the other rook. I don't see how black can really survive this.
All right, because we feel that Arjun's in big trouble, but both players have time. Peter, do you want to jump to another game? Either Anish versus Hans Niemann, by the way, we can have a quick look at, because I see our eval bar and it says that Hans Niemann could be in trouble in this one. But do you agree?
Well, let me take a look. I mean, looking at the position, it looks really sad for Hans. And I do recall the interview yesterday with Anish when he was asked what he thinks about the game tomorrow against Hans. And he said, well, I mean, I never had any problem playing against Hans, and I'm looking forward to this game. And look at this, what it means when you have confidence, yeah, that you just play your game, and he gets a clear advantage. He just outplays Hans.
All right, so that's the update chart. Hans getting outplayed. Peter, can you just explain a couple of important factors in this position and why it's so bad for Hans?
Well, I mean, okay, it looks like this pawn on f5 is very strong. I mean, the bishop on f1 always threatens some bishop c4. That was the reason why also Hans played this terrible move. I mean, he doesn't want to play d5, but what to do? I mean, something like d takes c5, the knight jumps somewhere. I don't know. I'm just putting the knight somewhere randomly, and then bishop c4, setting to win the queen. Yeah, black is completely boxed, tied down, also setting knight takes c7. So Hans is trying to block the diagonal, but I'm somehow feeling that some queen b3 or something should work in white's favor, and then the d5 pawn will be lost. That would also be terrible news. But Anish has to think, and Anish also is up on the clock with 5 minutes versus, 10 minutes versus 5. Hans in a lot of trouble.
Hans in a lot of trouble, but Anish needs to make a decision. So you're mentioning d5 against this idea. All right, Peter, we'll take your word for it. Let's go back to Magnus's game, because Magnus has taken a decision in his position and gone for the move queen f6. So he doesn't want to give up the d6 pawn, and perhaps also wants to leave the c5 square free for his knight from a6 so that knight ac5 can come in. But this gives white the time to pick up the b3 pawn.
Yeah, but it's a very strong move. Queen b6. I have missed it completely, because yeah, we got carried away by the c5 square, by the e5 square, by eventually going bishop b6. And Magnus now very nicely goes queen f6, and he will have a very huge tempo with knight e5, settling knight g4 check using the pin. And that's what you said, that you like the structure, but you don't like the king on f2. And this is exactly what Magnus is targeting. And then with knight e5, he gets a tempo, he gets bishop b6, knight c5, all these pieces starts to jump. And maybe Ivanchuk will be just one tempo short and not being able to finally complete. And look at this, bishop a7. Yeah, Chuki is not a person who gets frightened by things, but is this really a move? I mean, it's hard to believe.
It's definitely a move, but I'm not sure if it's a good one. And Magnus sacrificing an exchange there, going for piece activity. So knight c5 played, and it's played in seconds. So Magnus wants to give up the exchange. This was his idea with queen f6. Peter, what happens after bishop takes b8?
Well, the problem is that, this bishop will be a monster. Yeah, bishop b6 comes, targets the king, and there is just no way this king can run away. The dark squares are just way too weak. Of course, one could argue that here you have the move queen d4. I'm even wondering if a move like bishop b6 exists in the position. One shouldn't be ruling out, because knight takes e4 check will be a double check. Who knows what's going on?
I think you're on point, Peter. Bishop b6 is a very attractive alternative, not allowing queen d4, not allowing this diagonal to get blocked. The b8 bishop is always hanging. This is a bit of a stunning idea. And Vasil there trying to calculate those lines with his eyes shut. He's going for a move, Peter. Has he made a decision?
Yeah, he played queen d4, of course. Yeah, he makes the reasonable decision. However, his bishop on a7 is kind of locked, yeah? So even if Magnus just, for example, trades the queens and then attacks the bishop, he will have to take on c5, which would already give black definitely nice position with the two bishops and the dark squares. But maybe black can even find something stronger. I wouldn't be ruling it out.
All right, let's take a look at that, because queen d4, knight d4, rook b7 is a very direct line, and he goes for it.
Yeah, takes, rook b7 looks very natural.
I mean, there's
Also-
also rook a8.
Exactly, yeah, because rook a8, then after bishop b6, the pawn on a3 is targeted. So basically, Magnus playing the game, he's into the details. All this can come very naturally for him.
3 minutes on the clock for Magnus, so he just needs to be a little careful on the clock, but it looks like he's got a dream position out of the opening. Peter, let's just see what happens. I think after rook b7 or rook a8, either cases, white can't go knight c6 because of the idea of you just take on a7 and bishop b6 anyway.
Well, this
Knight c8.
knight c8, and okay, you can also just take back, or you want to use the double check.
I'm not sure, but I think even rook c8 here is a possibility.
Yeah, well, I mean, the position is so active. It's very scary. But on the other hand, we traded queens. Who knows? Maybe I can survive. But yeah, Magnus goes rook a8.
He goes rook a8, and after knight c6, the big question for me is, will he take on a7, or will he go, or will he fall back with the bishop, like you mentioned, go bishop b6, your b3 pawn is still alive, and you put pressure on a3.
Yeah, in any case, I feel that it's much more pleasant to be black in this position, at least at the moment. Yeah, maybe in a couple of moves we will be changing our opinion, but at the moment it looks that it's very risky for white. Chuki well, I mean, according to a revelation, but not in a lot of trouble, but humanly speaking, I just feel that it's so difficult. I mean, this is such a difficult position to play with white.
All right, Peter, the players still have a few moments, and before it hits real time trouble, we just probably have time to look at one other game, an important one, and I think it has to be Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Arjun Erigaisi. I see our eval bar, and it seems to say that somewhere Duda has messed up his advantage.
Wow, I mean, okay, I think that he's trying to open up the long diagonal with d5 and then queen f6, but if that doesn't work, then he has compromised his position, yeah? Yeah, d5 played, that's the idea. It was clear that he sacrificed the rook, because if you take, then queen f6 should be, I mean, let's just show this. I mean, looking very dangerous with queen h8 check coming in. We are full rook down, but I mean, the long diagonal is such an important factor here. And look at this, the evaluation bar changed its mind, yeah, because this is, humanly speaking, you feel that you go with the flow, and it's just so dangerous. What a stunning idea from Duda. So cd4, knight c4. He voluntarily went for this position, takes, e6, fe6, and d5.
Wow.
He takes f5, queen
That
f6
is a
blitzed out.
Rook sacrifice by Jan-Krzysztof Duda for this monstrous battery on the a1 h8 diagonal. So Peter, there is a mate threat. Queen h8, queen g7, and rook e1 would be checkmate.
Yes. And I mean, how do you protect against this? I mean, humanly, I think it's impossible. We know that Arjun is like a machine. I mean, he really has shown in his games that he's calculating and surviving everything. But how will he survive this?
Peter, is this one of those moments in chess when actually human evaluation has surpassed the engine evaluation? The computer did not see this idea at first. When Duda sacrificed his rook, it seemed to say that Arjun's found his chance. But immediately after accepting the rook, it looks like it's found its right evaluation, and it might just be lost for Arjun now.
Yes, yes, exactly. I mean, it's a little bit similar to my game against Kramnik with Queen D3. Yeah, that from the distance, you know, you think like, okay, nothing is really threatening, but humanly you feel that this is very dangerous. Yeah, you sometimes don't even need to calculate till the end, because just the human feeling that this will be very dangerous is outweighing any other factors.
This is amazing, Peter. Let's just back up and show this idea one more time, because I can't get my head around it. He sacrificed a whole rook, and this is how he did it. Just takes on c4, and the only thing that Duda wants is to open that bishop on b2, and he doesn't care what price he pays for it. Arjun accepts it, and now a big threat of queen h8, queen g7 on the board. Rook takes d5. Is there a mate in the position? Peter, it's the kind of position that you set up on the board. If you turn your engine, the engine will not give this line as the top line of giving up this rook, but Duda finds it.
Yeah, well, I mean, already he had it long in advance in mind, yeah, because he gave up his lovely bishop from d3. Yeah, this already shows that how much faith he had in this position. Yeah, because otherwise you will never let this happen. Yeah, that black starts to blockade and everything. The bishop on d3, which was such a monster, and what an incredible game chess is. Yeah, a couple of moves ago, the only piece that we would have been criticizing, the bishop on b2, that has no future whatsoever. 5 moves later, thanks to this bishop, white is able to sacrifice a full rook and go for this incredible attack. Rook takes d5. Now the big question, even the direct line with rook takes c4 is not exactly clear what's happening, because rook d1 check, king f2, and some rook d2 check.
But Peter, we've got to look at the most direct line, which is, let's start with queen h8 check, and what happens then?
And you give a check.
All right, queen g7. I wasn't sure about queen h7, but okay, queen g7.
Yeah, so where do we run?
I don't know, because king e8, there's rook e1, bishop f6.
Okay, king e6.
Check.
I mean, because here I feel like here we are running away, yeah. But maybe
C5,
not. Who knows?
No, but that's king c5.
Yes, this is the dream. So I thought like rook takes c4 is the I mean, black's king is still in this terrible trouble on g8. I would love to play rook takes c4, to be honest. Yeah.
Fair enough. So queen c4 runs into queen g7 mate. Let's take a look at this. Black has what? But rook d1 check, king f2.
Yes, king f2, and after rook d2 check, we play king e1. And it seems to be rook e2 check, and then we go king f1, right?
Wow, because king e2, queen c4 with a check.
Yes, I mean, what a stunning line as well, yeah?
Super nice, Peter.
Yeah, but none of it. None of it? What did he decide? Because actually maybe you had rook f1 check also. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, rook f1 probably was very strong. So Duda goes rook e1, and bishop e2 blitzed out. Wow.
Rook e1 had a direct idea of queen h8 checkmate. So he kind of just boxes up the king after king f7, queen g7. And the only way to counter it, Arjun immediately played the move. Oh, he hasn't played it. Or did he go
he played bishop e2 and queen g7 on the board. I mean, queen h8, king f7, queen g7. And now after king g6, the difference will be after king c5, rook c2 check will win the queen.
Oh.
So exactly the same variation that we have been talking about. Rook e2, yeah, on the board, king d6, queen f6 check, king c5, rook c2 check, wins the queen. Okay, with 2 rooks versus queen bishop, black can still fight, but white should be winning.
This is definitely a better version than having black's bishop on c4 for free over there.
Exactly, and it was also blocking the c file.
What a fantastic game by Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
But also bishop exactly, bishop e5 is even stronger. Now it's even stronger because you are not able to escape with the king and give up the queen for a rook. You have to give up the queen for the bishop, and then okay, it's hopeless. Takes king c6, rook c2, king b7, and okay, we end up in this endgame, which is not a fortress. This is simply not a fortress because there is a weakness on h7 eventually. For example, very interesting, it's important to mention, if we remove all these pawns, if we remove all these pawns from the position where black is pawn up on the king side, but if we remove all of them, then I think it's a theoretical draw. Black would just put the rook on c5 and shuffle between rook a5, rook c5. By the way, Tadeusz has mentioned that on Chess24, David Navara had produced an incredible art on this queen versus rook and all these fortresses. If somebody's interested, then please check it out. It's one of the most fascinating things in chess.
But is this trivial, winning this position with these two extra pawns? And you're mentioning the king has advanced all the way up. So what is the winning plan here?
Well, the winning plan is, I think, pretty simple. Yeah, that you also march with the king, you go h4, and okay, it just winning. But now that black has also committed the a6 pawn, that there is no more, you know, this blockade or fortress whatsoever issue. Yeah, because you need the rook on c5, but with the pawn on h7, yeah, now Duda is just bringing his king over to b5, and it will be a zugzwang.
And
Yeah, so black is pushing, but yeah, now after b5, now it's the typical that if you start to push your pawns, then they are becoming vulnerable. Yeah.
And if king a6, there's king c5 coming in. All right, and that is it. Arjun resigns. What a game by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And there we can see it. He can also feel the power of the play that he just produced. And especially after the previous game that he lost, this is exactly what he needed. It's also going to mix up our leaderboard, as Arjun, I think this was his second loss in the tournament after a really long time. The last time he lost was game 1. So we're definitely going to have a lot of change on the leaderboard after this win. Peter, let's go back to the Vasil Magnus game. It's still on, but maybe before that, let's get an update on the Anish Hans game.
No, but I think there is a battle, but here both players are just down to 30 seconds. I mean, I don't think we can move from here.
Let's stay with this one with no time on the clock. 40 seconds for Vasil. And what's our evaluation of this position? The b3 pawn is still alive. And if that's the case, I kind of like black's position then.
Yes, but on the other hand, white is also kind of stable. White is about to maybe survive, but he has a very tough decision. Does he go knight e7 check and knight c6? Is the knight well placed on c6, or it's better just to jump back to d4? Very tough question with few seconds on the clock.
Knight d4, the temptation is that you put pressure on the b3 pawn.
Exactly, and also some knight b5, knight takes b3, whatever, but Chuki goes for knight
d4,
e7.
you have to, Peter, knight d4, you always have to be careful about rook a4. For example, okay, he's gone for knight e7. I think knight d4, there was a problem with rook a4.
Well, I mean, okay, I saw the idea, but bishop b3, I was kind of happy to just end up in some endgame, which should be holdable.
Rook into d4? Rook into d4?
Yeah, and then rook d, I have rook b4 at the end, yeah.
Rook b4, yeah.
Yes, but okay, I mean, we don't have time. Magnus down to 10 seconds. Is he deciding, wow, he goes king g7, yeah, because king f8 looks so much more natural. But if he feels that if the knight has to move and probably the knight can't stay on e7, then king on g7 in long terms will be better. Yeah, knight c6 played, rook a8, or rook e8, and then some f5 break as well, who knows.
Rook a8.
Down to 5 seconds.
He needs to make a move. He goes rook c8.
c8. Wow, I mean, he was afraid of e5, d takes e5, d6. That's why he played rook c8 to keep an eye on the knight on c6. Wow, this will be very dramatic. Bishop takes b3. Wow, yes, what? Because takes, rook b1 wins the bishop, knight b3, rook d3 wins the knight.
Wow.
This is Ivanchuk, ladies and gentlemen. Bishop d8, Magnus fighting back, but bishop c2 now protects the third rank, because knight e4, bishop e4. Yeah, now Magnus has to fight for survival. But okay, he has very nice positional compensation. Knight on c5, bishop on f6, rook d2, rook a8. It's probably enough and with 10 seconds on the clock for both players, anything can happen here. Rook e2, rook c3, exactly. Now
rook a2 is coming in. Watch out for that rook entering the game.
Exactly, and this king on g3 is very vulnerable to all these pins. Yeah, Chuki goes bishop d1, Magnus pushes h5. Now I think it's easier for black to play in time trouble.
The pieces, there's a lot of activity to Magnus's pieces, so that gives him enough compensation, and we see quite a bit of disharmony in White's army here. h3 to try to break the pawn structure, and also the knight coming to f4. You never want to play h3 yourself, because knight on f4 would be an absolute monster. Vasil trying to trade off some pieces to ease the pressure.
Yes, and now we see why these 10 seconds are so important. Yeah, that the situation was very intense, but thanks to the 10 seconds, players made a couple of quick moves and they are back to 50 seconds and some safety. I believe this kind of trait from Magnus's side is signaling that he is kind of happy to end this drama in a draw.
I mean, especially after that bishop b3 tactic, you're down a pawn. He wants to bail out. He's got 10 seconds. He had 10 seconds on his clock. So definitely, I think Magnus would be happy to just get out of this game with a draw.
Yeah, but Chucky is, of course, very clever. Yeah, he keeps the knight on c6. You want to trade it? Please take it on my terms. If you take dc, then you're going to lose. Black will never do this. So I'm expecting a move like rook a2 from Magnus. Yeah, rook a2 played. h3 is a threat
coming in, so watch out. And if white ever plays h3, then knight d3 will come back and land itself on f4.
Yeah, I think bishop e2. Yeah, bishop e2 is played and basically acknowledging that okay, black has enough compensation. White is not playing for a win.
But Vasil could try and get f4 next if he gets the option to play f4 and force that knight to take a decision.
Yes, well, now Magnus can also play rook c2, for example. But no, Magnus goes knight d7, reshuffles the knight. Interesting, because I don't think that he wants to go knight c5. The knight on c5 is actually doing almost nothing at the moment. Yeah, Chucky goes g3.
And I think eventually here, white has to try to get f4, e5 at the right time in, making sure that's a possibility, but Magnus will not allow that. He plays knight c5, so stopping any f4 ideas. Rook c1 played. So always watch out for rook takes c5 and e5. Peter, that is a real threat in the position because the bishop on f6 is trapped.
And also e5 immediately, and Magnus has to move with the knight. And the big question is, yeah, where is this knight really running? h3, very nice move because the pawn on h2 is a big weakness. And also the pawn on h3 is such an annoying pawn, especially in time trouble. King f2. I mean, seemingly the knight on c6 does nothing, but it actually controls a very important d4 square and also stops any kind of bishop regrouping because the knight controls the d8 and the d4 white
I mean,
squares.
It's the most beautiful square for white's knight is c6 with all these ideas, and also it's the big outpost, not to mention the eventual plan of f4, e5 will get supported by the knight on c6. So it's definitely a big strength in white's position.
Absolutely, yeah. And now Magnus goes bishop b2. Yeah, he wants to activate that bishop. Yeah, bishop a3, bishop c5 is his idea.
That's a very clever way of getting that bishop onto the diagonal. You know, you block your own rook, not a move that comes to you instantly because it's counterintuitive to block your own rook.
Well, Magnus is Magnus. Yeah, f4, bishop a3.
No,
bishop c5 check, then knight d2 check. Suddenly it's quite awkward for white.
All right, but maybe you just, after bishop a3, e5.
You're going to push e5, bishop c5, king f3, and then hide on g4 with the king. But,
yeah, but then
okay, let's just show. Yeah, let's just show this.
King f3, knight d2, king g4, and knight e4. You attack the bishop on e2, you're threatening knight f2. He goes king e1. Peter,
exactly. Very scary stuff. I mean, this was a very nice illustration that, yeah, just running out of the danger was actually running into it. Yeah, so with king e1, Chucky wants to make sure that he controls the d2 square, the very dangerous knight jump. But now bishop c5 also targets the h2 pawn with bishop g1. I mean,
he's going to go e5. He has to go e5.
Yeah, he has to. Yeah, e5, bishop g1 on the board.
This is a race. Bishop h2 is coming in. White is queening. Black is queening. This is a heart-stopping endgame.
Yeah, but Chucky is loving this. I mean, he loves this when nobody knows what's going on. That's when Chucky is the happiest people on the world, on the planet.
This is the street fight that Chucky enjoys.
Yes, absolutely. E d6, knight c5. Magnus has to take care of that d6 pawn. And they are playing on seconds again. They are down to 30 seconds.
All right, but Magnus still has this big threat of bishop takes h2.
Yeah, but now, for example, after rook c1, how do you react? Where is this knight going?
On h2? You take on h2?
Ah, now you can. Yeah, now you can. And Chucky is falling for it. Bishop takes h2. He blunders just as I.
Rook c5, and then do you go bishop g1 or do you go bishop g3?
No, bishop takes g3. Yeah.
But Peter, bishop g1 is also very strong, no?
I don't know, but bishop g3, I thought it kills me completely because king f1, rook a1 check wins on the spot.
Yes.
Wow, and that's it. Bishop h2 on the board. Chucky goes rook takes c5. Bishop runs
G3,
with the
king
king.
d1. Bishop f3 has to be played.
Bishop, yeah, but I mean, rook f2, bishop e4, f5, and the bishop will be kicked out of the diagonal.
So bishop e4.
Bishop e4, f5. We just kicked the bishop from the diagonal. Wow, I mean, what an incredible battle. I mean, this is sensational stuff.
And is Magnus having the upper hand now?
Yes, Magnus is, I mean, look at his body language. Yeah, he's very happy. I mean, he sits relieved and he has tricked Chucky.
What a crazy turnaround. All right, rook f2 and bishop e4. You're pointing out to f5, and white is slower with the d pawn than
Yeah,
this
so rook c2, and after rook takes f3, Chucky will take rook h2. He finds the idea of giving up the rook and
But
then
then-
queening his pawn, but rook d3 check, rook d5 will win the game.
And you will have the f4 pawn. Peter, let's just have quick arrows on that line. So if you go rook f3, rook h2, rook d, you take d7, rook d3, king e2, rook d5, white queens, picks up the queen, knight d8, bishop f4 in the end, and that's how that line would have ended.
Wow, and Magnus instead goes for rook f1 and the other one, queen takes d, so he believes that this is just winning.
But is
Okay,
it just winning? I mean, with this, okay, he picks up the d6 pawn.
he picks up the d6 pawn, but I mean, knight f3, I mean, is this so trivial? Yeah, probably
And
f6.
look at Magnus. He is not happy about this. He realizes that he missed that chance. Peter, I think he did not see that f4 pawn hanging in the end.
No, I can't believe. I mean, he played so well. He would have spotted it, but he maybe thought that this wins on the spot. Yeah, it just feels. But he had enough time. He should have paid more attention. Now Chucky might escape.
Unbelievable. The disappointment in Magnus. And once again, he feels, well, not once again, we haven't seen it happen before, but he did realize in that moment that he messed up a chance, a big chance.
Well, okay, it's not over yet, but yeah, I'm expecting Chucky to hold this. Yeah, the knight on f3 is such a wonderful defending piece now with the king on g3. Yeah, there are no checks, and the only way to break will be g5, but then you just trade everything. What a save, and what a miss by Magnus. Yeah, just when it looked like it's over. Unbelievable, yeah. By the way, yeah, Anish has won against Hans. Adhiban has won against Saric. Yeah, very bloody.
Magnus is very mad at himself right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been an incredible masterpiece. Yeah, it was just very close, and now it will all end in a draw. There is just no breakthrough. Yeah, the knight protects everything. The pawn on f4 as well. It's a total blockade, and you just shuffle with the rook. No check is possible against White's king. That's the problem. So basically, he needs to bring his queen back to the diagonal, for example, on c7, and then try to set on g5 to force White to move somehow. But I don't think that it's possible to achieve this.
Queen c3, he's trying to get that rook away from the fifth rank so that his own king can advance, but Vasil not making it easy. But now he has to let go of this fifth rank. So he goes rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8. I mean, okay, the rook will come back. Yeah, there is no big problem. Yeah.
And you don't care about king e4 attacking that knight because there's always rook e8 check.
Yeah, now the question, yeah, do you go rook e8 or do you go rook d8 check? Chucky goes rook g8. Wow.
Well, after king e4, you'll have rook e8, so that's under control.
Yes, but I mean, okay, then it's some kind of an achievement for Magnus with the king on f5.
And it's very instructive, this defensive structure that Vasil has created with the king on g3, pawn on f4, knight on f3. That knight stops each and every check around the king. So nice to note that. And just know that if you end up in a position like that, keep your knight on f3.
Yeah, this is a very important construction. This king g3, knight f3 against the queen. There are just no checks. But yeah, Magnus is, of course, putting pressure, and he will play on forever.
If black lets go of this pin, knight h4 is checkmate. Just saying.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's the drawback of activating your king like this. But yeah, Magnus clearly wants to achieve something. But yeah, just to illustrate that queen c7, which would put the pressure on the f4 pawn and would win the game, runs into knight h4 or knight d4 checkmate. Even white can choose.
So rook e2 played, and the problem is you can't even go g5 because you trade on g5 and then you go rook e5 and pick up that pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's a line I have long calculated, but yeah, we have to highlight that this is a dead drawn pawn ending. Yeah, so all eyes on Magnus if he will be able to find something. I'm wondering if in any other game we have some more dramas, because they will be shuffling here for a very long time.
But Peter, if you cannot move your queen away from the pin, your king is stuck on f5 forever. You can't go g5. There really isn't that much that you can do. And
Yes,
white can keep
that's it.
confident,
Now,
and that's the offer.
This is like a
Oh,
no
Wait
check.
for it.
First check, and then Magnus wants to enter with his king, yeah, somehow with king f4 probably.
Interesting. So if you go king, well, you have to move your king. So let's say you go king g2.
Well, now it's really nice for Chucky that he already has 1 minute 40 on the clock, yeah, because now he can really navigate. Wow, but
Okay.
look f1, panic. Did he
That's
panic?
Well, he has almost 2 minutes on the clock. There was no need to panic.
Yes, that's why I'm surprised.
But perhaps after rook e5, king f4, it's really difficult for, yeah, let's just show that. And if you take rook g5, then queen c6 is what I had in mind, but that's still rook g3.
Yeah, and then some check, and you are losing the grip. Yeah, I mean, here you are already very worried. Yeah,
Queen
maybe
F2,
queen f2
queen
just
F2.
wins. Hang on, no, rook g4 check draws, because we have this
That's
stalemate.
such a nice line, Peter.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, you probably lose between, but yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, there are millions of things to calculate. Is this still a fortress? I mean, Chucky maybe believes that this is a fortress, but it's a bit scary one.
And this is our only game remaining. All other games have ended.
Wow,
With the
really?
biggest
Yeah.
result being-
Radek lost to Christopher, and Vincent drew with Gelfand. Yes.
That's the second win for Christopher today. 2 out of 2, starting day 3 with a bang. First defeats Anish Giri, then defeats Radek Wojtaszek.
Yeah, he's very much in the race for qualification spot after these 2 victories.
Knight f5 played, so queen d2. He wants to go rook f2, and after queen d5, he's just going to go king g3.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, Chucky has probably foreseen that this knight f5 construction is super safe. Yeah.
And it is super safe. And the point is that black's king has no entry point, and white just now shuffles around with his own king from g2 to h2 or king g3 now. He goes king g1.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be put in Zugzwang. But I mean, also here there are some dangers of being in Zugzwang. But honestly, I have never seen this endgame in my life. This rook knight versus queen and the pawn. I have no clue. I mean, it's a very special position. Yeah, that this is probably a draw. Yeah, according to the
g3,
computer.
he wants to go knight g3. So that's the
Yes.
big idea.
That's a nice finesse. Wow, very intriguing. What a game it was, and it
What
still
a
is.
game.
Yes.
What a game. Had us on the edge of our seat and building a fortress against a man who doesn't believe in fortresses.
Yeah, exactly. It will be interesting to ask Magnus here that what he thinks about it. King h5. Rook h2 check.
And he's just going to come back rook f2.
Yeah, king g6, rook f2, king g5. Okay, very nice. The famous triangle, trying to put psychological pressure on the opponent.
All right, king g2, queen h3, king g1, g3, knight into g3 still works.
Yes, it still works. Yeah, so it's not clear what.
It's happening. Beta queen h3, king g1.
No, but he won't push g3 yet.
It's just a beautiful construction that Vasil very creatively has found, which just stops any advance of black's king. And it's basically a fortress. It doesn't matter if the king comes to e5 either, because it's not going anywhere after that. By the way, that's where it's headed.
Yes, because now after he gets the king to e5, then already these g3 ideas will appear. Yeah, it's Yeah, knight g3 check, king e5, rook g2.
Wow. Peter, what is this defense?
Yeah, well,
Only Vasil can play like this.
yeah, I mean, it reminds me very much of my game with Vasil from this legendary Blitz World Championship, or it was not yet an official World Championship, but it did happen in 2007. Yeah, he had rook and bishop and 2 pawns against my queen. Yeah, queen and 1 pawn. And then what he was doing there for 200 moves, you know, driving me crazy. Finally, I blundered my pawn, and then another 100. I mean, I don't know, it was over 200 moves. That one blitz game, 3+2 time control, a never-ending story.
And Vasil is playing very confidently, but watch out now because G3 is a threat. And
Yes,
he
it is a
slows
threat,
down.
but I mean, his point is that with knight on f1, he will never get checkmated after g3, so he will just be able to shuffle. Yeah, very nice construction also. Before with knight on f5, now against king e5, he managed to switch seemingly to a passive defense, but actually this knight on f1 does an incredible job.
Give a check and come back to G2.
It's
Well,
a
now he
fortress.
doesn't need. Now he can also go king G2. Although king G2, king H4 might be something.
Yeah, but I mean, after g3, rook g2, I think there is just no way for. But then you can try to get on the long diagonal. No, but still, it
But
should
it's still
be.
progress, right? Peter, you go one step at a time. And Magnus is just aiming for G3 right now. Then he thinks whether it gets him the win or not.
Exactly. I mean, you don't need to find the win. You need to find the ways to create problems to your opponent. Yeah. Queen b6.
This is getting a bit tricky.
Okay, king g2. Yeah, has to be played.
And Vasil slowing down. It's a really good thing that he's got 2.5 minutes on the clock. Chad, what do you think? Will Vasil be able to hold this marathon endgame against Magnus Carlsen or no? Let's ask our chat, Peter, if they have faith in Vasil in this position.
They should have. I mean, I think Chucky deserves the faith from the people.
Queen d4 on the board. So it's always just about not allowing g3.
Now king h2.
And will he play rook g2 after queen d6?
Yeah, he has to. Yeah, but okay, rook g2, then rook g1. I mean, okay.
Oh my God. It's just crazy, Peter, these constructions.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, because still the danger is there. Yeah, now Magnus will come with his king to g5. So that after rook g1, he wins with queen h6, queen h3. Ah, no, he doesn't win. Then the king marches to f2. But okay, that would be very scary. Yeah, king g5. So probably king g1. Just, I mean, you need to. No, rook f2. Yeah, okay.
I'm amazed how quickly and confidently Vasil is playing this endgame. He's not playing against an easy player. You know, Magnus is the trickiest in such positions. But Vasil is just gaining more and more time on the clock. It's just incredible to see this confidence in this endgame.
Yeah, and maybe he will say afterwards that, you know, analyze this position. It was sometimes a very curious position. I wanted to check.
Only move, by the way. Only move.
Yeah, well, I mean, otherwise, yeah, he loses to queen take g3. But he sticks to his plan. Yeah, he just probably going to go rook g2. I think he sticks to this defense, rook g2, and just if queen h7 check, king g1.
It's still a bit scary, Peter. I don't know how this game is going to end. It's hard to predict right now.
Yes, well, it was hard to predict from the beginning.
That is true.
Yeah, in this regard, nothing changed. Only that at least Magnus knows that he can't lose it, which is also isn't true because with knight, you can always blunder some fork. But okay, it's very, very unlikely to happen here.
King f4 played, so he can go. The point is, if he goes rook f2, then he wants to go king e3, rook g2, king f3.
Yes, he wants to get closer.
Magnus wants to get closer with king f3.
Yeah, but now after king e3, he will just start moving with the rook on the f5. Yeah.
Oh, nice. But then there's queen c2 check, and something is breaking, no?
Yeah, or some queen h7, queen h3. Yeah, you need to pay attention. That actually might be lost. Yeah, king g2. Yeah, you are absolutely right. The most stunning thing of this endgame is that Chucky plays so confidently.
so confidently. He's precise, the speed. I mean, look at our eval bar. It's approving every single move that he's playing. And sometimes these are only moves. That is just
knight f1 check. Yeah, that will be
incredible
Chuki's.
precision.
Will he play knight f1 or he just goes king g2?
I look at Magnus and it almost looks like he's on the verge of giving up.
Yeah, because he's playing against a rock. Yeah, I mean, no matter what he's doing, nothing happens. Nothing changes.
Oh, by the way, Peter, chat is reminding us of the 50 move rule as well. When was the last pawn move made?
Wow, I think move 72. That's a good, because g4. Good point. Good point. But okay,
And
it's 122 moves has to be played.
And we are on move number?
I don't know exactly because I don't have the vision of everything, but somewhere over 100, I guess.
All right. And meanwhile, the people have full faith in Vasil. 83% say, yes, he's going to hold this. I mean, incredible play here by Vasil Ivanchuk. And we're on move 103, I think is what we're being told. So just another 19 moves to be made.
Just another 19.
Just another 19.
Like if that's nothing, yeah. Just but I'm very happy for the chat also, because yeah, exactly. Whom if not Chuki, we should trust that he holds it, especially after already showing such an incredible defensive skills here.
Just amazing. And you know, it's not against anyone. It is against the strongest player in these positions. Once again, just credits to his speed. More than anything, just the speed of the precision. Not double checking, not double guessing, just making these moves, looking confident.
And look at him on the camera. He's leaning back, you know, like, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm perfectly fine.
Down to 10 seconds, Peter. Magnus down to 8 seconds. And he knows he's tried everything, every single book, every single trick in the book. And it has failed against Vasil Ivanchuk.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, okay, there was this golden opportunity there in this big time scramble when Magnus managed to trick Ivanchuk, but yeah, finally, I even would go and dare to say that the draw is the fair result to this incredible fight. But we know such thing in chess does not exist. No matter how good you play, you can still lose the game. So yeah, knight g3.
There were so many of these fortresses that we saw in this endgame. You know, these king, rook, and knight constructions. Different ones depending on where Magnus was placing his own king and queen, and effortlessly Vasil produced them on the board.
Yeah, I wonder if it was forced or he could have just stick to one defense, but he's enjoying, you know, that I can shuffle here, I can shuffle there. And because after all, yeah, this rook on f2 and knight on g3 gives him very nice stability. No way to break.
Yeah, we are getting closer. We are getting closer to the 50 move rule, and you know, when that's happening, I just hope there's no mess up right before we reach there.
Yeah, this game deserves to end in a draw, definitely. But Magnus will try everything in his power to win it. King e3, king g1, and just one mistake, just one hallucination, and it will cost the game. And I see that the other games have not yet started, as if the players are showing incredible respect for this game. Yeah, like, okay, let's wait this game to finish, only then we start.
We are not moving away from this game. They have started, we are being informed, but Peter, let's stick to this one. Just a few more moves left before we reach the 50 move rule.
I understood, yeah, because I still did not auto update the sources because we are here, and of course we won't move. I mean, we will stay till the very end. King g2, king g1. I mean, okay, this is just like some checkers. Yeah, I mean, Chuki is enjoying this kind of.
I mean, camera, it's shaking so much. Is that Vasil just shaking his leg, or what's going on there? I'm not sure.
Yes, I think so. I think he's very, very nervous that, okay, I'm holding it, and he knows that he's getting close. I mean, he was quite calm before, but now he knows that he's getting closer to 50 move rule. Yeah, the game is about to end if he doesn't make any mistake.
What move number are we on?
I don't know. We need Tania to tell
Chat,
us.
tell us. 111. 111.
Yes.
So that's another 11 moves to go. Come on, Vasil, you can do it.
Yes, he should be able to do that. Now it's the big psychological question. Yeah, do you give rook e2 check and then let black king get back to g5, or you just want to insist on keeping that
He's
king
thinking.
cut off?
After a very long time, we are seeing Vasil go into a bit of a think tank.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, rook e2 check. So he's offering Magnus the chance to go back to g5 where he been already.
He's been already, because once the king comes on the g5, you never get g3 because of knight g3.
Yes, that was the motive we have been dealing with. And then Magnus was frightening Chucky with the king march through the e5, but it didn't work out. I'm also very interested because Magnus will certainly keep an eye on the 50 move rule. That will he let the computer stop the game, or out of respect he will offer a draw or force a draw one move before?
And the computer does automatically stop the game. So neither player has to claim anything. So if the 50 move rule is reached, it will be a draw.
Yeah, but somehow I really feel, you know, because they have so much respect for each other and Magnus usually pays details to this kind of things. I believe that if it gets to that point on move 121, it will end. Magnus will just one move before agree to a draw. That's my kind of feeling.
Why is Vasil thinking knight g3?
Well, because he actually earned his 2 minutes 40 seconds, right? When
I'm just getting scared because every time he thinks, I'm like, is he in trouble?
No, knight g3. Okay, he has to readjust to the new situation. Yeah, so the king is back to g5 where it was 30 moves ago, and I had that set up and it worked. So let's stick to it.
What a mammoth effort by Magnus, though. I mean, just incredible chess this game has been. Such a big fight.
Yeah, and basically I could tell right after 5 moves, yeah, after e3, c5, knight g2, b6, I was already sure in my heart that this will be a very special game. The structure simply forces these two players to be incredibly creative.
And now he's going to go king g2, not allowing black's king to come to h3.
Yes, absolutely. Queen d5, king h2.
And then if you go queen e5, rook g2, we've been here before, been there, done that.
Queen f4, rook g1. Chucky holding on.
He's really holding on, Peter.
Fantastic stuff, yeah.
It should be it. No, any moment now. I think we're just a move or two away.
Yeah, well, probably like move 116, or I don't know. I'm just guessing because we don't have we don't have it on our screen.
But
Too many moves.
Rook g2. You can't move the knight. It's queen h3 is mate in 1, so rook g2 played.
So king g5 will be played by Magnus, yeah, on the board. So what number do we have? Can we get the confirmation? King g1. 122. So now it's the moment of truth. Yeah, that's it. Draw.
That's it.
Finish.
It's a draw. It's done. It's
wow.
done.
Okay.
This was such a great match, Peter. Amazingly played by the world champion. He really tried to push hard and he was in trouble as well. But then he found this amazing resource where he won the h2 pawn. What a brilliant game. Chucky also keeping all his chances alive. And then what a great fortress in the end. Finding all these maneuvers. Oh my God. I loved every moment of this.
Absolutely. I mean, this was an incredible advertisement for chess. This is what we love to see, and these two players, these two incredible, extraordinary players playing this wonderful game. And it ended in a draw, and I think we are so happy because both, I mean, Chucky deserved to hold it.
Chucky deserved to hold this. What a roller coaster of a game this was. And this is where we are. This is how the players did. Anish Giri won against Hans Niemann. Levon is having a nightmare of a tournament so far. He lost to David Navara. Pragg was a draw. Ivanchuk lost to Adhiban. Vasil Magnus, what a game this was. Fighting chess. Jan-Krzysztof Duda beat Arjun Erigaisi. So we are going to have a lot of changes on our leaderboard. Let's quickly take a look at what the standings are going into round 11. And there we have it. Well, not so much, because Magnus with a win would have leapfrogged Arjun in the standings, but now with this draw against Vasil, Arjun still leads, but it's just 1 point ahead of Magnus. Praggnanandhaa on third place with 17 points. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Liam with 16. Wojciech and Vincent.
But sorry to interrupt, Tania. Breaking news: Hans Niemann has already beaten Levon Aronian. It's yes, the game has ended already. Levon loses another game, gets crushed in 20 moves by Hans.
What, Peter? That is, and look at this position. This is crazy. What happened here?
Well, we're gonna see it. I'm gonna show you, but I mean, I really had to interrupt you. Sorry, but we have never had this. We never had this before. Yeah, that we are still dealing with the standings from the previous round, and something already happened. Wow.
Peter, we've got to see it quickly. Let's take this from the top. We can see our current position. It was a Sicilian. Was this just a complete tilt by Levon, or was it some brilliant sacrifice by Hans?
Well, let's take a look. Yeah, I also only seen the final position. So Levon going for the knight of himself, and Hans going for bishop d3 system. It's a fashionable line, and Levon goes g6. Usually people treat it with e5, but yeah, g6 is of course a very natural move, and now white plays f3. That's the new idea. Once white discovered it, this whole line became more interesting. But bishop e2, I have never seen this move before. I think bishop e3 was kind of the move, but bishop e2, knight b7, short castle. So actually Hans just goes for a very solid setup, but this case black should be perfectly fine and happy. b6, bishop e3, bishop b7, queen d2, queen c7, g4. Wow, okay, this is not the usual Sicilian where g4 is typical, but usually white's king is on c1 and now king is on g1. Did this completely confuse Levon? g4, knight e5, g5, knight fd7, b3, getting ready to jump with the knight to d5. So Levon plays the move e6, f4, and now things escalate. So basically this g4 was the key moment of the game, the turning point. Levon should have spent more time because both players were kind of blitzing. Yeah, the game fizzled out so quickly. Probably he needed to stop this g5 with h6, but you don't want to weaken your structure like this. But look at this: to knight e5, g5, knight fd7, b3, strategic danger after knight d5. So black plays the logical move e6, and now white plays f4, kicking the knight away. Everything is forced. Knight if retreats, probably it's met by knight db5 or something. I mean, I'm expecting this sacrifice to be very strong. I mean, the queen moves, and then knight d6 check. You are unable to castle. This smells, I don't know, rook a d1 or knight takes f7. I mean, it really smells like a crushing attack. And Levon played the move rook c8, and knight db5 was played anyway. A b5, knight b5, queen takes c2, knight d6 check, king e7, f takes e5. So what is the standing at the moment? I mean,
and rook f7
white is a pawn up. He has the attack, but black has survived seemingly. But yeah, rook f7 is a problem. So you can't trade the queens because white has this intermezzo check. So Levon took knight takes e5, and white had queen b4.
Oh, and now your king can't hide anywhere from the discovered check. Knight f5 followed next.
Yeah, queen takes e2 and knight f5 check, and checkmate to follow. Yeah, there is just no way to escape. Even white can choose knight takes g7. It's also checkmate. Unbelievable. What a massacre.
This, Peter, looked like things just went wrong for Lev from the very beginning. And I think it just comes down to how the tournament has been going for Levon. He's just having a very tough run, and more than Hans winning it, I think Lev just lost this game.
Yeah, well, I think that he's also rushing. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the game, he still had 13.5 minutes on his clock. I mean, I don't know what happened. But it's already the 6th loss in 7 games. Yeah. To Levon. Yeah. Wow.
All right. Peter, we've still got we've got lots of games on. So let's, and a big one with Christopher against Vincent. And this is a big one for our leaderboard because Christopher Yu, all of 15 years old, currently in the top 8, along with Vincent. So very important game for our leaderboard. 2 of the youngest players in the event playing against each other, currently high up in the rankings. And Peter, are you pleased with Vincent's position right now?
And it's a strategical position, normal position. At least, you know, this is a position you can comment on, yeah, that you don't need to be super nervous, yeah, because you know that the whole game is ahead. It won't be decided in the next couple of moves. We can just take it from top very quickly. C4, E5, D3. Yeah, Vincent started to play this system. I think he has beaten Grandelius now in Polish league by getting 2700. So probably he just has very nice memories with this. Knight F6, Knight F3, A3, A5, Knight C6, G6. So it's basically a reverse Sicilian. Yeah, D6, Rook B1, Bishop D7. B4 takes, Queen C8. It's the typical idea of going for Bishop H3. In such cases, it's always a big question that do you sidestep with the Rook and then Bishop H3 you meet with Bishop H1? Or you just ignore this Bishop H3 and says like, you know what, okay, I have already made quite some achievement on the Queen side. And the Knight is on F6, so it's not about, Black is about to create some mating attack with F5, F4. And Vincent goes for takes, Knight D5. And Black has to watch out because the pawn on C7 is hanging, Knight on the Bishop is attacked on F6, and the Bishop on H3 is loose at the moment. Does Black need to play the move Bishop D8? Yeah, on the board, but this is not the ideal setup for the Bishop with the pawn on G6.
Does he try to get Queen D2, Queen H6 in now? He's going for it. Queen D2 played. Once the Queen arrives on H6, watch out for ideas like Knight G5. He might have to take Bishop G2 immediately.
Yes, I'm guessing that, yeah, he will take on G2 because this Bishop on H3 is a problem now for Black. But yeah, White is having a nice edge here, I guess. We can continue our tour to have an idea of what's going on.
Let's take a look at Arjun versus Boris. Big game. Once again, Arjun is leading. And Peter, when I look at the position, I was like, this looks like a normal position. And then I realized White's Rook is on G1.
Yeah, Rook is on G1, but White has this very powerful dark square Bishop on H4. So it's clear that White is calling the shots. White is clearly better here because, I mean, the dark squares, look at the pawn structure. I mean, everything on the light squares, this Bishop on H4 is a monster. Eventually threatening now to eliminate the Knight, and then the Bishop might even land on F6. Then in long terms, in opposite colored Bishop position, Black would be hopeless. But how do you deal with this? Do you move the Knight, or do you try to maybe go F5, F4 breaking, trying to create some counter chances? After all, White's King is also stuck in the center. I mean, White's King is not safe yet.
I like to move F4. Let's take a look because it's such a direct move and it is very tempting to try to make use of White's King. What happens after this? Now, if you go, can you go Bishop H5, GH5 and try to open up with G4? Is that an option?
Yes, it's one of those things that also attracted my attention. The point being that Queen G6 seemingly is a very nice move just in time, but after trade, you can take GH5 and you are winning quite a lot of pawns.
Yeah. And you can go Bishop F6 after that. After
exactly.
Bishop E8, you go Bishop F6. Let's just show that endgame, which would be big advantage for White and so unpleasant for Black.
Yes. So Boris actually goes for Bishop B5. Yeah, he wants to activate his Bishop and invites Bishop takes H5. I mean, it looks very nice for White, but at least after GH, then he will get Queen G6, maybe H6, King H7, hide his King on H7. And in fact, maybe he can, okay, I will even show this position because it's very important. So takes, the pawn on H5 and the F5 pawn, make sure that it won't be so easy for White to break with G4. And once we put the Queen on G6 and we're going to go H6, King H7 and Rook G8, we might be setting up some kind of a fortress. It won't be easy for White to break.
Nice move, Bishop B5, trying to get rid of this light squared bishop. It's super important for Black to make sure that White is not able to open the G file with a break like G4. So keeping that pawn on F5, make sure that White doesn't have this very important G4 move.
Yeah, maybe now then White should play the move Bishop F3. I mean, not to decide on taking yet on H5, because with the pawn on G6, actually Black has a lot of problems activating his queen. Yeah, so maybe just playing Bishop F3 and then getting ready to play Queen C2 and eventually long castle.
But then, Peter, if you make the move, if you play Bishop F3, doesn't this give Black the opportunity to take C takes D4, forcing CD4 because ED4 runs into Knight F4? I don't think you can allow Black's Knight to come to F4. I mean, you can allow it, but at least it's something for black.
It's something. I mean, okay, we don't know exactly where this knight is running. For example, bishop g5, knight d3 check, I'm guessing, king d2, and we are suddenly threatening to kick the bishop and trap the knight.
That is a good point. And do I have time to do something before you get a4? And not so easy.
Not easy, yeah. Ah, okay, now you have knight f2, pardon me.
Ooh,
And
nice.
then you are perfectly fine. Wow, yes.
So easy to miss this knight f2 square.
Yes. Yeah, I was so happy that, okay, now I trapped that knight and then knight f2 and black is probably perfectly fine.
And if you don't take, if you don't have to, if you can't take with the e pawn and you have to take with the c pawn, then maybe black can try to create some play on the c file, also get his queen to b4 at some point. So this gets tricky.
Yeah, this is completely different. So it's absolutely understandable why Arjun is not taking his time. Very critical moment. We do see the evaluation bar indicating that white has some clear way to, I mean, there is a way to get an advantage, but if it's bishop takes h5, gh5, it humanly, I don't really believe that it's easy to break. By the way, now all the games has started. Magnus versus Duda. And well, actually, we have to go to Liam against Ivan Saric. I know for tournament standing, it's not so important, but the position is stunning. And I think the players who play great games deserve their games to be checked, because what on earth is happening here? Have you ever seen a structure like this?
And white has an extra exchange, but it doesn't matter because there are barely any open files in the position. So really, where is your rook going? Meanwhile, black has this monstrous knight on d4. If you ever capture it, it potentially opens up that bishop on g7 in some positions. d6 pawn is weak. Also, if that knight on b3, imagine it's traded, then the a5 pawn becomes super weak. Suddenly, ideas like rook a7, rook a5 will be on the board. So Peter, even though white is ahead on material, I like black's position here.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I mean, I have no idea. And yeah, rook d2 played. So Liam is trying to set up a fortress. Yeah, because
after knight b3, you have to take queen b3.
Yes, because just to show you, yeah, ab rook a5 wins the queen. So queen takes b3, rook takes a5, and then one could argue that now we got rid of this monster knight on d4. We still have this very strong passer, and probably white will play exactly what I wanted to show. Some maybe bishop c2, queen b2, bishop b3. I mean, if we could regroup like this, then we set up some very solid construction for white, and slowly should be winning, because let's not forget that we still have the g3 break eventually. Yeah.
Well, did he decide to go for knight b3? What is Ivan Saric? What is his decision?
Well, he hasn't decided anything yet. He has to keep the structure because white's queen is unable to move, and knight takes d4 probably will be answered by e takes d4, which would give the chance to get the bishop to e5, which would be very good news for black, because then all these g3 breaks are under control.
So maybe black doesn't need to rush with knight b3, and he can decide to even make a move like okay, I was going to say bishop f8, but that's not possible because then you take on d4 and you push either c5 or e5. Peter, we'll come back to this and see what Ivan decides to play. It's definitely a very complicated middle game, but because there is so much action on everywhere, I want us to take a look at the Arjun Boris game one more time. We've had some, actually just bishop f3 has been played now. Your move on the board.
No, I mean, bishop takes h5 had been played.
Right.
He took on h5, gh, bishop f6. Boris actually spent the time for a5 because he feels that probably that a4 and then kicking away the bishop from the diagonal would be really unpleasant, strategically speaking. So he loses a tempo in order to secure the a6 square for his bishop. But now h3 is played immediately by Arjun, and he wants to break with g4. But is this break really working? Yeah, queen g6, g4 on the board. Hang on, now we can just take fg4 also, no?
But then you take on g6 and you take on g4.
Yeah, but it's a completely different story because you just take on g4 before we were already taking on h5. And I think that now maybe when I mean, this bishop on b5 is wonderful.
The thing is, if you go h4, then white can go g5 and pick up the h4 pawn with the rook. Or maybe start with rook h1 also.
Yeah,
so how do you respond to this? It's still, it's still pretty complex for black, no?
Very complex. Yeah, definitely very complex. But I mean, I feel that black is probably fine. And the computer also indicates that it's fine. Which means absolutely nothing. I mean, for a practical game, it doesn't really matter what evaluation. But hang on, moment. I mean, can we, and Boris takes FG. No, I just noticed that maybe we could have sacrificed the exchange. I don't know, with rook f6 or first include AG. I mean, the idea was something like takes, and then takes. Could this be queen h4 is a threat? You will play queen c2, trying to get...
I can also take with a check first, no? I don't know which pawn, but I can always take either gf or gh with a check.
Yes, well, I wanted to open up, but yeah, you have this queen c2, queen f2 defense, so yeah, it's not clear. In any case, computer does not agree with fg4, and now after takes, no, not takes has not yet been played, so fg4 on the board.
fg4 on the board, queen takes g6, h takes g6, queen g6 played, right? And
yes, now it's
g4.
played, yeah.
And it's still pretty tricky because let's just show some lines, Peter. If you go h takes g4, after rook g4, white is so fast with doubling up with the rooks. And let's say you go king f7, king d2, and then rook comes to h1, and there's still a lot of play that black has to fight against. Well,
it could easily be lost for black. This is very scary. And Boris, of course, closes the h5 with h4. It was the very natural reaction. I mean, it was also the first thing that you mentioned. I was also thinking about it, that what is it? But basically, it feels that black should be the one who needs to fight for survival.
Absolutely agree. I mean, there are these moves like g5 or rook h1 directly. Eventually, white gets control of the h file. So, Peter, this is going to be a long struggle, as you're mentioning, this defensive plan with either rook a7, rook f7 to challenge the rook on the h file. But this bishop on f6, a monster, we'll see if it can create more trouble. But let's take a look at some of the other games which are on. And I want to go back to the Vincent Keymer board. Very interesting stuff. White's rook has landed on a8. Black has this complete control of the center. A lot of space advantage with this e5, d5, f5 structure. And I don't know, if you had to pick a color, what would it be?
Well, I don't know. I mean, knowing that Vincent had a better position before, and probably it was him who decided that he is able to transpose to this structure. Yeah, transform his position into this structure. Maybe he sees some queen a2 ideas, you know, that the spin is very important. The rook on a8 has some very special feature, but certainly very complex position. I don't dare to judge it very quickly.
All right, but I think the one position we can judge really quickly is Praggnanandhaa, who's currently on third position. He's playing with the black pieces against David Navara, and with white's queen not entering on the b file, I don't think this is going to be too much trouble for black to hold.
Yes, some small finesses are still needed. I guess that if he can set up some queen d6 and then g6, king g7, once the king hides on g7, yeah, queen d6 played, then there is nothing to worry about. White's only break will be f4, but this is, or okay, queen b7, queen d5 would be another idea. Pragg goes queen c7.
Because this was the position, Peter. He went queen a4 and now he goes h4. Also, I want to, if you just move back a move after white had played queen a4, let's point out that queen d6 was necessary. Queen b6, which might look natural, actually runs into queen d7. So you kind of don't want to allow white's queen this activity where it can start attacking your pawns. But Pragg, of course, super sharp, played the move queen d6. And after repeating once, David decides with h4.
Yeah, after all, okay, white is the one who is the stronger side. Yeah, the position is very drawish. Yeah, h5, next g6, king g7. But white will still insist on trying to make some more moves here. But I'm not expecting any miracle. And let's take a look what Magnus and Chucky are doing, because after playing this marathon game, I think it's not easy at all to get ready for a new game immediately. And we see that Magnus immediately targets Jan-Krzysztof with c4, also inviting Mykonos. Please give me this Mykonos, which did not work against Vincent. But now Duda immediately goes for a completely different structure, d5, d4, knight f6. So he plays this semi-tarrasch, but it's not the classical semi-tarrasch because white has not yet committed his knight to f3. So knight f6, c5 would be the official semi-talash. Now Magnus is forcing black to go for this structure, and now with rook b1, white gets this extra additional option, which is considered to be at least nicely playable for white. Maybe it's no advantage, but it keeps more tension in the position. Knight has been committed to c6. So in any case, Magnus is putting some pressure, I guess. This is what happened in the game. It's the game is just heating up. So h4 on the board. All right. And what about Chuki? Chuki, wow, what? Against Adhiban. What on earth? Ah, okay. So rook h5 is not perpetual check.
On the spot. And does he have to go for it, or does white have some? I mean, white can always take on g2, right?
So it all happened that it was like, this is a very standard double fianchetto position. Adhiban goes knight d4, bishop takes g2, and if white takes on g2, then it's a long game, but Adhiban went for knight f5 direct.
Forcing a draw, because if you go, yeah, and now queen g5, and now he has to, because king g2 is just a piece down, and this rook d4, there are some ideas, but there's bishop e4. Let's just show that. If
exactly, yeah, king moves, and if white plays rook d4, then there is bishop e4 covering the fourth rank. That's the key defense.
So expecting a repetition here, Peter, which actually Vasil should be happy about, because after the marathon game that he just had with Magnus, you know, a quick draw might be just what he needs before the last round of the day.
Well, who knows what Chuki needs? I mean, he loves chess so much, you know. If you and rook d4 played okay after bishop e4, he can still make perpetual checks. So no reason to not to try it.
Bishop e4, you always have this queen h6, queen g5 idea. I don't think f3 is the point that Adhiban is playing for.
Yes, no, I mean, then queen c5 pins the rook and wins huge tempo. I mean, you can't play for a win like that. Maybe if they interview Chuki will say afterwards, no, but I got so much pleasure and energy from that game against Magnus. Why should I need a break?
He just wants to sacrifice another piece before he does a perpetual.
Yes, so black is 2 rooks up, but it does not matter.
It doesn't matter, and I think both players can be relatively happy about this result. All right, Peter, and I see that Liam is crushing Ivan Saric.
Yeah, it looks like you remember we had that position and you said that black can't play the move bishop f8, and it exactly happened. And then we had this trade, and he managed to push c5. And yes, knight looks very strong. I mean, the position opens up. I'm seeing some ideas for black to survive, but
Liam is very, very still. Is his camera working, or is he just very still?
I think so. Yeah, there is so much tension because I wanted to give you some lines. And for example, where do I put the queen? Maybe on b1, just to make sure that rook c1 will never be a check. Yeah, for example, queen b2, bishop takes d6, rook b7 would run into rook c1 check, which is also not the end because we have bishop b1. I mean, the position is such a mess, and it might just win the game because the bishop on d7 is falling. Wow. Okay, but he has queen b2, he has queen b. I mean, there are so many things. And Liam, after that scare against Levon, yeah, where he was piece up and then he let it go and he had to win it again. Probably he is very careful not to miss his chances anymore.
All right, Peter, we will come back to this interesting game heating up, but it looks like it's going Liam's way. Well, it's actually not heating up. It's already pretty bad for black currently. Let's go back to the tournament leader, Arjun Erigaisi against Boris. This endgame, the current position that we have, bishop d3. Once black gets in rook f1 and trades off the rooks, there's nothing to play for. So is bishop f6 the only way to continue the game?
Well, actually, now I'm quite shocked, yeah, because it's a big turnaround, yeah, that after bishop f6, black has ideas like rook f2, and since our king can always run against rook h1 with king f7, we will have our own ideas with rook c2. I mean, does white really have the chance or the right to play for an advantage, or should he just let the game go? It's a very big question, because after h4, Arjun has taken the pawn and allowed black to activate the rook.
Strange, because we were looking at these ideas of just taking that pawn with the rook and not allowing exactly this.
Exactly, yeah. You were mentioning g5 and rook h1 ideas. Of course, after rook h1, probably g5 would have been played, but yeah, in any case, this bishop h4 is very surprising. Bishop g5, rook a f8, long castles, bishop e2, rook d1, and bishop d3. The bishop, I mean, black's bishop is now super active. Bishop f6 played. I'm expecting rook f2.
But what are we expecting after rook f2 is the big question, because suddenly black has this idea of rook c2 and picking up the pawn. And I was initially excited about rook h1, but rook h1, rook h7, we're still fine. So maybe rook h1 works. Let's just show it, Peter.
Yes, rook h1, rook c2 check.
And
Do you maybe even go to b1?
No, I go to d1.
You go to d1, okay. Okay, you go to d1. It's your right to decide.
And let's say rook takes b2.
Okay, rook
The line I
b2.
want to look at. And I was hoping for rook h8 and rook h7 here.
Yeah,
and
because
rook
this is also very scary for black. First of all, because after king d8, you already have a perpetual check, but maybe you have something more. Who knows? Yeah, it's usually you don't want this to happen. I'm wondering if I could sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, that once I already entered with the rook, that after king d1, something like rook takes f6, e takes f6, and then not allowing g5 from white side, and then pushing black pawn to g5, and then going king f7. Is that, and Boris goes for the same idea. He pushes g5 immediately.
Wow. So after rook h1, I think what Boris wants is he stop. So the bishop from d3 controls h7, and he'll probably make the move bishop g6, stopping rook h5. Or does he not need to care about rook h5?
No, I don't think that black really needs to care about, but of course, as a commentator, it's very easy to give all the pawns, and if it does not work, we take it back. Yeah, we don't have any responsibility. It doesn't work like this in the game.
No, the point is that once the rook comes to g5, it's not just a pawn, because then suddenly these ideas of rook g7, rook e7 come again.
Yes, but of course, from black side, you have to play the move g5. You open up the bishop, you cover the h7 square, very important. So whenever your king runs, you know that it won't be a problem anymore. I think black is perfectly fine.
All right, black's doing fine here. Peter, crazy stuff on the Vincent board. Let's rush over to see these two prodigies fight it out against each other. Everything is hanging. What is going on? Look at the current position. Black has just taken the pawn on g3. And the point is that you can't take the knight on e4 because the queen on e6 is pinned. So that's not an issue. But what can you break down this position for us?
Wow, I mean, okay, the position is completely out of control, and Vincent down to a minute. I mean, 57 seconds for this ultra sharp position. It also showed that, yeah, he was trying to find some very strong moves, but what was unable to kill black setup, and then wasted too much time, and then just kept on playing the move that probably he had as a backup. Yeah, knight f5 is played. That's the big question, that how do we deal with this? Because knight e3 check is kind of an annoying check with 50 seconds on the clock. g4 played.
Wow, that's a committal move. So, but it's probably important because queen h3 would be a big threat in some positions after knight e3, knight f1.
Exactly. I mean, it's the logical follow-up of white's play, but a very, very sharp position.
And let's point out that after knight e3, is the knight trapped after king f2?
Kind of, yes. Yeah, because of the pin, yeah.
That's completely insane because knight d1, well, you can go knight d1, but then you just go king e1 and you keep pursuing this knight.
Yes, that would be great news. Yeah, but yeah, after g4, black has many options. Also, knight d4 is a move. I don't know what to think of the move like knight d4. Yeah, just jumping to d4 and offering the trade. And
I'm scared to take it because if I take the knight on d4, then after e takes d4, queen f7 will suddenly come in. Not
Exactly.
only will you'll threaten queen f1, but also suddenly the knight on e4 will be under fire.
This looks very scary. But then what do we do after knight d4? Just do nothing.
That's not an option in chess.
Yes. Wow, now it's going to be dramatic because also Christopher is down to 1 minute 10, and we have already seen, I'm very worried because I know what Christopher is capable of with few seconds on the clock. We have witnessed it against Pragg. g4, knight g7.
All right, so not knight d4, which actually could have posed big questions to Vincent. Knight g7 keeps up the tension.
Yeah, but probably after knight d4, white had knight g3, and then he's heading for the f5 square. That's what Christopher did not want to let. Yeah, knight g3 is played anyway. Yeah, Vincent is trying to set up a blockade. Very sharp stuff. Maybe also, strategically speaking, some e4, knight f5 ideas are there, but e4 is very double-edged because eventually black's knight could also land on f4. So who knows?
Also,
Precise
E4,
calculation is needed here.
and the players don't have that much time for exactly that. So Christopher thinking of his next move after knight g3.
Yeah, both players down to 40 seconds for this
Maybe
very
just move
complex
king.
position.
King h7.
Yeah, this will be drama. I mean, this is not the final calm before the storm hits us. Yeah, c takes b5. Yeah, Christopher wants to be pawn up at least, but he also
Fair
spoiled
enough.
the structure.
It was a bit scary to leave this d5 pawn undefended, but of course, Christopher Yu doesn't fear anything.
Yeah, and he felt like he doesn't really have a move. At least let me be pawn up, and it's irritating move from white side as well because you don't want to be pawn down.
Maybe a move e4 now, Peter. I like it because you're threatening knight f5. Not so easy.
But
E4
okay, then down to 11 seconds, down to 10.
9-8, Vincent. He just loves to play on seconds. Peter shifting in his chair uneasily.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, yeah, easily played. Yeah, it's trying to set up some queen e2 defense, or I don't know exactly what, but if with little time on the clock you go on the defensive, usually you lose. I'm not liking this.
Well, Christopher's also got very little time on the clock, 20 seconds, and he needs to decide, can he just start pushing the pawns? Can he go b4? Well, he can go b4, but you're not threatening b3.
Yeah, but it's annoying. Yeah, any move is annoying. Yeah, because suddenly you have this extra pawn and this f3 knight is shaking. b6, really b6?
What is this?
He
move?
wants to open up the bishop.
Peter, did you see Vincent's expression? Even Vincent was like, wait, what? I wasn't expecting that one.
Yeah, definitely. It's a shock. But I mean, with few seconds on the clock, such moves can be very practical. Queen takes c6, knight e5, queen e6, d4, I guess, but then bishop c7. What is it? d4 played.
Bishop c7, he'll take on f8 and go queen f2.
Yeah, or queen a8. Yeah, there are all kinds of checks. I mean, whenever I see all these players with few seconds on the clock, I feel like, oh my God, yeah, how they are handling this.
Take on f8, king f8, and queen a8 check is a possibility, because if you go knight e8, suddenly knight f5, and you have all the play in the world.
Yeah, but then you can also maybe just take on e5, and okay, you are 2 pawns up. Yeah, let's not forget that. And this b pawn is very annoying.
But I don't see another move. He's got to give a check on a8.
Yeah, he's down to 4 seconds. Queen a3
Okay,
check
from
played.
e3.
Oof.
It's going to be fine, Peter.
I don't know. I mean, yesterday we have already witnessed a couple of incredible time scrambles.
Well, knight g6 unfortunately doesn't work because you're not threatening mate. He goes queen to a8 now. Strange that he allowed king g8, king h7 before going queen a8.
Yes, now black's king escaped. And this pawn up and hitting on the e5 knight. How do we deal with this? I don't know.
And on the e3 pawn. Well,
Yeah, knight f3 back. Okay,
Yeah, but
it's logical. It's logical not to allow bishop takes e5. Yeah, because this bishop on f6 is kind of dead, but...
And queen e3 runs into queen d5, but now black can start pushing the b pawn, and he does it b4 on the board. And once white's queen gets distracted, then e3 will be hanging. So king f2, first defending the e3 pawn.
Yeah, at least white got some stability now. And
Yeah,
and
you
with
go
little
queen
time on the clock, stability is all that matters. Wow, beastly, really beastly. I
But
was
that pawn
expecting...
doesn't survive. What happens after queen a3? You just pick up the b3 pawn, no?
Yeah, you pick up, but maybe then black transfers the knight, some knight e8, knight d6.
That's okay. At least let's pick up this b3 pawn before it queens.
Yes. Ah, wow, h5. A new angle. Queen takes b3, takes.
playing on both sides. And how do you even keep this vision that you go b3 and h5? You're playing on seconds. That's incredible stuff. If queen g4, still queen d5.
Well, I'm not sure if it was such a good idea because, okay, now white has actually cemented his position. Yeah, now queen takes d5. Now white is the one.
d5 or b6, Peter?
No, d5. I want to have access to the e4 square. Yeah, I mean, okay, this b6 pawn is nothing already. Now knight e4 is possible. Queen e4 check, I can always trade if I want, but of course I don't want at this moment. Black's king is shaky. Queen c6, queen e6, queen c2 check.
It's just about the clock now. Everything is under control for white, but Christopher, of course, playing super fast. And I love that Vincent has this knight f3, knight g3. The king is so safe. And I know for you, that's very important, Peter.
That's very important. But I also feel like black has now stabilized. King h6 played. I was expecting king f7 to be honest, but yeah, king h6. Yeah, knight h2. Yeah, Vincent is trying to get this.
Mate,
He wants,
knight g4 would be mate, by the way.
yeah, king f3. He wants king f3 and then knight to g4. G4 played.
Wow, that is committal.
Well, okay, but logical. Yeah, Christopher is trying to set up bishop h4.
And there's no direct way of attacking. You can go queen e2, but then does he want to defend it with king g5?
d5 played. Wow, Vincent spots the computer move. Yeah, because look at, and then queen c6 after queen d7 is possible.
So queen d5 is knight g4 checkmate.
Or queen d7, even queen e4 wins on the spot. Wow.
Also queen c6 after queen d7.
Yeah, but queen e4 is even stronger. Yeah, first I was very happy about queen c6, but yeah, then I noticed queen e4 is even stronger. Queen f7, knight takes g4.
Is that checkmate?
No, king g5. It's just the
that's
beginning.
king g5.
It's
Such a
just the
blind
beginning.
spot. It's just the beginning.
Wow.
And he's not taking the g4 pawn. So maybe because after king g5, there will be, he goes for it. And after king g5, is he going to pick up the bishop on f6?
Well, yeah, I mean, takes, but then queen f6, it just looks like a natural. Well, I mean, knight e4 check was winning apparently, but I mean, okay, with little time on the clock, almost impossible to spot that trick. So takes. Yeah, this is the technical position. Yeah, now Vincent is so-called hoping to convert it, but black has good drawing chances. I mean, this is not definitely not over.
It's not over, but if anyone's now pushing, it has to be white. Yeah, you've got these two pawns. You're a pawn up. Black's king under so many checks. Peter, this is not easy for Christopher to hold, I feel.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, there was a moment when even it looked like Vincent was down to a few seconds and things are escalating, but Vincent managed to stabilize.
Can he go king g4 here?
Wow,
King g4, I hit your knight and I want to give at least a check on f3. I don't know what that gets me though.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna play knight e4 and yeah, king g4 played.
On the board, so creating chances, queen f3 check, king d3 will be played. And then queen d3, king d3.
King d3 is logical, then knight f5, yeah, basically I'm expecting, yeah, and then maybe
queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2 or queen f2. Maybe queen e2 is even smarter, yeah.
Knight f5 on the board and queen e2 at least trades off the queens. But is that endgame winning?
Well, it actually should be, yeah. Of course, not queen f2 because of queen d1 check. Yeah, queen e2 has to be played, yeah.
Okay, Peter, meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen is crushing through against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Do you want to shift to that game really quickly? Because, well, this one...
Well, it's not dramatic because it's apparently a draw. After queen e2 takes knight e7, Christopher is escaping, so I don't think we can leave it. I mean, Magnus is clashing anyway, so what to do?
All right, let's stick to the end of this game then. Knight e7 played, and you're mentioning that this... What happens after d6?
I mean, probably knight c6, yeah, and then the king comes and the pawn isolates itself. And now king f5, king e5. Unbelievable. Yeah, this is rapid chess. Yeah, that's why we love it. Yeah, that there are so many twists and turns.
But Peter, now that we know that this position can be held, I really want to go back to
yes.
the Magnus game because, you know, it's pretty hot in that position right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, but he's also completely. I mean, I had kept an eye on this. It was a winning attack by Magnus, right? From like move 22 after EF, GF, Queen E2. I thought like, okay, there is no way Magnus will not break through. And I mean, he's first of all pawn up. There is this damage structure by black. Very hard to imagine that black will be able to put up resistance here. But knight on d5, that's the defense.
I mean, it's still, it's not over at the moment. I mean, there's no checkmate here, despite black's king being under so much fire.
Well, one of the questions, what happens after rook e4?
Okay, at least I have a check on c1, but is that all I have? So queen c1, you go king h2. Can I try to get away with knight f4?
Well, then already queen f7, I'm checkmating you. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that why isn't it over after rook e4? What does Duda have in mind after rook e4?
Has it been played?
Not yet. Okay, Magnus has a lot of time on the clock, but I mean, rook e4 almost forces resignation, no?
If there's nothing after queen c1, king h2, then it definitely looks very scary with rook g4 coming in.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but what could it be? Yeah, because probably I even don't see a move. Yeah, rook e4 on the board. Okay,
On the board.
Luckily, it's played, so now we will find out if does black have a move, because it doesn't look like.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda shaking his head. He might resign after rook e4.
Yeah, he needs to design.
Look at him, Peter. He's in distress right now.
Absolutely.
He can't believe the position he's got right now. Just under so much pressure and fire.
Yeah, Magnus winning a very important game. By the way, the game Vincent against Christopher has ended in a draw. So great escape there by Christopher. And Vincent will be very angry of missing that chance. But yeah, Magnus winning, and then he's...
Peter.
But hang on, if Magnus wins, then he takes the lead, right? Because what is
Yeah, because
Arjun drew with Boris.
Exactly. Arjun and Boris drew. So Arjun's currently on 21 points. If Magnus wins this game, he leapfrogs and goes over Arjun with 22 points. Rook e4, and that is it. Jan-Krzysztof Duda resigns. Magnus Carlsen in the lead.
Yeah, crushing performance. By the way, there is still one game in progress, but it's such a drawish look-and game that yeah, we can maybe look at the standings if you need, because we can assume that this ends in a draw.
If this ends in a draw, can I actually ask you to go through the last couple of moves of Magnus's game, because we are being told by chat that it was a stunning attack.
Yeah, definitely. That's. I think that we can just believe that this will be a draw. I mean, let's take a look at that, because otherwise we might run out of time.
Absolutely. So let's just go back and see, because this was that semi-Tarrasch position out of the opening with thematic ideas. And from here, how did Magnus create that?
Yeah,
furnace?
I mean, basically, yeah, that black was somehow provoked into f6, kicking away the knight. But this f6 is, of course, a very dangerous move to play. Suddenly, black's position will be full of weaknesses, and Magnus uses it beautifully. Queen c7, knight c4, queen c7, rook c1, queen b8. And he pushes e5, and that was the moment when I looked at this game, and I saw that after a6 there was e takes f6, gf, and queen e2. I thought like, okay, that's it, game over. Magnus has spotted this queen e2. A takes b5 runs into queen takes e6 check, and look at this now. The only move, bishop d5, which would protect the e6 pawn, runs into bishop takes a6. So that's not an option. And Duda has played king h8. Queen takes e6, knight d5. So maybe Duda was thinking that this holds on, but bishop d7 comes, rook c7, knight e5.
Wow, what a move.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really surprising. Yeah, because okay, black's king on h8 and the queen on b8 are cut together. Now that the rook was forced to c7, yeah, that's why this bishop d7 was so important. The queen is not controlling the e5 square anymore, so fe5, queen e5 will just be checkmate. And after knight e5, rook takes c1, knight f7 check, King G7, rook takes C1, Queen F4, rook E1. The rook is hanging, by the way, let's not forget about that. So rook had to move. Knight D6 comes with the tempo, hitting the bishop. Bishop 8, rook E4, game over. Brutal attack by Magnus.
Brutal attack by Magnus. And Peter, is it all that simple in the Radek game? Because if we just quickly jump over 20 seconds for the players, F4 been played. Can you just take rook takes E4? Because King F3, there's rook E1. But does that hold?
No, that is very, I mean, he goes for it, but this is very scary. And rook A4, rook B1, checkmate. Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God. We just came at the right moment. We didn't miss out on this drama.
No, but what was that? Because rook A4 cannot even be a mouse slip.
No, he just forgot because he was thinking that, yeah, King F3 and, okay, if you move the rook, rook takes F2 check and, okay, I mean, rook E1, rook F2 and you don't want to have this passive rook. Yeah,
Okay, maybe you don't go rook E1, Peter. You can go rook E8 if you want.
Yeah, but I mean, he already was getting ready for the side checks, yeah?
Amazing.
That was the trick. Wow.
Wow, what a dramatic turnaround that was. Rook A4, rook B1. And with that, Radek hangs a mate in one. Anish Giri takes the point. Peter, with that, we do have the final round of the day coming up in just 3 minutes. We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, you know, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David
And we are back with live action already. Pragg against Hans Niemann is on already, and it's a Nimzo E3. So we are seeing a lot of E3 Nimzos. Hans going for castles, bishop d3, d5, and Pragg goes for cd5, ed5, knight g2, the line which became again very fashionable the last 8 months, something like this. And basically, basically starting from January already in Vaikanzi, we have seen some games. Very fighting opening. Black has many different move orders. We will see how Hans deals with it. And Chuki plays the Chuki system, the Ivanchuk file, as I have mentioned. Yeah, bishop b2, his specialty in the Nimzo. This wasn't exactly a Nimzo. It started from knight c3 d5, but since Chuki did not mind to transpose into a Ragozin first, yeah, this is modern chess. Yeah, so we are reaching a classical Nimzo position first from not a Ragozin, then it's a Ragozin, and then it's a E3 Nimzo. After a3 takes, c5, bishop b2, we are in the position that featured between Ivanchuk and Anish Giri. Anish played the slightly mysterious Rook e8 move. Liam goes knight c6, bishop e2 on the board, blitzed out by Chuki. Yeah, this is his pet line. We'll keep an eye on it. What else do we have? So we have a very complicated battle between Pragg and Hans Niemann. We have another important E3 Nimzo in Ivanchuk versus Liam. And what else? Yeah, we had some very long games. What? Already Christopher's game? Okay. So Christopher's game against Arjun has already started, and they are blitzing out some very sharp Queen C2 Nimzo. Yeah, this is definitely Queen C2 Nimzo. I have seen some pictures, some photographs between Sam Shankland and Christopher Yo playing some training positions. Definitely this Queen C2 Nimzo is an influence of Sam. I mean, he's a big expert here. D5, A3 takes, short castle. They are ending up in this variation. Knight F3, D takes C4, Queen C4, B6. Everything very traditional. H4, well, that's the move that Gary used in 2017 when he just came back to play his first over-the-board event after all those breaks, after all those years. H4, bishop A6, Queen C2, C5. Arjun goes for a very direct break. D takes C5, knight B7. Wait a second, wasn't this Nakamura against Oparin in the Berlin Grand Prix? Also, I recall something like this. C6, Rook C8, bishop F4, bishop B7. Yeah, so black sacrifices this pawn, but he wants to get very quick development, which is very logical since white has wasted a tempo on H4. However, as Hikaru pointed out in his game, the rook can be switched on the third rank, so it's by no means a clear loss of a tempo. Bishop B7, C7, Queen E7, E3 on the board. Aha, and we are getting the confirmation from Tadeusz, yeah, that Hikaru went for Rook H3, move 16. So this is some kind of yeah, I mean, in that game E3 wasn't played before the rook, because I think that was the key moment of the whole game, that the rook ended up on C3. But now E3 played, and yes, yeah, because yeah, Tadeusz tricked me. Yeah, that move 13 instead of bishop F4, Rook H3 happened in that game. Rook H3 happened, so that's the point. So Christopher is actually making a novelty, and he definitely has something in mind. E3, knight D5 played, because if with the white pieces you pick this line, you definitely have to check this out, yeah, because this is the most direct way from black side after H4, bishop A6, developing with a tempo, yeah, hitting the queen. Queen moves, you're gonna go C5, boom, you force D takes C5, knight B7, now Rook C8 is coming. The only justification white to enter this is to keep on pushing the C pawn. C6, Rook C8, bishop F4, bishop b7, c7, and that's how we reach this position, which is right now on the board. All right, so what else do we have? The game between Radek and Vincent did not start yet, because Radek had this very long game against Anish, which ended tragically for him. And we have Boris Gelfand against Magnus Carlsen, another big clash. I mean, I know that both players have incredible respect for each other, and Magnus going for this. I mean, I would have said the Queen's Gambit accepted, but this is modern chess again. Sorry that I keep on repeating myself, but from a Slav, we are getting the Queen's Gambit accepted. Knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6. A special move order, and after bishop d3, black takes on c4. Bishop c4 goes c5. Castles a6, b3, knight bd7. And Tanya, you are back. Please share us your thoughts. What do you think of all these transpositions and openings?
Peter, I'm just settling down and looking at the different positions that you're mentioning. Definitely the Christopher game has caught my attention with that pawn on c7. Currently, this one, Magnus Carlsen up against Boris Gelfand. Peter, these b3 ideas against these QGA structures are always tricky and involve a long game. White places the bishop on b2. The knight comes out on d2. And it might look like it's not a direct way for white, but often the middle game becomes quite fiery. Bishop b2 on the board, and Magnus not looking very comfortable with this. I'm expecting Boris's knight to go on d2. Sometimes he can try to push the e pawn as well. e4, e5 ideas come on the board. So meanwhile, what does black want? Black wants to go b5. Black wants to put the bishop on b7. Bishop comes to e7 and go shot castle. It's all about the timing. I think we're going to find out how this one goes ahead. But the game that's really caught my attention right now, Peter, when I came back, was the Adhiban position. It's a strange Dutch.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I happen to know something about this. I mean, not that I analyzed, I have just seen it, because wasn't it that there was a game between Salem and Kamsky in Biel? I do recall something very similar. And yeah, let's take a look. How did this happen? d4, f5, bishop f4, knight f6, e3, g6.
h4, wow.
h4, yes, threatening h5. So black goes h6. And after h5, he can go g5. So now knight c3, bishop g7, bishop c4 happens. It's a very special way of fighting against the Leningrad Dutch, leading to completely different structures.
Not something you see every day. I mean, if black has to castle now, he has to first shut off this bishop on c4. So he goes for d6, which means he's not so rushed about it. So is e6 his idea to, or does he just place the king in the center and say, I don't care?
Yeah, no, I think e6 is clearly his idea. And then the big question is, yeah, how do you get out? One of the logical things would be from white side eventually trying to land the knight on f4 in time. But whether we are in time with that, it's a big question.
All right. Meanwhile, Arjun has managed to pick up that c7 pawn against Christopher. So that's the good news for Arjun fans. And let's also just point out that right now, bishop c7 might look like a free piece, but it's really not, because you can take, I think, just bishop f3. You can start with bishop f3 or go knight f6. The bishop is pinned, and white ends up losing the bishop. You
have many options. Yeah, maybe you are right, actually, even taking and then moving the knight.
F5 or knight f6, yeah, just some interesting options.
Yeah, rook c1, knight d5, and eventually we're gonna collect that bishop. And one could argue that in long terms, white's king is vulnerable, pawn structure is damaged. I mean, black could even end up being better here. So usually in the whole line here, white relies on his strong dark square bishop. Yeah, I don't feel like if you take on c7 and then you have to give back the piece, then you don't really want. But hang on. After bishop takes c7, bishop takes f3, there is bishop a6.
Bishop e4?
Bishop e4. Wow. Insisting on, okay, queen c3. I also insist. And then you will just crush me with knight c5. That's it.
I don't know if I'll crush you or not, but knight c5 is definitely interesting.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, that's what happens when you haven't castled. Yeah, I mean, if you play like this, then you have to play the game and you have to know what you are doing. Yeah, otherwise you can just end up in a lot of trouble.
That's some great advice from Peter, everyone. Remember to castle. All right, Peter, Vassal's opening. It's what you call the Ivanchuk variation in your files. We see it one more time, the Nimzo Bishop B2.
Exactly, and it's very interesting because it did not start out as a Nimzo. I was already explaining this, that it was not even a Ragozin yet. It was a very special move order, but finally we did reach the same position. And now you see the clock situation, yeah, that I'm talking about Ivanchuk's variation. It's move 10, then why did he spend already 7 minutes? It's a very logical question, but I think the justification is the fact that Liam has done something very special. After c5, bishop b2, knight c6, bishop e2, he opted for c takes d4, which strategically speaking is not a good move. So you only play it if you have a very concrete idea. And after c takes d4, he gave the check with queen a5, and Nachuki is trying to understand that what is going on. Why can't I just stabilize my position and be better? But believe me, if already Liam was ready to take cd4, queen a5 quite quickly, it means that he knows what he's doing.
All right, well, this one's developing. Peter, we'll come back to this. I want us to quickly try and bring up the standings just to remind ourselves where we are going into this final round of the day. And this is what it is. Really quickly, Magnus at 22, Arjun with 21, Pragg at 18, Liam and Hans with 17 points, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Anish, Vincent. All these players currently making the cut. Peter, I want to jump to a very important matchup, and I think this is the matchup of the round with Pragg taking on Hans Niemann. And super crucial for our standings. Hans, a very important game if he wants to keep his chances alive of making it to the knockout phases. And I was in Miami, Peter. In fact, we were doing the commentary for the FTX Crypto Cup, where it was this exact matchup, Hans against Praggnanandhaa, where the now infamous phrase, chess will speak for itself, happened.
It was this game, yeah?
It was Hans against Praggnanandhaa.
Because I also remember that that phrase when
he beat Magnus, yeah?
Yes, when he beat Magnus, and it was the first game. And then I remember, I mean, the whole event, I also remember how much nerves I have lost for Hans during that tournament. I mean, I was really so much rooting for him. And he had these incredible games and matches, but nothing worked out. I mean, he had some very nice individual games, but the matches never went his way. And all those famous interviews, everything. But now when looking at the position, it looks like a dream situation for Hans, actually, to be honest.
It really does, right? Because we know that when white has a knight on g3, then you put your pawn on g6 and suddenly there's no future for that knight. It's always a great structure to have. If your opponent has a knight on g6, you make the move g3 and you kill it. After g6, h5, h4 coming in, where is Pragg's knight headed? Both knight e2, knight g3 getting in each other's way. Meanwhile, bishop on b7, always ready. You have to watch out for moves like d4, which might come in with a big attack. With this hanging pawn structure, it gets very tricky if white can build up an attack against them. And that's what Pragg is going for with the move knight f4. But this does allow bishop takes f4.
Yeah, and it also allows eventually also an intermezzo with d4 and then later to take on f4. I mean, Pragg is also way behind the clock. Let's take a look what happened, because it shouldn't be happening like this, what we are witnessing. So after takes knight e2, Hans opted for the b6 setup. Castles, bishop b7, bishop d2, bishop d6, rook c1, c5. But yeah, this is actually famous, that if you are in time to go c5 without even wasting a tempo on a6, this is very good news for black. D takes c5, b takes c5. I think Pragg has somehow mixed up his move orders here. Knight g3, knight b7, knight c2, knight e5. Yeah, black was already taking over. So yeah, you don't really want to give this bishop up so easily, but there was too much pressure. Takes g6, b3, h5, and now Pragg opted for knight f4. That's
all right,
the
so
current.
knight f4, Peter, we've been talking about these two different ideas of either going bishop f4 or d4 directly. D4 directly, is that a possibility?
Well, it is a possibility. The big question is that do we consider knight takes g6 an idea from white side or not? Yeah, this is a very big question.
Exactly. This is what I think just gives an additional opportunity for white to go knight takes g6, which is a bit scary.
Yes, it is.
Because let's say
Where it
FD
leads, I don't know exactly, but definitely something to think about.
Yeah, and then let's just show the kind of attack that's possible. F takes g6, queen takes g6, and if you go king h8, different options. But even if white just captures on d4,
Yeah, no, this is taboo. I mean, basically after knight takes g6, the only move that I considered was d takes c3. I mean, I would never even consider f takes g6. And then the question was that after knight takes f8, do I have a nice way of getting an advantage in the endgame or not with black? Yeah. If the answer is not, then I will not enter this variation.
right? Well, knight f4, so big moment here for Hans. Does he decide to take these chances? I think bishop f4, e takes f4, d4 feels more like the human approach in this position.
Well, but after bishop f4, I was slightly, but this is very important. I was slightly worried that maybe you can just liquidate like this, but there's bishop a6 winning the exchange.
I didn't consider bishop f6 because I thought it would be a great idea to save this bishop. But you're absolutely right that after d4, the bishop on c3 is dead. So why not trade it off and you just go bishop a6 then?
Yes, this is a key. And thanks to this, then white is probably collapsing. So white can't play like this. So after bishop f4, we have to take ef4 and then you push d4. Then, of course, it makes perfect sense to take on f4 first. And that's what he has done. Yeah, he opted for bishop f4, ef4.
Bishop f4, ef4, and you play this only if you want to go d4. So Hans lying down, but I have little doubt that we're going to see d4 on the board. All right, Peter, we will come back to this. Let's continue and take a look at some of the other games. Magnus, and he's gone for d4.
Yeah, he has done d4. So yeah, Hans is in total control. The big question is that can he really get the maximum out of it? But
Wow, and look at Arjun's position, Peter. Big update coming there. Arjun against Christopher. Has Christopher bungled something up? Why is our evaluation bar in love with Arjun's position?
Wow, I mean, okay, rook on a2, queen on b1 are both trapped. Nothing moves. Total Paketovich. I mean, this is horrible. And also the bishop on g6 is collapsing. This is not the h6 pawn that we are afraid of.
I mean, that rook on a2 is actually never going to be alive ever again.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean, you have a4, rook a3, but that's going to take forever. And all of black's pieces coming into the game.
Wow, what happened here? So everything collapsed very quickly. But this is the point, yeah, that you push h4 and then you push this c pawn. And okay, he did not push the c pawn. Black sacrificed the pawn with c5. Forced all this action because of the rapid development. And you really have to know your move pair move stuff here from white side, and probably Christopher mixed up something or forgot something. In any case, if you give all these tempis, knight c5, castles, knight b3, rook a2, I mean, okay, you already know that you are in trouble. Rook fd8, h5, knight f6, h6. Important to highlight that after bishop e4, there was still queen e1. Otherwise, the queen would have been trapped right away. But actually, queen e1 escapes. And Arjun says, you know what? I don't want to chase this terrible queen away from b1. Knight e4. I want simply to dominate the position.
I mean, knight d2 is a massive threat on the board, right? You're threatening to win material. You're threatening to win exchange. How do you fight that? And you fight that, black can always pick up the bishop on g3 and completely destroy your pawn structure as well.
Well, to be honest, I feel like my position is so dominating that I'm not even sure if I want to go knight d2. But yeah, knight d2 probably just wins the game on the spot. Yeah, bishop h4.
Well, he can go g5 and knight d2 now.
Exactly. No, it's basically game over. I mean, now we see the toll of the previous time scramble between Christopher and Vincent. Yeah, that he survived that, but probably was not in time to recover psychologically, and this is already, or physically, mentally, it's the fourth game of the day. Very exhausting.
All right, Peter, I also see our eval bar screaming that Jan-Krzysztof Duda is much better against Adhiban currently. Let's leave this game for now. It's, of course, a crucial one. If Arjun wins, he very well could be back in pole position. But what is going on here? And this is what we were talking about, that bishop on b3 a monster. Black's development, Peter, there is no development for black here. This
But
looks
hang on. Duda has blitzed out the move queen d5 in 11 minutes and he allows e6. Did he? I can't believe that he blundered e6. No, he didn't blunder e6. He has e takes d. He plays for the beauty prize. He wants to go e d6.
No, he doesn't want to go e d6.
Why not?
Because your queen is hanging.
Okay, go ahead. D takes c7. Thank you very much. Be my guest.
Bishop c3, bc3, queen f6.
Never seen a construction like this. This pawn is unstoppable.
And you have king e2 in the end. Oh
Yeah, it's
my
on the
God.
board. E d6.
Wow.
But maybe you can just take on d6 or something. I don't know. I mean, there is.
Look at the smile. Look at the smile on Jan-Krzysztof Duda's face. He's proud of this.
Yeah, definitely. But maybe it's a wrong. I mean, it's a beautiful idea, but maybe it's a wrong idea. Maybe there was something more in the position. He got carried away because, in fact, I mean, one could argue that a position like, what is it? C takes d6, something like c d6.
But can't you give a check now? Queen c6.
Yes,
Okay.
you can give a check, but okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. I will just ignore it. I'm gonna go king f7.
And I just was wondering if I can go bishop d6, but you'll go rook b6 anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, what I want to highlight that if we trade queens, then actually this bishop on b3 might not be so effective because the pawn is great on e6, and this knight on g4, bishop g7 could be a typical Adhibanish compensation. Apparently, computer does not agree at all. CD6 gives clear advantage to white, and Duda takes the pawn immediately.
All right, and we go into this and rook b6 played. All right, Peter, now that it's a little more calm and no one's getting checkmated anytime soon, let's move over and get an update on the Magnus Boris board.
Yes, well, I just wanted to highlight one thing, that maybe this is now a crucial moment. Where does this bishop go? And maybe this bishop b4, taking control of all the dark squares and also stopping any kind of a5, stopping black from castling, might be the right way. Because if, yeah, he even goes rook d1 first. Bishop on d6 is cemented. Duda on top here. Well, Magnus's game is a very classical affair. I mean, I don't really see him creating winning chances here for the moment, but I think Boris is the one who feels like I didn't have a good tournament so far, but if I would be able to beat Magnus, then it would give a completely different feel for all the tournament for him. But Magnus seems to be solid enough. He doesn't want to take risk against Boris.
And this looks like, well, even though, you know, all the pawns in the center have been traded off, once again, it's far from over. A lot of subtleties in this position, but it's a slow game. Peter, the one game that's not slow is Pragg versus Hans Niemann. Let's go back to that and take it from where we left. It's a very crucial game for our standings as well, and always exciting to see prodigies play against each other, show their best chess. Let's back up and take it from where we left.
Wow, the position is actually escalating. Pragg in a lot of trouble. So bishop f4, e f4, d4, bishop b2, h4, kicking the knight away, knight e2, queen d5, f3, rook e8. Yeah, now after f3 was forced, black is also starting to invade with the rook. Rook f2, a5, getting ready for bishop a6. It's total domination, queen d2, bishop a6. Bishop a3, rook a c8. h3, only move. Basically, Pragg is absolutely right. He needs to create some loot for his king. He needs to stop some h3 break as well. But I mean, maybe in long terms he will just lose the f4 pawn. Yeah, now black has ideas like knight h5, getting ready to trade everything on e2 and then hit on f4. The structure is horrible. I mean, I don't see Pragg escaping here. And in fact, I have never seen Pragg recently, since we are covering his games, to have such a bad position with the white pieces right out of the opening.
You know, Peter, with everything going on, this off-the-board controversy going on with Hans Niemann, I also think it's not just Hans who has to deal with this difficult psychological situation and play well against the best players of the world, but also it's a little uncomfortable for his opponents to play against him.
Absolutely, no, not only a little bit. It drives the players crazy. Yeah, that's why I also said right from the beginning at the starting show that the situation is just unbearable, basically, yeah, because everybody is affected. You don't know what to do, and what is your strategy? How do you play? And if you don't think about the game, then you can just play horribly, no matter how strong you are. So this situation should be resolved somehow.
Well, we are hoping for something to come out of it, but for right now, it's all about the chess that's being produced on the board. And knight h5, you mentioned this move, and immediately it's almost like Pragg was ready for it. He immediately blitzes out knight c3, so fighting against that idea of trades on e2, and the f4 pawn is lost. But Peter, did Hans miss knight c3? Because now if you go queen d6, putting pressure on f4, that allows knight e4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, I was expecting the move queen f5 to be honest, but knight e4 will be played, and then also some fork on d6.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe actually knight h5, which was so tempting that it was also my first feeling that, okay, knight h5 and we just win the game. And Pragg only needed this one little chance to at least put up. Yeah, Hans of course correctly sacrifices the exchange because he has such a domination. Yeah, he should just not lose his initiative.
So after knight d6, what is it that Hans wants? Does he want to go queen g5, hinting at knight takes h3?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, definitely.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I don't even know how big. Well, it is a big step because knight h3, king h3, there is queen g3 check, mate almost.
And you don't have king f1 because of that sneaky bishop on a6.
Yes, exactly. So we don't want to go knight d6, I guess.
All right, then it's a pawn. Do you want to take on c5?
Yeah, but then there is also some e2 problem, yeah, somewhere. Who knows? I mean, at least I can't take with the knight. Pragg takes with the rook. Rook
so rook
c5.
Rook c5, exactly. If you take bishop c5 now, it's on the board, yeah? It's been played?
Yeah, it's on the board, yeah. Yeah, very, very complicated position because actually we know that black was clearly better, yeah, was dominating, and all of us, maybe it's still good for black, yeah, and we see that the computer says that black is perfectly fine. Allowing this, I'm not sure that Hans is so, but maybe, I mean, after d3 and putting the knight on e2, it all makes sense. Eventually, if you will be able to target this knight on e4, then without the knight on e4, white's position collapses completely. Hard to suggest a move for the moment. It's a horrible position. So, okay, what else we haven't touched yet? Yeah, I mean, for example, Anish is dominating against Levon, it looks like, yeah, and Levon is completely out of the race after all those losses. But for Anish, it would be super important to keep the momentum going and collect as many points as possible.
Peter, we have to look at Vassil's game as well. This one, of course, Anish is keeping up the pressure, and you know Levon's been having a very difficult tournament, but an important game for Vassil and Liam on our leaderboard, and it does look that the queen and the bishop in this case are stronger than white's pieces. Is Vassil in trouble?
He's in some kind of a trouble. The big question is how big of a trouble. I mean, if the knight could somehow, you know, reach f4 or something, but right now on g3 it's completely stuck.
Even if it got on f4, it would allow queen f1, g5, it could be pushed out.
Yes, I mean, this bishop on c4 is a monster, yeah, with the pawn on d5. And this was the strategy that Liam had, yeah, that he gave up the center at the beginning, but he knew that he will have light squares.
And look at the clock, Peter, 30 seconds to Vassil and almost 10 minutes for Liam.
Yeah, I mean, it's the typical situation for Chucky, yeah, that when he's losing the control, yeah, that he doesn't have a logical way of continuing the position, then he can go very low on the clock, or he can just forget about the clock, yeah. H5. The only problem is that white has made those last two moves which were possible, and I'm wondering if it's not white to move, what will be white's next move? So maybe I even don't push a5, I just push a6 just to make a teaser.
Maybe you have to go knight e2. Is that the only move that you have?
Wow, but one could argue if you wanted to go knight e2, you could have done it without pushing the pawn to all the way to h5.
Also, knight e2, you never know what is this king pawn ending with these outside passers. No, it can just be lost.
It can be lost. Exactly, yeah. King h7, so what to do?
Passing the move, exactly as you said.
Yeah, passing in a slightly strange manner, but probably Liam feels like the queen on d3 and the bishop are protecting this diagonal so well that there is no check or no harm going to be happen to me. And Chucky goes e4. I mean, it's a very nervy move. Computer hates it, but Chucky wants to break out of his misery.
And I'm wondering
does it mean that maybe just a5 and then now that Liam has put his king on a7, he can just push this pawn and there is no way stopping it? Because we see that the computer goes crazy.
Maybe White's idea is to try to finally go king g1, king h2 and just get the king out of there.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, if a5, a4 is coming, then
it's not just a5, a4, a3 is coming, a2 is coming. It's just rolling
exactly.
down the board.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a5 on the board.
A5 on the board. So Liam in full control, dominating this game against Vasil. Meanwhile, Peter Magnus has managed to get a knight on c3. And whenever that happens, that's a bit tricky for White. If you just switch over to the game really quickly to point out, again, it's a strategic battle. But once this knight comes in, White is never able to put his rook on c1 to challenge the rook because of knight e2 threats. And it's just very annoying to have this piece in your camp.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, now Magnus has something to play with. Boris also done on the clock. I mean, practically speaking, it's a great chance for Magnus. We don't know exactly how to break through because there is some pressure on the e5 pawn from the knight on fc, and you don't want to push e5, e4 because then White could jump back with the knight to d4. So Magnus strengthens his center. And the big question is, maybe White should create some luft. But after h3, probably Black would also play h6. Wow. Keep the pressure on, and it will be very unpleasant and difficult for White to find the move.
All right, so difficult position for Boris. Meanwhile, not the only player with White who's in big trouble. Well, Boris is still not in big trouble, but Christopher Yu is completely busted. Arjun on his way to score a big win. Yeah,
a very big win. I mean, okay, this is basically designable, and also looking at the clock situation.
He just wins a piece, no?
Yeah, he wins the game.
He wins the game.
Yeah, this is just a horrible constant. Basically, the punishment the coach wants to see when somebody plays h4, but we know that this h4 idea came from Gary, yeah? So it's very difficult to be harsh with it. But I mean, this heavily backfired.
But he's got 20 seconds on the clock. He makes the move rook a4. So after rook takes f1, he wants to take on b4. But there's bishop d5, which defends.
Yeah, I mean, bishop d5, knight c5, anything. So we can just move from here. Wow, we have to move to Boris. Boris came up with knight c4, a very clever, seemingly very clever move, but computer hates it. Is there some tactical effort? Hang on, queen d3. Can we just win material with queen d3?
Oof, that is brutal, Peter. You're attacking my knight. I take knight takes e5, knight e2 check, king h1, knight g3, and you win the rook. What an idea.
Yeah, but the big question is because you can still come back.
Peter, you're always very fast at spotting queen d3, I've noticed.
Well, I mean, okay, entering an enemy's camp, but White can still come back to d2 with the knight. It looks horrible and it should be losing. Ah, yes, no, of course, it's completely lost. But then poor Boris, how could he miss this?
Has Magnus found it yet?
No, not yet. But I mean, Magnus has a lot of time and he knows it's a critical moment. So he absolutely rightly spent some time.
I wonder if queen d3 is the only way, because otherwise your knight on c3 is attacked. You kind of might be forced to find queen d3 because b takes c4, queen c3 doesn't get you anything with the rook on c8 pinned.
Exactly. I think the whole point is that after queen c3, knight e4, you have b takes c4. Yeah, that's the reason why Boris went for this whole line. But queen d3 looks very strong. I just don't see a difference. And queen d3 on the board.
On the board. When Peter finds queen d3, it is mega strong. We've seen that historically. Queen d3 played by Magnus in this one.
Yeah, played, and yeah, Boris in a huge trouble, because if now he needs to come back knight cd2, he not only lost a very big tempo, but he might just lose by force. And you see, I think he's in a state of shock because he just realized that he blundered.
Because you play knight c4 and it's a move that brings so much hope because you think you've solved all your problems, and then there is this tactical idea with queen d3 and your rook on f1 hangs in the line at the end. Let's just show it one more time. It doesn't matter which knight you pick up the e5 pawn with, but knight e2, king h1, knight g3 is just game over.
Yeah, and he goes for knight cd2. Yeah, he had to come back.
But now can you go knight e2, rook c2? But you got to watch out for queen e5.
For queen e5, yeah, this is still the only issue that we have to deal with. I mean, computer screams that it's completely lost. I haven't seen the killer. I mean, okay, it's clear that black should be winning, but I haven't seen the killer punch yet, honestly.
Peter, do you want to switch to the Pragg Hans game? I think it's a lot of our chat wants to see it. It's a very exciting moment in that game, and we'll come back to this one.
Okay, so Pragg actually, I think absolutely correctly, he took on a5. If at least you have a bad position, you should have something for it. Putting some pressure on the opponent. Queen takes a5, knight e2 check, king h1, queen e5 played, rook f1 played. Wow, rook f1, because queen a1 check and queen g1 checkmate was coming if white picks up the bishop. Wow, stunning idea. So queen a5, knight e2 check, king h1, queen e5. And Pragg comes back with the rook to f1.
All right, I see your eval bar. It very strongly dislikes Pragg's position, says that Hans is completely winning, but is it really that clear?
Well, can we just play very simple? Bishop b7, hit the knight and threaten with knight g3 fork, bishop b7 on the board. I think it's game over now. Yeah, rook d1 played, but okay, yeah, this is now, I mean, the knight is eliminated.
So do you just pick up the pawn on e4? You go bishop e4, fe4, maybe give a check, but you can
well,
also
I even have knight g3 check followed by knight takes e4, also very tempting.
But why give the d3 pawn at all, although it's not hanging because there's queen a1 ideas always, but even queen e4 is just very difficult, no?
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, just to win. But I thought like knight g3 also wins on the spot. Yeah, knight g3 check, king h1, knight takes e4, the bishop is hanging, it's a double attack, and it's just
take on d3.
Then c5, bishop is hanging.
Exactly.
Yeah, but knight c3, wow, why knight c3? I mean, the knight c3 idea is to take the pawn on e4, but knight g3 was a check. It was forsage.
Knight g3 just feels if you want to take on e4, why give the d3 pawn and take on e4? Just knight g3 check and pick it up with a check, no?
Yeah, but okay, still, yeah, I mean, white wins the tempo, but I mean, after rook d3, knight e4, still it's a question, how do we defend?
And Peter, knight c3 is not correct. Look at our eval bar.
Yes, yes. I mean, I saw the eval bar. Okay, Pragg doesn't see the eval bar, so he has to try to figure it out himself. Yeah, he needs to take the pawn. And you told, you were screaming about this, just don't let that pawn be taken, yeah?
Yeah, that pawn is the life in black's position. And also it's just so strange, right? You play this brilliant game, but why not give knight g3 check and then pick up that pawn on e4? Okay, he's taken on e4. This is the current position, and it's still trouble for white. You have, regardless of what the eval bar says.
D8, Pragg finds the computer's move.
Wow, and I think this is the move that Hans missed.
Probably. Because stepping out of the knight f2 fork, yeah, because, yeah, now knight g3 check is played.
Okay, so king will go to g1. He goes to h2. He doesn't
No,
even
I mean, king g1 would have run into queen a1
queen
checkmate.
Queen h1. Yeah.
Wow, okay, Hans will not believe this, that this is possible.
And that he doesn't have a great check with the knight that ends in mate. If you go knight g3, king h2, yeah, let's just show that.
Yeah, I mean, here the bishop suddenly protects the g1 square. That's the defense here. Wow, I mean, this is unbelievable.
What an escape. And let's show that if you go knight g3, king h2, knight f1, then you go king g1 and queen h2 is not mate because the knight on f1 is hanging.
Yes. Wow, stunning. I mean, Pragg escapes with 1 minute on the clock. Hans will be kicking himself. I mean, okay, with 3 minutes on the clock, just give this knight g3 check and it's game over on the spot.
Unbelievable. It was a brilliantly played game by Hans, you know. It felt like he was outplaying Pragg.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, somehow Pragg mixed up something in the opening and got a very bad position. And then it was very awkward for him to defend this.
And you look at Hans and you know he realizes that he's missed a golden opportunity. And I think it comes down to this moment, which Pragg literally found in seconds. And this is what Hans missed in his analysis, that he has this move rook d8.
I mean, his calculation, yeah.
Yes, in his calculation.
Yes, so this is really incredible, yeah. But I mean, this rook d8 and then Pragg immediately jumps at the chance, yeah. And then, I mean, it's once it happens that you are getting knight g3 check and you play king h2 and then realize, there is nothing. But I mean, usually during a game with 1 minute on the clock, you just feel like, oh my God, if knight g3 check happens, it's game over. Pragg keeps incredible overview of the situation.
That he has this resource. They say you make your own luck on the chessboard, and that's exactly what Pragg has done. With minutes on the clock, just keep not giving up, completely sharp, and seeing that this is his chance. He goes queen a1, so still trying, but king h2. The problem is that white also has play rook d8, queen d8, bishop d4 ideas.
Yeah, of course. No, I mean, basically, I think it's already clear that it will be a draw. I mean, you can't trade the rooks, and already the knight was coming back from e2, from g3, whatever. I mean, so Hans is willing to end this game, yeah.
And that's it. That is it. What a big fight and a big save for Pragg, this one. And you can see the relief on Pragg. Definitely Hans immediately leaves, switches off the camera. He is angry at himself. Peter, that was a big miss after playing a really nice game by Hans Niemann. All right, we still have some live action on, so let's jump over.
Well, actually, Magnus has won. Yeah, he find the computer win. Just very quickly to see that after knight d2, knight e2 check, king h1, e4, yeah, just pushing the knight away. Knight had to move rook c2, and after queen e5, there was rook takes d2, and the queen is coming back. After queen b8, it's not a checkmate because of queen d8. So that was the precise calculation, which resulted in a win for Magnus.
All right, very important move, e4, clearing up that d file so the queen can return. Peter, let's go to our live action and Radek versus Vincent. We have a big update. Anish has made a crazy blunder and lost. Is that over already?
What? Oh my God. And this will be very painful and very costly. I mean, he was in total control. I mean, first he missed. I don't think that he missed rook takes this. It would be very strange. Queen e4, rook d2 check, rook e2, queen d7. But he lost the control of the game already, and this has happened, as used to happen when you lose control, then you can blunder, and rook h4, and you are getting checkmated. Gh, queen g4 check, king h1, rook f1 checkmate. Wow. Okay, Levon bounces back again, winning the last game of the day, which gives him some hope, but yeah, he needs a miracle. He needs to win all his games.
Both Anish and Lev in the studio.
To get lucky, it's always my secret. And I think people know, I quite often play terribly in the preliminaries, but when I qualify, then I play well. Yeah. So I somehow cannot get a rhythm in this whole tournament, and hopefully some miracle will happen and I'll qualify, and then I promise to play well.
And how about you, Anish? What will be the plan tomorrow to qualify for quarterfinals?
No, for me, usually it's the way around. Usually I play well in preliminaries and badly in the knockouts. So I'm like, yeah, but I hope I'll make it. I mean, I see Levon smiling, but I am higher than him on the standing. So if he's smiling, I should also be smiling.
Yes. And we have something else to have you smiling, Anish. Our viewers, they're making some artwork, and we do have 2 drawings of you.
Wow.
Your fans is making some nice artwork. What do you think?
Very impressive. No, yeah. I always appreciate a good drawing. So yeah, it's really good to see. I've seen all.
All right, Peter, let's get back to the chess because things are heating up in both our games. Let's start with this one, Radek versus Vincent. What do we make of this middle game, of this endgame?
Yeah, well, actually, you are absolutely right. It almost feels like a middle game because it's a queenless middle game with this pawn on b3 and all these two rooks, and we see the evaluation bar also suddenly claiming white is better than it's equal. The computer also cannot really make up his mind. I have never seen something like this, yeah, that black has such a strong pass pawn, the knight on c1. Seemingly white's position is cut in half, but because of this powerful rook on b7, maybe white is in fact better. Yeah, it's king f1 now back to equality again. Both players down to, okay, Vincent down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Radek still almost 2 minutes on the clock. And this a pawn, I mean, if the a pawn starts to advance, that will be brutal because the rook on b7 is so well placed. Vincent needs to find a very direct move pair move line here.
This is very concrete, the position. So we have to look at some moves. He's down to 50 seconds. So king f1 played. What are the options here? Black doesn't have the time to take on d2 and come with the other rook to c2 because you simply go knight b3, and after rook b2 you have knight c5.
Exactly, yeah, this is the problem, that you can't do this. And then what do you do? Yeah, finally Vincent opens. He needs loot for his king. h6 is played. It's, I think, correct. You just have to. I mean, sorry, I just wanted to that black needs to keep this rook on c2, never trade it, because this puts pressure on white. And the big question is now how white will react.
And if white goes a5, do you want to play rook a2?
Wow, rook a2, oh, very smart. Yeah, rook a2. I was thinking that maybe just, but you know, rook a2 is very strong.
If rook a8, Peter, my problem was rook c2, bc2,
yeah,
rook c7.
Exactly. That was also my problem. Yeah, but rook a2 is very nice.
And you can't take because rook takes a2, b takes a2 is just lost for white. You can't prevent the pawn from queening.
Yeah, so actually this rook a2 is a very important key motive. Yeah, I was talking about the rook on c2 being very strong. Actually, rook a2 is the very powerful.
It's actually quite a threat, and I'm just wondering why Vincent didn't play it in the previous move. But okay, rook a2, whenever the pawn starts advancing, is equally strong. h6 is also good because it a5 on the board. We might be, and it's played, Peter. Rook a2 played. Yeah,
a5, rook a2 played. I am guessing that if white wants to be solid, then he can actually take on b3, and it should be drawish. I mean,
you mean rook b3, rook d2, knight d2, knight b3, knight
yeah,
b3.
And it's played. Yeah, rook takes b3 is played.
All right, and you have to take on d2 because knight b3 runs into rook a2. Are you thinking about rook a1?
Rook a1, wow,
It's a move, Peter. It's a move.
It's a move. It's a move. But Vincent, okay, he still has 30 seconds. That's still kind of normal. But I mean, on the other hand, taking on d2 and then eliminating all the rooks would be also very tempting. Yeah, and then get the rook behind. The other rook goes to a2 and bring the king. I feel that's a safe way to play.
Safe, but Vincent is not one for safe play, but he goes for this line, rook d2, knight b3 takes, and now it's just all about technique. Peter, do you think that here black has any real winning chances? The reason I ask is because I see the eval bar and it says that this is equal. Yeah, I think it should. I mean, equality looks kind of logical, but okay, if black gets the king to d6, rook on a4, and but still, I don't really see white ever being in danger here. But you never know. Rook c4 was a very nice move, not allowing knight c5, e3, and a6. Yeah, this was a nice touch by Vincent. And after e3, he definitely wants to make sure that the knight will not move. And then the question, should white push h5 and stop g5, but then h5 pawn will be a target? Yeah, with king f7, king f6, king g5, king h5, you might just end up losing that pawn. Exactly. Not easy now for, and now Radek is also done on the clock with 25 seconds. It's the only game remaining, by the way. And look at this, after a full day of chess, playing against, well, top grandmasters playing against each other, so no easy opponents. We've had such a decisive final round of the day. We've had 6 decisive games so far, with only the Pragg Hans Niemann ending in a draw, but not devoid of action. So but look at this, now after king e1, rook b4, yeah, hitting the d4 pawn. hitting the d4 pawn, and you kind of lose it, right? Because you have to move your knight. You go knight c5, rook d4. You can go a6, but
you
then
go
there's
a6, yeah, and then it's a question: can you really take, because rook c4, rook c1, rook a1? Wow.
you mean a7, rook c1, rook a1? Yes, perfect.
Exactly. Yeah, and then the pawn on a7 is lost. But this is now a very tough spot for Radek, because yeah, a6, rook c4 on the board. With 10 seconds on the clock, he needs to find a way.
And it's been a clock turnaround. It was Vincent who was playing on 15 seconds, and now he's up to a minute.
Yeah, now knight d7. The idea is after rook a4, knight b6. That would be a great trade for white. Should be a draw.
You don't need to rush, because you can also maybe just, okay, he goes for rook a4. Maybe after knight b, what does he want?
Check, and then rook a6, rook d6. Oh my God, yeah, the Radek is going crazy now, because this knight d5, rook d6 would have pinned the knight. And okay, now it's a technical winning position. I mean, white.
That was such a nice spot by Vincent, this intermediate rook a1 check before picking up that pawn to put the king and the knight on the same file. And you've got to be proud of him right now.
Well, I mean, usually I think that this is exactly where the young players are outmatching the old guard, yeah, because old guard has the class, yeah, until everything is under control, logical, you are very nice. But when things escalate and you have little time on the clock, then these youngsters, of course, with so much more experience in this online format and blitzing with few seconds on the clock, you can easily miss something. King d6, king e3. Now black will play rook a4. Yeah, cutting the king, while black will play g5, of course. It's very natural. Yeah, you just play g5. Of course, the question will be after that how you're going to break, but slowly, step by step, then you go g5, you go d4, king d5, and eventually you just should win this. King e3, expecting d, but okay, d4, king f3, and then white will try g4. It's not over yet. It should be winning, but we already seen that Vincent let many of good chances go, but okay, this is a technical position. I don't think that here clock will play such a big role.
He's got about a minute on the clock. So d4 played again, just taking away squares from white's king. Peter, what is the winning plan here? How do you create a passer?
Yeah, but now, I mean, he trapped his own rook. This I'm not like, because he was afraid of this king f3 g4 idea, but now actually Radek gets king d3 and then knight will target the d4 pawn. I'm not really worried that actually Vincent has missed this and he will not win. What a turnaround. These knights are always tricky.
So what you're mentioning here is that now the king and the rook have to be tied down to defending the d4 pawn. So once white plays king d3, the knight comes to c2 or to f3, and the rook is trapped in a way that it can't move without losing the d4 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, unbelievable, because yeah, it looked like, okay, without this rook e4 check and then d4, black would have slowly won this position for sure.
Okay, I have a question. Can black actually play? Okay, let's say you go king d5, king d5 here. You go king d3.
Yes.
And is there time to play? 1 second. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, king d5 on the board. I mean, yeah, this was so, and knight f3 played, okay, knight f3, but now black gets a chance, no? Because can we push g4 and then this rook has to get back to the a file.
Exactly.
As quickly as possible.
On the board. Now, you can also try to play rook e8 and rook to h2. But
wow, that goes knight h4, but I mean, what is this exactly? It's very strange because black can now push f4, no? I mean, we trade the weakness and we create some weakness on rook e6.
Which is also nice. Knight f5, he wants to go rook f6 and pick up the f2 pawn.
Yeah, pick up like this, yeah. And okay, now black's king is threatening also to enter. Wow, I mean, Radek had this golden opportunity to play king d3 and then maybe even knight c2, putting the pressure on the d4 pawn like that.
But I don't know if it was so easy, Peter, because I was trying to make these ideas with rook g4 work in that position. But okay, it's
Well,
totally-
also this rook e8 and then rook e8 and then rook a3 check was a problem probably that.
exactly.
But still, I mean, this one looks now king e5. Yeah,
Okay, so-
Vincent played with 2 seconds on the clock.
Peter, you sound like you're surprised now. By
I'm a
now
little
you-
bit surprised, yeah, because now f4 check for, okay, then king f6, but okay, with few seconds on the clock, anything can happen. I'm of course surprised, yeah, because okay, there was no
Or you
need.
just go king d5 and you're threatening rook e3 or rook h6, rook h3.
Yeah, but knight takes f5 and then anyway you go to, but then e4 check, I don't know. It's at least it maybe wins, but it's very complicated. Knight g2. Okay, now rook a6 and then give a check with rook a3. I mean, then king e4, then it's an automatic win. Yeah, knight f4, give rook a3 check, and then king e4, and it's game over basically. There is no reason to play here with 1-2 seconds on the king d6, not king e4. Very strange. So king e4, maybe Vincent felt like after knight d3, anyway, that's the setup, that's the fortress setup that Radek wants, but there is no fortress, no? He just comes with the king.
Imagine a fortress in this position.
Yeah, it's impossible because after knight d3, we give a check, forcing the king to the back rank, and okay, afterwards, it cannot be that. Okay, Radek jumps with knight g6. King d5.
Still knight f4, you'll go king e4 now.
No, he goes king c4. I mean, he wanted his king because after knight d3, he wants to take rook takes d3. Yeah, he wants
and
to.
the king pawn, that's nice, Peter. Let's just show that. Knight d3, you go rook d3, e takes d3, king b3, and you shoulder the king.
Yes, and then just win. So that's the winning idea of Vincent. Now he's also back to 49 seconds. That's already something. I mean, when I saw 12 seconds, which meant that he played with 2 seconds on the clock. Good that I didn't see when he had 2 seconds. Yeah, king e1. Still, Radek is just holding on. He doesn't want to lose on the spot. But now, okay, king c3, and the king is coming. King is entering. King c3, king c2. Rook a1 check first. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, getting the seconds. And what's next? I mean, king c3, white will play knight d5 check. Yeah, that's why I don't know exactly if the rook on a2, now king c2 runs into knight b4 check. Unbelievable, this chess. Yeah, it looks like it should be a completely winning position, but it's not easy to finish it off.
It's never easy, right? Winning a winning position is one of the
And
toughest
again,
things.
down to 9 seconds.
Down to
Okay,
9
king
seconds, the
c3
eval
played.
bars is completely busted for white, but it's all the, and now you can go knight d5 check. Where do you go with the
Yeah,
king?
and then we have to go king b3. Yeah, knight d5, king b3. Knight e7.
Knight e7, rook a5.
Then king c2. Knight e7, king c2. Then we kick the king away.
And you knight f5, there's rook a1 checkmate.
Yes, that's the idea. That we are, we are setting king c2. No, the king is anyway running already to f1. But basically with the king on g2, then black will just march with his king to d2. Yeah, there is, yeah, rook a5, very professional. Knight f4 back, then you enter king c2 or king c3, king d2.
Nice technique here by Vincent, Peter. King c2 played, and
Well, there was a moment when computer showed the zeros. Yeah, I don't know if it was a brilliant
it's so
technique,
difficult
but
from a human perspective, no, to hold this position and also find that one line in which you're holding it.
yeah, no, I mean, of course, Vincent with this rook a2, that was a wonderful move. I mean, that he spotted that rook a2
And
idea.
that's it. Radek's had enough. He resigns, Peter, after rook e5, king d2, rook takes e2 is a threat, king d2, even ideas of a rook e4 sacrificing at the right time. You will run out of moves. You can go king f1, but after king d1, eventually this pawn will be lost. rookie 4 coming in, lots of ways to finish it off, and Radek resigns. With that, it's a wrap.
Yeah, well, I'm also very relieved because we have seen Vincent playing all these marathon games, these last games, and many times he got very unlucky. Yeah, how many points he has given away against Pragg, against Chucky, and also not winning against Christopher. So this is now a huge win for him.
Huge win for him. And again, a lot of fighting chess. This is where we stand at the end of the day after 12 rounds. Only 3 more games remain in the final day of the preliminaries to decide who will be the 8 who will go through. It will be the end of the road for the other half of the table. Currently, Magnus Carlsen finds himself at the top of the table, despite throwing an entire game and losing out on 3 points. He is now at 25. Then we've got Arjun at 24 in second position, Liam at 20, Praggnanandhaa, Vincent, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda with 19, Hans Niemann at 18, and Anish, for the first time in the tournament, finds himself in the top 8. So a chance for Anish to make it to the knockouts, but he's got to watch his back because chasing him at 15, Christopher Yu, Radek Wojtaszek, Vasil Ivanchuk. Peter, I would think that it's probably the top 6 who can feel a little safe right now, but both Hans and Anish need to watch their back.
Well, I mean, okay, with this 3-point system, anything can happen. Everything is so dynamic. We have seen so many ups and downs for all the players. I think that the top 3 are kind of safe, and the rest will have to fight till the very last move. I mean, the motto, the famous motto that every move matters is very much true to this tournament. I feel that only in the last moves of the last round, we will know who really qualifies. It will be so close.
3 games remain, so 9 points up for grabs for the players. Absolutely, we can see lots of twists and turns and shuffle around in the standings. Some of the players, it's do or die. They need to make the wins. Let's just have our leaderboard up one more time to see who these players are. I think Christopher, Radek, Vasil, as well as David and Levon with an outside chance. They need to win all 3 games to have any chance at all. But Levon's been struggling. He's been having a tough tournament so far, but a big final day coming up. Peter, are you expecting turnarounds, or do you think this list as we see will be the one who will go through?
No, I think we are experienced enough to know that there is no such list which goes through. I mean, the top guys are safe, but the other ones will have to fight. And we also know how much nerves are in the game. Yeah, we have seen all this already happen before. People who seemingly were guaranteed to qualify didn't manage finally, and some people who we thought that they will never get a chance, they finally qualified. This is what also Levon was talking about, that usually he plays the preliminaries very badly. He's suffering, he's hardly qualifying. Sometimes he qualifies by miracle, and then in the knockout stages, he starts to play brilliant chess and takes everything in his hands. So anything is still possible. A lot to look forward to tomorrow.
Peter, the one thing I realize is well, I don't know what are the chances, but there are definitely some chances, is that Magnus might finish at the top of the table at the end of the qualification, and Hans Niemann might finish at 8. At the 8th spot. He is currently at the bottom of the table. If he makes it, there is a chance that he might finish 7th or 8th. And nobody knows if that happens. And we do have an update that it will be 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, and so on for the quarterfinals. If that happens, Peter, I have no idea what we're in for.
Well, unfortunately, it's kind of clear, yeah, more or less. And you guys discussed this with Ben already. I'm only hoping that it will definitely not happen, because it would be just terrible. But there is still so much chess to be played, and the tournament itself is wonderful. Yeah, with all these brilliant fights, I don't think that we have. I mean, we had so many dramas already, but so many winning games and so many ups and downs, I can't really recall.
The kind of drama I like is the one that's on the board, Peter, and that's what we witnessed today with such fighting chess. Let's quickly, before we wrap up and say good night to our chat, take a look at the pairings for the first game of the final day of the preliminaries. And this is what it's going to be. Vincent will take on Anish Giri, Arjun against Radek. Magnus Carlsen will play Christopher Yu, who really has been the surprise package in the tournament, getting some very big wins. And let's see what he does against the world champion tomorrow. Adhiban against Boris Gelfand. Liam plays Duda, David against Vasil, Hans versus Ivan, and Levon with Pragg. Some exciting matchups there, Peter.
Absolutely, just as always. I mean, every round, I even don't know where to look, where to turn, because I mean, everywhere we have incredible fights. Also, we see that the nerves, the players are getting exhausted. I mean, there are already some slightly uncharacteristic blunders also by the players, which is absolutely normal. I remember when I played the Legends, I was losing all the last round. I mean, simply, I don't know exactly why. I did not feel myself exhausted, but I was not capable of really concentrating for some reason. And I think many of the players are facing this situation. The stamina and the nerves will really decide tomorrow's results.
Couldn't agree more with that. Chat, 3 big games coming up to decide who are our qualifiers into the knockout stage. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back with all the action. See you then.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, you know, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.